Faust. By Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Dedication. Ye wavering shapes, again ye do enfold me. As erst upon my troubled sight ye stole. Shall I this time attempt to clasp, to hold ye? Still for the fond illusion yearns my soul. Ye press around. Come then, your captive hold me. As upward from the vapory mist ye roll. Within my breast youth's throbbing pulse is bounding. Fanned by the magic breath your march surrounding. Shades fondly loved appear, your train attending. And visions fair of many a blissful day. First love and friendship their fond accents blending. Like to some ancient, half-expiring lay. Sorrow revives, her wail of anguish sending. Back o'er life's devious labyrinthine way. And names the dear ones, they whom fate bereaving. Of life's fair hours, left me behind them grieving. They hear me not my later cadence singing. The souls to whom my earlier lays I sang. Dispersed the throng, their severed flight now winging. Mute are the voices that responsive rang. For stranger crowds the Orphean lyre now stringing. E'en their applause is to my heart a pang. Of old who listened to my song, glad-hearted. If yet they live, now wander widely parted. A yearning long unfelt, each impulse swaying. To yon calm spirit realm uplifts my soul. In faltering cadence, as when zephyr playing. Fans the Aeolian harp, my numbers roll. Tear follows tear, my steadfast heart obeying. The tender impulse, loses its control. What I possess as from afar I see. Those I have lost become realities to me. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Prologue in the Theatre. Manager. Dramatic poet. Merryman. Manager. Ye twain, in trouble and distress. True friends whom I so oft have found. Say, for our scheme on German ground. What prospect have we of success? Fain would I please the public, win their thanks. They live and let live, hence it is but meet. The posts are now erected, and the planks. And all look forward to a festal treat. Their places taken, they, with eyebrows rised. Sit patiently, and fain would be amassed. I know the art to hit the public taste. Yet ne'er of failure felt so keen a dread. True, they are not accustomed to the best. But then appalling the amount they've read. How make our entertainment striking, new? And yet significant and pleasing too? For to be plain, I love to see the throng. As to our booth the living tide progresses. As wave on wave successive rolls along. And through heaven's narrow portal forceful presses. Still in broad daylight, ere the clock strikes 4. With blows their way towards the box they take. And, as for bread in famine, at the baker's door. For tickets are content their necks to break. Such various minds the bard alone can sway. My friend, oh work this miracle today. Poet. Oh of the motley throng speak not before me. At whose aspect the spirit wings its flight. Conceal the surging concourse, I implore thee. Whose vortex draws us with resistless might. No, to some peaceful heavenly nook restore me. Where only for the bard blooms pure delight. Where love and friendship yield their choicest blessing. Our heart's true bliss, with godlike hand caressing. What in the spirit's depths was there created? What shyly there the lip shaped forth in sound? A failure now, with words now fitly mated. In the wild tumult of the hour is drowned. Full oft the poet's thought for years bath waited. Until at length with perfect form 'tis crowned. What dazzles, for the moment born, must perish. What genuine is posterity will cherish. Merryman. This cant about posterity I hate. About posterity were I to prate. Who then the living would amuse? For they will have diversion, aye, and 'tis their due. A sprightly fellow's presence at your play, methinks should also count for something too. Whose genial wit the audience still inspires, knows from their changeful mood no angry feeling. A wider circle he desires, to their heart's depths more surely thus appealing. To work, then. Give a masterpiece, my friend. Bring fancy with her choral trains before us. Sense, reason, feeling, passion, but attend. Let folly also swell the tragic chorus. Manager. In chief, of incident enough prepare. A show they want, they come to gape and stare. Spin for their eyes abundant occupation, so that the multitude may wondering gaze. You by sheer bulk have won your reputation. By mass alone can you subdue the masses. Each then selects in time what suits his bent. Bring much, you something bring for various classes. And from the house goes every one content. You give a piece, abroad in pieces send it. 'Tis a regu success most needs attended. 'Tis easy to serve up, as easy to invent. A finished whole what boots it to present. Full soon the public will in pieces rend it. Poet. How mean such handicraft as this you cannot feel. How it revolts the genuine artist's mind. The sorry trash in which these coxcombs deal is here approved on principle, I find. Manager. Such a reproof disturbs me not a whit. Who on efficient work is bent must choose the fittest instrument. Consider. 'Tis soft would you have to split. Think too for whom you write, I pray. One comes to while an hour away. One from the festive board, a sated guest. Others, more dreaded than the rest, from journal reading hurry to the play. As to a masquerade, with absent minds, they press. Sheer curiosity their footsteps winging. Ladies display their persons and their dress. Actors unpaid their service bringing. What dreams beguile you on your poet's height? What puts a full house in a merry mood? More closely view your patrons of the night. The half are cold, the half are rude. One, the play over, craves a game of cards. Another a wild night in wanton joy would spend. Poor fools the muses fair regards. Why court for such a paltry end? I tell you, give them more, still more, 'tis all I ask. Thus you will ne'er stray widely from the goal. Your audience seek to mystify, cajole. To satisfy them that's a harder task. What ails thee? Art enraptured or distressed? Poet. Depart. Elsewhere another servant choose. What? Shall the bard his godlike power abuse? Man's loftiest right, kind nature's high bequest. For your mean purpose basely sport away. Whence comes his mastery o'er the human breast? Whence o'er the elements his sway? But from the harmony that, gushing from his soul, draws back into his heart the wondrous whole. With careless hand when round her spindle, nature winds the interminable thread of life. When, mid the clash of being every creature mingles in harsh inextricable strife. Who deals their course unvaried till it falleth in rhythmic flow to music's measured tone. Each solitary note whose genius calleth to swell the mighty choir in unison. Who in the raging storm sees passion lowering, or flush of earnest thought in evening's glow. Who every blossom in sweet springtime flowering along the loved one's path would strow. Who, nature's green familiar leaves entwining, wreaths glory's garland, one on every field, makes sure Olympus, heavenly powers combining. Man's mighty spirit, in the bard revealed. Merrymen. Come then, employ your lofty inspiration, and carry on the poet's avocation. Just as we carry on a love affair. Two meet by chance, are pleased, they linger there. Insensibly are linked, they scarce know how. Fortune seems now propitious, adverse now. Then come alternate rapture and despair. And 'tis a true romance ere one's aware. Just such a drama let us now compose. Plunge boldly into life, its depths disclose. Each lives it, not to many is it known. 'Twill interest wheresoever sazed and shown. Bright pictures, but obscure their meaning. A ray of truth through error gleaming. Thus you the best elixir brew. To charm mankind, and edify them too. Then youth's fair blossoms crowd to view your play. And wait as on an oracle. While they, the tender souls, who love the melting mood, suck from your work their melancholy food. Now this one, and now that, you deeply stir. Each sees the working of his heart laid bare. Their tears, their laughter, you command with ease. The lofty still they honor, the elusive love. Your finished gentleman you ne'er can please. A growing mind alone will grateful prove. Poet. Then give me back youth's golden prime. When my own spirit too was growing. When from my heart unbidden rhyme gushed forth, a fount for ever flowing. Then shadowy mist the world concealed. And every bud sweet promise made. Of wonders yet to be revealed. As through the valleys, with blooms inlaid. Culling 1,000 flowers I strayed. Naught had I, yet a rich profusion. The thirst for truth, joy in each fond illusion. Give me unquelled those impulses to prove. Rapture so deep, its ecstasy was pain. The power of hate, the energy of love. Give me, oh give me back my youth again. Merriman. Youth, my good friend, you certainly require. When foes in battle round are pressing. When a fair maid, her heart on fire, hangs on your neck with fond caressing. When from afar, the victor's crown, to reach the hard-won goal insitteth. When from the whirling dance, to drown your sense, the night's carouse inviteth. But the familiar chords among, boldly to sweep, with graceful cunning. While to its goal, the verse along its winding path is sweetly running. This task is yours, old gentleman, today. Nor are you therefore less in reverence held. Age does not make us childish, as folk say. It finds us genuine children e'en in ELD. Manager. A truce to words, mere empty sound. Let deeds at length appear, my friends. While idle compliments you round, you might achieve some useful ends. Why talk of the poetic vein? Who hesitates will never know it. If bards ye are, as ye maintain, now let your inspiration show it. To you is known what we require. Strong drink to sip is our desire. Come, brew me such without delay. Tomorrow sees undone, what happens not today. Still forward press, nor ever tire. The possible, with steadfast trust. Resolve should by the forelock grasp. Then she will ne'er let go her clasp. And labors on, because she must. Therefore in bringing out your play, nor scenes nor mechanism spare. Heaven's lamps employ, the greatest and the least. Be lavish of the stellar lights. Water, and fire, and rocky heights. Spare not at all, nor birds, nor beast. Thus let creation's ample sphere forthwith in this our narrow booth appear. And with considerate speed, through fancy's spell, journey from heaven, thence through the world, to Bel. Prologue in Heaven. The Lord. The heavenly hosts. Afterwards Mephistopheles. Time 3 archangels come forward. Raphael. The sun, in ancient guise, competing with brother spheres in rival song. With thunder march, his orb completing, moves his predestined course along. His aspect to the powers supernal gives strength, though fathom him none may. Transcending thought, the works eternal are fair as on the primal day. Gabriel. With speed, thought baffling, unabating. Earth's splendor whirls in circling flight. Its Eden brightness alternating with solemn, awe-inspiring night. Ocean's broad waves in wild commotion against the rock's deep base are hurled. And with the spheres, both rock and ocean, eternally are swiftly whirled. Michael. And tempests roar in emulation. From sea to land, from land to sea. And raging form, without cessation. A chain of wondrous agency. Full in the thunder's path careering. Flaring the swift destruction's play. But, Lord, thy servants are revering the mild procession of thy day. The three. Thine aspect to the powers supernal. Give strength, though fathom thee none may. And all thy works, sublime, eternal, are fair as on the primal day. Mephistopheles. Since thou, O Lord, approachest us once more. And how it fares with us, to ask art fain. Since thou hast kindly welcomed me of yore. Thou seest me also now among thy train. Excuse me, fine harangues I cannot make. Though all the circle look on me with scorn. My pathos soon thy laughter would awake. Hadst thou the laughing mood not long forsworn. Of suns and worlds I nothing have to say. I see alone mankind's self-torturing pains. The little world God still the self-same stamp retains. And is as wondrous now as on the primal day. Better he might have fared, poor wight. Hadst thou not given him a gleam of heavenly light. Reason, he names it, and doth so use it, then brutes more brutish still to grow. With deference to your grace, he seems to me like any long-legged grasshopper to be, which ever flies, and flying springs, and in the grass its ancient ditty sings. Would he but always in the grass repose. In every heap of dung he thrusts his nose. The Lord. Hast thou naught else to say? Is blame. In coming here, as ever, thy sole aim? Does nothing on the earth to thee seem right? Mephistopheles. No, Lord. I find things there, as ever, in sad plight. Men, in their evil days, move my compassion. Such sorry things to plague is nothing worth. The Lord. Know'st thou my servant, Faust? Mephistopheles. The doctor. The Lord. Right. Mephistopheles. He serves thee truly in a wondrous fashion. Poor fool. His food and drink are not of earth. An inward impulse hurries him afar. Himself half conscious of his frenzied mood. From heaven claimeth he the fairest star. And from the earth craves every highest good. And all that's near, and all that's far, fails to allay the tumult in his blood. The Lord. Though in perplexity he serves me now, I soon will lead him where more light appears. When buds the sapling, doth the gardener know that flowers and fruit will deck the coming years? Mephistopheles. What wilt thou wager? Him thou yet shall lose. If leave to me thou wilt but give, gently to lead him as I choose. The Lord. So long as he on earth doth live, so long 'tis not forbidden thee. Man still must err, while he doth strive. Mephistopheles. I thank you. For not willingly I traffic with the dead, and still aver that youth's plump blooming cheek I very much prefer. I'm not at home to corpses, 'tis my way. Like cats with captive mice to toy and play. The Lord. Enough. 'Tis granted thee. Divert this mortal spirit from his primal source. Him, canst thou seize, thy power exert, and lead him on thy downward course. Then stand abashed, when thou perforce must own a good man in his darkest aberration of the right path is conscious still. Mephistopheles. 'Tis done. full soon thou'lt see my exultation. As for my bet no fears I entertain. And if my end I finally should gain, excuse my triumphing with all my soul. Dust he shall eat, aye, and with relish take. As did my cousin, the renowned snake. The Lord. Here too thou art free to act without control. I ne'er have cherished hate for such as thee. Of all the spirits who deny, the scoffer is least wearisome to me. Ever too prone is man activity to shirk. In unconditioned rest he fain would live. Hence this companion purposely I give. Who stirs, excites, and must, as devil, work. But ye, the genuine sons of heaven, rejoice. In the full living beauty still rejoice. May that which works and lives, the ever-growing, in bonds of love enfold you, mercy-fraught. And seeming's changeful forms, around you flowing. Do ye arrest, in ever-during thought. Heaven closes, the archangels disperse. Mephistopheles alone. The ancient one I like sometimes to see. And not to break with him am always civil. 'Tis courteous in so great a lord as he, to speak so kindly even to the devil. First part of the tragedy. Night. A high-vaulted narrow Gothic chamber. Faust, restless, seated at his desk. Faust. I have, alas, philosophy, medicine, jurisprudence too, and to my cost theology, with ardent labor, studied through. And here I stand, with all my lore. Poor fool, no wiser than before. Magister, doctor styled, indeed. Already these 10 years I lead. Up, down, across, and to and fro. My pupils by the nose, and learn that we in truth can nothing know. That in my heart like fire doth burn. 'Tis true I've more cunning than all your dull tribe. Magister and doctor, priest, parson, and scribe. Scruple or doubt comes not to enthrall me. Neither can devil nor hell now appall me. Hence also my heart must all pleasure forego. I may not pretend, ought rightly to know. I may not pretend, through teaching, to find a means to improve or convert mankind. Then I have neither goods nor treasure. No worldly honor, rank, or pleasure. No dog in such fashion would longer live. Therefore myself to magic I give. In hope, through spirit voice and might. Secrets now veiled to bring to light. That I no more, with aching brow, need speak of what I nothing know. That I the force may recognize. That binds creation's inmost energies. Her vital powers, her embryo seed survey. And fling the trade in empty words away. O full-orbed moon, did but thy rays their last upon mine anguish gaze. Beside this desk, at dead of night, oft have I watched to hail thy light. Then, pensive friend, o'er book and scroll, with soothing power, thy radiance stole. In thy dear light, ah, might I climb freely, some mountain height sublime. Round mountain caves with spirits ride. In thy mild haze o'er meadows glide. And, purged from knowledge fumes, renew my spirit, in thy healing dew. Woe's me, still prisoned in the gloom of this abhorred and musty room, where heaven's dear light itself doth pass, but dimly through the painted glass, hemmed in by book heaps, piled around, worm-eaten, hid 'neath dust and mold, which to the high vault's topmost bound a smoke-stained paper doth enfold, with boxes roundy piled, and glass, and many a useless instrument, with old ancestral lumber blent. This is thy world. A world. Alas! And dost thou ask why heaves thy heart with tightened pressure in thy breast? Why the dull ache will not depart, by which thy life pulse is oppressed? Instead of nature's living sphere, created for mankind of old. Brute skeletons surround thee here, and dead men's bones in smoke and mold. Up, forth into the distant land. Is not this book of mystery, by Nostradamus' proper hand, an all-sufficient guide? Thou LTC, the courses of the stars unrolled, when nature doth her thoughts unfold. To thee, thy soul shall rise, and seek communion high with her to hold. As spirit doth with spirit speak, vain by dull pouring to divine the meaning of each hallowed sign. Spirits, I feel you hovering near. Make answer, if my voice ye hear. He opens the book and perceives the sign of the macrocosmos. Ah! At this spectacle through every sense, what sudden ecstasy of joy is flowing! I feel new rapture, hallowed and intense, through every nerve and vein with ardor glowing. Was it a God who charactered this scroll? The tumult in my spirit healing, o'er my sad heart with rapture stealing, and by a mystic impulse, to my soul, the powers of nature all around revealing. Am I a God? What light intense in these pure symbols do I see nature exert her vital energy. Now of the wise man's words I learn the sense. Unlocked the spirit world is lying. Thy sense is shut, thy heart is dead. Up scholar, lave, with zeal undying, thine earthly breast in the morning red. He contemplates the sign, how all things live and work, and ever blending, weave one vast whole from being's ample range. How powers celestial, rising and descending, their golden buckets ceaseless interchange, their flight on rapture-breathing pinions winging, from heaven to earth their genial influence bringing, through the wild sphere their chimes melodious ringing. A wondrous show. But ah! A show alone. Where shall I grasp thee, infinite nature, where? Ye breasts, ye fountains of all life, whereon hang heaven and earth, from which the withered heart for solace yearns, ye still impart your sweet and fostering tides. Where are ye where ye gush, and must I languish in despair? He turns over the leaves of the book impatiently, and perceives the sign of the earth spirit. How all unlike the influence of this sign. Earth spirit, thou to me art nigher. E'en now my strength is rising higher. E'en now I glow as with new wine. Courage I feel, abroad the world to dare. The woe of earth, the bliss of earth to bear. With storms to wrestle, brave the lightning's glare. And mid the crashing shipwreck not despair. Clouds gather over me. The moon conceals her light. The lamp is quenched. Vapors are rising, quivering round my head. Flash the red beams. Down from the vaulted roof, a shuddering horror floats, and seizes me. I feel it, spirit, prayer-compelled, 'tis thou art hovering near. Unveil thyself. Ha! How my heart is riven now. Each sense, with eager palpitation, is strained to catch some new sensation. I feel my heart surrendered unto thee. Thou must. Thou must. Though life should be the fee. He seizes the book, and pronounces mysteriously the sign of the Spirit. A ruddy flame flashes up, the Spirit appears in the flame. Spirit. Who calls me? Faust turning aside. Dreadful shape. Spirit. With might, thou hast compelled me to appear. Long hast been sucking at my sphere. And now? Faust. Woe's me. I cannot bear the sight. Spirit. To see me thou dost breathe thine invocation. My voice to hear, to gaze upon my brow. Me doth thy strong entreaty bow. Lo! I am here. I what cowering agitation grasps thee, the demigod? Where's now the soul's deep cry? Where is the breast, which in its depths a world conceived, and bore and cherished, which, with ecstasy, to rank itself with us, the spirits, heaved? Where art thou, Faust? Whose voice I heard resound? Who towards me pressed with energy profound? Art thou he? Thou, who by my breath art blighted? Who, in his spirit's depths affrighted, trembles, a crushed and writhing worm? Faust. Shall I yield, thing of flame, to thee? Faust, and thine equal, I am he. Spirit. In the currents of life, in action's storm, I float and I wave, with billowy motion. Birth and the grave. A limitless ocean. A constant weaving, with change still rife. A restless heaving. A glowing life. Thus time's whirring loom unceasing I ply, and weave the life garment of deity. Faust. Thou, restless spirit, dost from end to end sweep the world, how near I feel to thee. Spirit. Thou art he like the spirit, thou dost comprehend. Not me. Vanishes. Faust deeply moved. I, God's own image, and not rank with thee. A knock. O death. I know it 'tis my famulus. My fairest fortune now escapes, that all these visionary shapes a soulless groveler should banish thus. Wagner in his dressing gown and nightcap, a lamp in his hand. Faust turns round reluctantly. Wagner. Pardon. I heard you here declaim a Grecian tragedy you doubtless read. Improvement in this art is now my aim, for nowadays it much avails. Indeed. An actor, oft I've heard it said, as teacher, may give instruction to a preacher. Faust. Aye, if your priest should be an actor too, as not improbably may come to pass. Wagner. When in his study pent the whole year through, man views the world, as through an optic glass. On a chance holiday, and scarcely then, how by persuasion can he govern men? Faust. If feeling prompt not, if it doth not flow fresh from the spirit's depths, with strong control, swaying to rapture every listener's soul. Idle your toil, the chase you may forego. Brood o'er your task. Together glue. Cook from another's feast your own ragout. Still prosecute your paltry game, and fan your ash heaps into flame. Thus children's wonder you'll excite, and apes, if such your appetite. But that which issues from the heart alone will bend tile hearts of others to your own. Wagner. The speaker in delivery will find success alone, I still am far behind. Faust. A worthy object still pursue. Be not a hollow tinkling fool. Sound understanding, judgment true. Find utterance without art or rule. And when in earnest you are moved to speak, then is it needful cunning words to seek. Your fine harangues, so polished in their kind, wherein the shreds of human thought ye twist, are unrefreshing as the empty wind, whistling through withered leaves and autumn mist. Wagner. O God! How long is art? Our life how short! With earnest zeal, still as I ply the critic's task, I feel a strange oppression both of head and heart. The very means how hardly are they won, by which we to the fountains rise. And haply, ere one half the course is run, checked in his progress, the poor devil dies. Faust. Parchment, is that the sacred fount whence roll waters, he thirsteth not who once hath quaffed. Oh, if it gush not from thine inmost soul, thou hast not won the life-restoring draught. Wagner. Your pardon. 'Tis delightful to transport oneself into the spirit of the past, to see in times before us how a wise man thought, And what a glorious height we have achieved at last. Faust. I truly. Even to the loftiest star. To us, my friend, the ages that are past. A book with 7 seals, close fastened, are. And what the spirit of the times men call, is merely their own spirit after all. Wherein, distorted oft, the times are glassed. Then truly, 'tis a sight to grieve the soul. At the first glance we fly it in dismay. A very lumber room, a rubbish hole. At best a sort of mock heroic play. With saws pragmatical, and maxims sage. To suit the puppets and their mimic stage. Wagner. But then the world and man, his heart and brain. Touching these things all men would something know. Faust. I. What mon men as knowledge doth obtain? Who on the child its true name dares bestow? The few who somewhat of these things have known. Who their full hearts unguardedly revealed. Nor thoughts, nor feelings, from the mob concealed. Have died on crosses, or in flames been thrown. Excuse me, friend, far now the night is spent. For this time we must say adieu. Wagner. Still to watch on I had been well content. Thus to converse so learnedly with you. But as tomorrow will be Easter day. Some further questions grant, I pray. With diligence to study still I fondly cling. Already I know much, but would know everything. Exit. Faust alone. How him alone all hope abandons never. To empty trash who clings, with zeal untired. With greed for treasure gropes, and, joy inspurred. Exults if earthworms second his endeavor. And dare a voice of merely human birth. E'en here, where shapes immortal thronged, intrude. Yet ah! Thou poorest of the sons of earth. For once, I e'en to thee feel gratitude. Despair the power of sense did well nigh blast. And thou didst save me ere I sank dismayed. So giant-like the vision seemed, so vast. I felt myself shrink dwarfed as I surveyed. I, God's own image, from this toil of clay. Already freed, with eager joy who hailed. The mirror of eternal truth unveiled. Mid light effulgent and celestial day. I, more than cherub. Whose unfettered soul. With penetrative glance aspir'd to flow. Through nature's veins, and, still creating, know. The life of gods, how am I punished now? One thunder word hath hurled me from the goal. Spirit! I dare not lift me to thy sphere. What though my power compelled thee to appear? My art was powerless to detain thee here. In that great moment, rapture fraught. I felt myself so small, so great. Fiercely didst thrust me from the realm of thought. Back on humanity's uncertain fate. Who'll teach me now? What ought I to forego? Ought I that impulse to obey? Alas! Our every deed, as well as every woe, impedes the tenor of life's onward way. E'en to the noblest by the soul conceived. Some feelings cling of baser quality. And when the goods of this world are achieved, each nobler aim is termed a cheat, a lie. Our aspirations, our soul's genuine life, grow torpid in the din of earthly strife. Though youthful fantasy, while hope inspires, stretch o'er the infinite her wings sublime. A narrow compass limits her desires. When wrecked our fortunes in the gulf of time. In the deep heart of man care builds her nest. O'er secret woes she broodeth there. Sleepless she rocks herself and scareth joy and rest. Still is she want some new disguise to wear. She may as house and court, as wife and child appear. As dagger, poison, fire and flood. Imagined evils chill thy blood. And what thou ne'er shall lose, o'er that dost shed the tear. I am not like the gods. Feel it I must. I'm like the earthworm, writhing in the dust. Which, as on dust it feeds, its native fare. Crushed 'neath the passer's tread, lies buried there. Is it not dust, wherewith this lofty wall, with 100 shelves, confines me round? Rubbish, in 1,000 shapes, may I not call? What in this moth-world doth my being bound? Here, what doth fail me, shall I find? Read in 1,000 tomes that, everywhere, self-torture is the lot of humankind. With but one mortal happy, here and there. Thou hollow skull, that grin, what should it say? But that thy brain, like mine, of old perplexed, still yearning for the truth, hath sought the light of day. And in the twilight wandered, sorely vexed. Ye instruments, forsooth, ye mock at me. With wheel, and cog, and ring, and cylinder. To nature's portals ye should be the key. Cunning your wards, and yet the bolts ye fail to stir. Inscrutable in broadest light. To be unveiled by force she doth refuse. What she reveals not to thy mental sight. Thou wilt not wrest me from her with levers and with screws. Old useless furnitures, yet stand ye here. Because my sire ye served, now dead and gone. Old scroll, the smoke of years dost wear. So long as o'er this desk the sorry lamp hath shone. Better my little means hath squandered quite away. Than burdened by that little here to sweat and groan. Wouldst thou possess thy heritage, essay? By use to render it thine own. What we employ not, but impedes our way. That which the hour creates, that can it use alone. But wherefore to yon spot is riveted my gaze? Is yonder flasket there a magnet to my sight? Whence this mild radiance that around me plays? As when, mid forest gloom, reigneth the moon's soft light. Hail precious vial. Thee, with reverent awe. Down from thine old receptacle I draw. Science in thee I hail and human art. Essence of deadliest powers, refined and sure. Of soothing anodyne's abstraction pure. Now in thy masters need thy grace impart. I gaze on thee, my pain is lulled to rest. I grasp thee, calm the tumult in my breast. The flood tide of my spirit ebbs away. Onward I'm summoned o'er a boundless main. Calm at my feet expands the glassy plain. To shores unknown allures a brighter day. Lo, where a car of fire, on airy pinion, comes floating towards me I am prepared to fly. By a new track through ether's wide dominion. To distant spheres of pure activity. This life intense, this godlike ecstasy. Worm that thou art such rapture canst thou earn. Only resolve with courage stern and high. Thy visage from the radiant sun to turn. Dare with determined will to burst the portals. Past which in terror others fain would steal. Now is the time, through deeds, to show that mortals the calm sublimity of gods can feel. To shudder not at yonder dark abyss, where fantasy creates her own self-torturing brood. Right onward to the yawning gulf to press, around whose narrow jaws rolleth hell's fiery flood. With glad resolve to take the fatal leap. Though danger threaten thee, to sink in endless sleep. Pure crystal goblet. Forth I draw thee now. From out thine antiquated case, where thou, forgotten hast reposed for many a year. Oft at my father's revels thou didst shine. To glad the earnest guests was thine. As each to other passed the generous cheer. The gorgeous breed of figures, quaintly wrought. Which he who quaffed must first in rhyme expound. Then drain the goblet at one draught profound. Hath nights of boyhood to fond memory brought. I to my neighbor shall not reach thee now. Nor on thy rich device shall I my cunning show. Here is a juice, makes drunk without delay. Its dark brown flood thy crystal round doth fill. Let this last draught, the product of my skill, my own free choice, be quaffed with resolute will. A solemn festive greeting, to the coming day. He places the goblet to his mouth. Tuesday ringing of bells, and choral voices. Chorus of angels. Christ is arisen. Mortal, all hail to thee. Thou whom mortality, earth's sad reality, held as in prison. Faust. What hum melodious, what clear silvery chime, thus draws the goblet from my lips away? Ye deep-toned bells, do ye with voice sublime announce the solemn dawn of Easter day? Sweet choir, are ye the hymn of comfort singing, which once around the darkness of the grave, from seraph voices, in glad triumph ringing, of a new covenant assurance gave? Chorus of women. We, his true-hearted, with spices and myrrh, embalmed the departed, and swathed him with care. Here we conveyed him, our master, so dear. Alas! Where we laid him, the Christ is not here. Chorus of angels. Christ is arisen. Blessed the loving one, who from earth's trial throws, healing and strengthening woes, soars as from prison. Faust. Wherefore, ye tones celestial, sweet and strong, come ye a dweller in the dust to seek. Ring out your chimes believing crowds among. The message well I hear, my faith alone is weak. From faith her darling, miracle, hath sprung. Aloft to yonder spheres I dare not soar, whence sound the tidings of great joy. And yet, with this sweet strain familiar when a boy, back it recalleth me to life once more. Then would celestial love, with holy kiss, come o'er me in the Sabbath's stilly hour, while, fraught with solemn meaning and mysterious, chimed the deep-sounding bell, and prayer was bliss. A yearning impulse, undefined yet dear, drove me to wander on through wood and field. With heaving breast and many a burning tear, I felt with holy joy a world revealed. Gay sports and festive hours proclaimed with joyous pealing this Easter hymn in days of old. And fond remembrance now doth me, with childlike feeling, back from the last, the solemn step, withhold. O still sound on, thou sweet celestial strain. The teardrop flows, earth, I am thine again. Chorus of disciples. He whom we mourned as dead, living and glorious, from the dark grave bath fled, o'er death victorious, almost creative bliss, waits on his growing powers. Ah! Him on earth we miss. Sorrow and grief are ours. Yearning he left his own, mid sore annoy. Ah! We must needs bemoan, Master, thy joy. Chorus of angels. Christ is arisen, redeemed from decay. The bonds which imprison your souls, rend away. Praising the Lord with zeal, by deeds that love reveal, like brethren true and leal, sharing the daily meal, to all that sorrow feel, whispering of heaven's weal. Still is the Master near, still is he here. Before the gate, promenaders of all sorts pass out. Artisans, why choose ye that direction, pray? Others, to the hunting lodge we're on our way. The first, we towards the mill are strolling on. A mechanic, a walk to Wasserhof were best. A second, the road is not a pleasant one. The others, what will you do? A third, I'll join the rest. A fourth, let's up to Berghof, there you'll find good cheer, the prettiest maidens and the best of beer, and brawls of a prime sort. A fifth, you scapegrace. How? Your skin still itching for a row? Thither I will not go, I loathe the place. Servant girl. No, no. I to the town my steps retrace. Another. Near yonder poplars he is sure to be. The first. And if he is, what matters it to me? With you he'll walk, he'll dance with none but you. And with your pleasures what have I to do? The second. Today he will not be alone, he said. His friend would be with him, the curly head student. Why, how those buxom girls step on! Come, brother, we will follow them anon. Strong beer, a damsel smartly dressed. Stinging tobacco, these I love the best. Burgher's daughter. Look at those handsome fellows there. 'Tis really shameful, I declare. The very best society they shun. After those servant girls forsooth, to run. Second student to the first. Not quite so fast. For in our rear, 2 girls, well dressed, are drawing near. Not far from us the one doth dwell. And sooth to say, 2 like her well. They walk demurely, yet you'll see that they will let us join them presently. The first. Not I. Restraints of all kinds I detest. Quick. Let us catch the wild game ere it flies. The hand on Saturday the mop that plies. Will on the Sunday fondle you the best. Burgher. No, this new burgomaster, I like him not, God knows. Now, he's in office, daily more arrogant he grows. And for the town, what doth he do for it? Are not things worse from day to day? To more restraints we must submit. And taxes more than ever pay. Beggar sings. Kind gentlemen and ladies fair. So rosy-cheeked and trimly dressed. Be pleased to listen to my prayer. Relieve and pity the distressed. Let me not vainly sing my lay. His heart's most glad whose hand is free. Now when all men keep holiday. Should be a harvest day to me. Another burgher. On holidays and Sundays not know I more inviting. Than chatting about war and war's alarms. When folk in Turkey, up in arms. Far off, are, 'gainst each other fighting. We at the window stand, our glasses drain. And watch adown the stream the painted vessels gliding. Then joyful we at eve come home again. And peaceful times we bless, peace long abiding. Third burgher. I, neighbor. So let matters stand for me. There they may scatter one another's brains. And wild confusion round them see. So here at home in quiet all remains. Old woman to the burgher's daughters. Heyday! How smart! The fresh young blood. Who would not fall in love with you? Not quite so proud. 'Tis well and good. And what you wish, that I could help you to. Burgher's daughter. Come, Agatha. I care not to be seen. Walking in public with these witches. True. My future lover, last St. Andrew's E'en. In flesh and blood she brought before my view. Another. And mine she showed me also in the glass. A soldier's figure, with companions bold. I look around, I seek him as I pass. In vain, his form I nowhere can behold. Soldiers. Fortress with turrets. And walls high in air. Damsel disdainful. Haughty and fair. These be my prey. Bold is the venture. Costly the pay. Hark how the trumpet thither doth call us. Where either pleasure or death may befall us. Hail to the tumult. Life's in the field. Damsel and fortress to us must yield. Bold is the venture. Costly the pay. Gaily the soldier marches away. Faust and Wagner. Faust. Loosed from their fetters are streams and rills. Through the gracious springtide's all-quickening glow. Hope's budding joy in the vale doth blow. Old winter back to the savage hills. Withdraweth his force, decrepit now. Thence only impotent icy grains. Scatters he as he wings his flight. Striping with sleet the verdant plains. But the sun endureth no trace of white. Everywhere growth and movement are rife. All things investing with hues of life. Though flowers are lacking, varied of dye. Their colors the motley throng supply. Turn thee around, and from this height back to the town direct thy sight. Forth from the hollow, gloomy gate stream forth the masses, in bright array. Gladly seek they the sun today. The Lord's resurrection they celebrate. For they themselves have risen, with joy. From tenement sordid, from cheerless room. From bonds of toil, from care and annoy. From gable and roof's o'erhanging gloom. From crowded alley and narrow street. And from the church's all-breathing night. All now have come forth into the light. Look, only look, on nimble feet. Through garden and field how spread the throng. How o'er the river's ample sheet many a gay wherry glides along. And see, deep sinking in the tide, pushes the last boat now away. E'en from yon far hill's path-worn side flash the bright hues of garments gay. Hark! Sounds of village mirth arise. This is the people's paradise. Both great and small send up a cheer. Here am I, man, I feel it here. Wagner. Sir Doctor, in a walk with you. There's honor and instruction too. Yet here alone I care not to resort. Because I coarseness hate of every sort. This fiddling, shouting, skittling, I detest. I hate the tumult of the vulgar throng. They roar as by the evil one possessed. And call it pleasure, call it song. Peasants under the linden tree dance and song. The shepherd for the dance was dressed with ribbon, wreath, and colored vest. A gallant show displaying. And round about the linden trees they footed it right merrily. Jutch! Jutch! Juchiza! Heisa! He! So Fiddlebow was braying. Our swain amidst the circle pressed. He pushed a maiden trimly dressed. And jogged her with his elbow. The buxom damsel turned her head. Now that's a stupid trick, she said, Jutch! Jutch! Juchizia! Heisa! He! Don't be so rude, good fellow. Swift in the circle they advanced. They danced to right, to left they danced. And all the skirts were swinging. And they grew red, and they grew warm. Panting, they rested arm in arm, Jutch! Jutch! Juchiza! Heisa! He! To hip their elbow bringing. Don't make so free. How many a maid has been betrothed and then betrayed, and has repented after. Yet still he flattered her aside. And from the linden, far and wide, Jutch! Jutch! Juchiza! Heisa! He! Rang fiddlebow and laughter. Old peasant! Doctor, 'tis really kind of you to condescend to come this way. A highly learned man like you to join our mirthful throng today. Our fairest cup I offer you, which we with sparkling drink have crowned. And pledging you, I pray aloud, that every drop within its round, while it your present thirst allays, may swell the number of your days. Faust. I take the cup you kindly reach. Thanks and prosperity to each. The crowd gather round in a circle. Old peasant. Aye, truly. 'Tis well done, that you our festive meeting thus attend. You, who in evil days of yore so often showed yourself our friend. Full many a one stands living here, who from the fever's deadly blast your father rescued, when his skill the fatal sickness stayed at last. A young man then, each house you sought, where reigned the mortal pestilence. Corpse after corpse was carried forth, but still unscathed you issued thence. Sore then your trials and severe. The helper yonder aids the helper here. All. Heaven bless the trusty friend, and long to help the poor his life prolong. Faust. To him above in homage bend, who prompts the helper and who help doth send. He proceeds with Wagner. Wagner. What feelings, great man, must thy breast inspire? At homage paid thee by this crowd. Thrice blessed. Who from the gifts by him possessed such benefit can draw. The sire thee to his boy with reverence shows. They press around, inquire, advance. Hushed is the fiddle, check the dance. Where thou dost pass they stand in rows. And each aloft his bonnet throws. But little fails and they to thee. As though the host came by, would bend the knee. Faust. A few steps further, up to yonder stone. Here rest we from our walk. In times long past. Absorbed in thought, here oft I sat alone. And disciplined myself with prayer and fast. Then rich in hope, with faith sincere. With sighs, and hands in anguish pressed. The end of that sore plague, with many a tear. From heaven's dread Lord, I sought to rest. The crowd's applause assumes a scornful tone. Oh, couldst thou in my inner being read? How little either sire or son of such renown deserves the meed. My sire, of good repute, and sombre mood. O'er nature's powers and every mystic zone. With honest zeal, but methods of his own. With toil fantastic loved to brood. His time in dark alchemic cell. With brother adepts he would spend. And their antagonists compel. Through numberless receipts to blend. A ruddy lion there, a suitor bold. In tepid bath was with the lily wed. Thence both, while open flames around them rolled. Were tortured to another bridal bed. Was then the youthful queen descried. With varied colors in the flask. This was our medicine, the patients died. Who were restored, none cared to ask. With our infernal mixture thus, ere long. These hills and peaceful valleys among. We ragged more fiercely than the pest. Myself the deadly poison did to thousands give. They pined away, I yet must live. To hear the reckless murderers blessed. Wagner. Why let this thought your soul o'ercast? Can man do more than with nice skill? With firm and conscientious will. Practice the art transmitted from the past. If thou thy sire dost honor in thy youth. His lore thou gladly wilt receive. In manhood, dost thou spread the bounds of truth. Then may thy son a higher goal achieve. Faust. How blessed, in whom the fond desire. From errors see to rise, hope still renews. What a man knows not, that he doth require. And what he knoweth, that he cannot use. But let not moody thoughts their shadow throw. O'er the calm beauty of this hour serene. In the rich sunset see how brightly glow. Yon cottage homes, girt round with verdant green. Slow sinks the orb, the day is now no more. Yonder he hastens to diffuse new life. Oh, for a pinion from the earth to soar. And after, ever after him to strive. Then should I see the world below. Bathed in the deathless evening beams. The valleys reposing, every height aglow. The silver brooklets meeting golden streams. The savage mountain, with its cavern side. Bars not my godlike progress. Lo, the ocean. Its warm bays heaving with a tranquil motion. To my rapt vision opes its ample tide. But now at length the god appears to sink. A newborn impulse wings my flight. Onward I press, his quenchless light to drink. The day before me, and behind the night. The pathless waves beneath, and over me the skies. Fair dream, it vanished with the parting day. Alas! That when on spirit wing we rise. No wing material lifts our mortal clay. But, 'tis our inborn impulse, deep and strong. Upwards and onwards still to urge our flight. When far above us pours its thrilling song. The skylark, lost in azure light. When on extended wing amain, o'er pine-crowned height the eagle soars, and over moor and lake, the crane still striveth towards its native shores. Wagner. To strange conceits oft I myself must own, but impulse such as this I ne'er have known. Nor woods, nor fields, can long our thoughts engage. Their wings I envy not the feathered kind. Far otherwise the pleasures of the mind bear us from book to book, from page to page. Then winter nights grow cheerful, keen delight warms every limb, and when we unroll some old and precious parchment, at the sight all heaven itself descends upon the soul. Faust. Thy heart by one sole impulse is possessed. Unconscious of the other still remain. Two souls, alas, are lodged within my breast, which struggle there for undivided reign. One to the world, with obstinate desire, and closely cleaving organs, still adheres. Above the mist, the other doth aspire, with sacred vehemence, to purer spheres. Oh, are there spirits in the air, who float, twixt heaven and earth dominion wielding? Stoop hither from your golden atmosphere. Lead me to scenes, new life and fuller yielding. A magic mantle did I but possess, abroad to waft me as on viewless wings. I'd prize it far beyond the costliest dress, nor would I change it for the robe of kings. Wagner. Called not the spirits who on mischief wait, their troop familiar, streaming through the air. From every quarter threaten man's estate, and danger in 1,000 forms prepare. They drive impetuous from the frozen north, with fangs sharp piercing, and keen arrowy tongue. From the ungenial east they issue forth, and prey, with parching breath, upon thy lungs. If, wafted on the desert's flaming wing, they from the south heap fire upon the brain. Refreshment from the west at first they bring, anon to drown thyself and field and plain. In wait for mischief, they are prompt to hear. With guileful purpose our behests obey. Like ministers of grace they oft appear, and lisp like angels, to betray. But let us hence. Grey eve doth all things blend. The air grows chill, the mists descend. 'Tis in the evening first our home we prize. Why stand you thus, and gaze with wondering eyes? What in the gloom thus moves you? Faust. Yon black hound. Seest thou, through corn and stubble scampering round? Wagner. I've marked him long, naught strange in him I see. Faust. Note him. What takest thou the brute to be? Wagner. But for a poodle, whom his instinct serves, his master's track to find once more. Faust. Dost mark how round us, with wide spiral curves, he wheels, each circle closer than before? And, if I err not, he appears to me a line of fire upon his track to leave. Wagner. Naught but a poodle black of hue I see. 'Tis some illusion doth your sight deceive. Faust. Methinks a magic coil our feet around, he for a future snare doth lightly spread. Wagner. Faust. The circle narrows, he's already near. Wagner. A dog dost see, no spectre have we here. He growls, doubts, lays him on his belly, too, and wags his tail as dogs are wont to do. Faust. Come hither, Sirrah. Join our company. Wagner. A very poodle, he appears to be. Thou standest still, for thee he'll wait. Thou speak'st to him, he fawns upon thee straight. Aught thou mayst lose, again he'll bring, and for thy stick will into water spring. Faust. Thou art right indeed, no traces now I see, whatever of a spirit's agency. 'Tis training. Nothing more. Wagner. A dog well taught, e'en by the wisest of us may be sought. To your favor he's entitled to. Apt scholar of the students, 'tis his due. They enter the gate of the town. Study, Poodle scene. Faust entering with the Poodle. Now field and meadow I've forsaken. O'er them deep night her veil doth draw. In us the better soul doth waken. With feelings of foreboding awe. All lawless promptings, deeds unholy. Now slumber, and all wild desires. The love of man doth sway us wholly. And love to God the soul inspires. Peace, Poodle, peace. Scamper not thus, obey me. Why at the threshold snuffest thou so? Behind the stove now quietly lay thee. My softest cushion to thee I'll throw. As thou, without, didst please and amuse me. Running and frisking about on the hill. So tendance now I will not refuse thee. A welcome guest, if thou lt be still. Ah! When the friendly taper gloweth. Once more within our narrow cell. Then in the heart itself that knoweth. A light the darkness doth dispel. Reason her voice resumes, returneth. Hope's gracious bloom, with promise rife. For streams of life the spirit yearneth. Ah! For the very fount of life. Poodle, snarl not. With the tone that arises. Hallowed and peaceful, my soul within. Accords not thy growl, thy bestial din. We find it not strange, that man despises what he conceives not. That he the good and fair misprises. Finding them often beyond his ken. Will the dog snarl at them like men? But ah! Despite my will it stands confessed. Contentment welleth up no longer in my breast. Yet wherefore must the stream, alas, so soon be dry? That we once more athirst should lie. Full oft this sad experience hath been mine. Nathless the want admits of compensation. For things above the earth we learn to pine. Our spirits yearn for revelation. Which nowhere burns with purer beauty blent. Than here in the New Testament. To ope the ancient text an impulse strong. Impels me, and its sacred lore. With honest purpose to explore. And render into my loved German tongue. He opens a volume, and applies himself to it. 'Tis writ, in the beginning was the Word. I pause, perplexed. Who now will help afford? I cannot the mere word so highly prize. I must translate it otherwise. If by the Spirit guided as I read. In the beginning was the sense. Take heed. The import of this primal sentence weigh. Lest thy too hasty pen be led astray. Is force creative then of sense the dower? In the beginning was the power. Thus should it stand, yet, while the line I trace. A something warns me, once more to efface. The Spirit aids. From anxious scruples freed. I write, in the beginning was the deed. Am I with thee my room to share? Poodle, thy barking now forbear. Forbear thy howling. Comrade so noisy, ever growling. I cannot suffer here to dwell. One or the other, mark me well. Forthwith must leave the cell. I'm loath the guest right to withhold. The door's ajar, the passage clear. But what must now mine eyes behold? Are nature's laws suspended here? Real is it, or a phantom show? In length and breadth how doth my Poodle grow? He lifts himself with threatening mien. In likeness of a dog no longer seen. What spectre have I harbored thus? Huge as a hippopotamus. With fiery eye, terrific tooth. Ah, I know thee, sure enough. For such a base, half-hellish brood. The key of Solomon is good. Spirits without. Captured there within is one. Stay without and follow none. Like a fox in iron snare. Hell's old lynx is quaking there. But take heed. Hover round, above, below. To and fro. Then from durance is he freed. Can ye aid him, spirits all? Leave him not in mortal thrall. Many a time and oft bath he served us, when at liberty. Faust. The monster to confront, at first. The spell of four must be rehearsed. Salamander shall kindle. Writhe nymph of the wave. In air sylph shall dwindle. And kobold shall slave. Who doth ignore the primal four, nor knows aright their use and might. O'er spirits will he ne'er master be. Vanish in the fiery glow. Salamander. Rushingly together flow. Undine. Shimmer in the meteor's gleam. Sylphide. Hither bring thine homely aid. Incubus. Incubus. Step forth. I do adjure thee thus. None of the four lurks in the beast. He grins at me, untroubled as before. I have not hurt him in the least. A spell of fear thou now shalt hear. Art thou, comrade fell, fugitive from hell? See then this sign, before which incline the murky troops of hell. With bristling hair now doth the creature swell. Canst thou, reprobate, read the uncreate, unspeakable, diffused throughout the heavenly sphere, shamefully abused, transpierced with nail and spear, behind the stove, tamed by my spells, like an elephant he swells. Holy now he fills the room. He into mist will melt away. Ascend not to the ceiling. Come. Thyself at the Master's feet now lay. Thou sayest that mine is no idle threat. With holy fire I will scorch thee yet. Wait not the might that lies in the triple glowing light. Wait not the might of all my arts in fullest measure. Mephistopheles. As the mist sinks, comes forward from behind the stove, in the dress of a traveling scholar. Why all this uproar? What's the master's pleasure? Faust. This then the kernel of the brute? A traveling scholar? Why I needs must smile. Mephistopheles. Your learned reverence humbly I salute. You've made me swelter in a pretty style. Faust. Thy name? Mephistopheles. The question trifling seems from one who it appears the word doth rate so low. Who, undiluted by mere outward show, to being's depths would penetrate alone. Faust. With gentlemen like you indeed. The inward essence from the name we read. As all too plainly it doth appear. When Beelzebub, destroyer, liar, meets the ear. Who then art thou? Mephistopheles. Part of that power which still promiseth good, whilst ever scheming ill. Faust. What hidden mystery in this riddle lies? Mephistopheles. The spirit I, which evermore denies. And justly. For whatever to light is brought, deserves again to be reduced to naught. Then better 'twere that naught should be. Thus all the elements which ye destruction, sin, or briefly, evil, name. As my peculiar element I claim. Faust. Thou nounced thyself apart, and yet a whole I see. Mephistopheles. The modest truth I speak to thee. Though folly's microcosm, man, it seems, himself to be a perfect whole esteems. Part of the part am I, which at the first was all. A part of darkness, which gave birth to light. Proud light, who now his mother would enthrall. Contesting space and ancient rank with night. Yet he succeedeth not, for struggle as he will. To forms material he adhereth still. From them he streameth, them he mocketh fair. And still the progress of his beams they check. And so, I trust, when comes the final wreck, light will, ere long, the doom of matter share. Faust. Thy worthy avocation now I guess Wholesale annihilation won't prevail. So thou art beginning on a smaller scale. Mephistopheles. And, to say truth, as yet with small success. Oppose to naught, this clumsy world. The something it subsisteth still. Not yet is it to ruin hurled. Despite the efforts of my will. Tempests and earthquakes, fire and flood, I've tried. Yet land and ocean still unchanged abide. And then of humankind and beasts, brood. Neither o'er them can I extend my sway. What countless myriads have I swept away? Yet ever circulates the fresh young blood. The accursed. It is enough to drive me to despair. As in the earth, in water, and in air. 1,000 germs burst forth spontaneously. In moisture, drought, heat, cold, they still appear. Had I not flame selected as my sphere? Nothing apart had been reserved for me. Faust. So thou with thy cold devil's fist, still clenched in malice impotent, dost the creative power resist? The active, the beneficent. Henceforth some other task essay. Of chaos thou the wondrous son. Mephistopheles. We will consider what you say. And talk about it more anon. For this time have I leave to go. Faust. Why thou shouldst ask, I cannot see. Since thee I now have learned to know. At thy good pleasure, visit me. Here is the window, here the door. The chimney, too, may serve thy need. Mephistopheles. I must confess, my stepping o'er thy threshold a slight hindrance doth impede. The wizard foot doth me retain. Faust. The pentagram thy peace doth mar. To me, thou son of hell, explain. How earnest thou in, if this thine exit bar? Could such a spirit aught ensnare? Mephistopheles. Observe it well, it is not drawn with care. One of the angles, that which points without, is, as thou sayest, not quite closed. Faust. Chance hath the matter happily disposed. So thou my captive art? No doubt. By accident thou thus art caught. Mephistopheles. In sprang the dog, indeed, observing naught. Things now assume another shape. The devil's in the house and can't escape. Faust. Why through the window not withdraw? Mephistopheles. For ghosts and or the devil, 'tis a law. Where they stole in, there they must forth. We're free. The first to choose, as to the second, slaves are we. Faust. E'en hell hath its peculiar laws, I see. I'm glad of that. A pact may then be made. The which you gentlemen will surely keep. Mephistopheles. Whate'er therein is promised thou shalt reap. No tittle shall remain unpaid. But such arrangements time require. We'll speak of them when next we meet. Most earnestly I now entreat this once permission to retire. Faust. Another moment prithee here remain. Me with some happy word to pleasure. Mephistopheles. Now let me go. Ere long I'll come again. Then thou mayst question at thy leisure. Faust. 'Twas not toy purpose thee to lime. The snare hast entered of thine own free will. Let him who holds the devil, hold him still. So soon he'll catch him not a second time. Mephistopheles. If it so please thee, I'm at thy command. Only on this condition, understand. That worthily thy leisure to beguile, I here may exercise my arts awhile. Faust. Thou art free to do so. Gladly I'll attend. But be thine art a pleasant one. Mephistopheles. My friend. This our enjoyment more intense shall captivate each ravished sense than thou couldst compass in the bound of the whole year's unvarying round. And what the dainty spirits sing, the lovely images they bring, are no fantastic sorcery. Rich odors shall regale your smell. On choicest sweets your palate dwell. Your feelings thrill with ecstasy. No preparation do we need. Here we together are. Proceed. Spirits. Hence overshadowing gloom. Vanish from sight. O'er us thine azure dome. Bend, beauteous light. Dark clouds that o'er us spread. Melt in thin air. Stars, your soft radiance shed. Tender and fair. Girt with celestial might. Winging their airy flight. Spirits are thronging. Follows their forms of light. Infinite longing. Flutter their vestures bright. O'er field and grove. Wherein their leafy bower. Lovers the livelong hour. Vow deathless love. Soft bloometh bud and bower. Bloometh the grove. Grapes from the spreading vine. Crown the full measure. Fountains of foaming wine. Gush from the pressure. Still where the currents wind. Gems brightly gleam. Leaving the hills behind. On rolls the stream. Now into ample seas. Spreadeth the flood. Laying the sunny leas. Mantled with wood. Rapture the feathered throng. Gaily careering. Sip as they float along. Sunward they're steering. On towards the isles of light. Winging their way. That on the waters bright. Dancingly play. Hark to the choral strain. Joyfully ringing. While on the grassy plain. Dancers are springing. Climbing the steep hill's side. Skimming the glassy tide. Wander they there. Others on pinions wide. Wing the blue air. All lifeward tending, upward still wending. Towards yonder stars that gleam. Far, far above. Stars from whose tender beam. Reigns blissful love. Mephistopheles. Well done, my dainty spirits. Now he slumbers. Ye have entranked him fairly with your numbers. This minstrelsy of yours I must repay. Thou art not yet the man to hold the devil fast. With fairest shapes your spells around him cast. And plunge him in a sea of dreams. But that this charm be rent, the threshold passed. Tooth of rat the way must clear. I need not conjure long it seems. One rustles hitherward, and soon my voice will hear. The master of the rats and mice. Of flies and frogs, of bugs and lice. Commands thy presence, without fear. Come forth and gnaw the threshold here. Where he with oil has smeared it, thou comest hopping forth already. Now. To work. The point that holds me bound. Is in the outer angle found. Another bite so now 'tis done. Now, Faustus, till we meet again, dream on. Faust awaking. Am I once more deluded? Must I deem that thus the throng of spirits disappear? The devil's presence, was it but a dream? Hath but a poodle scapped and left me here? Study, Pact. Faust. Mephistopheles. Faust. A knock. Come in. Who now would break my rest? Mephistopheles. 'Tis I. Faust. Come in. Mephistopheles. Thrice be the words expressed. Faust. Then I repeat, come in. Mephistopheles. 'Tis well. I hope that we shall soon agree. For now your fancies to expel. Here, as a youth of high degree. I come in gold-lacked scarlet vest. And stiff silk mantle richly dressed. A cock's gay feather for a plume. A long and pointed rapier, too. And briefly I would counsel you to don at once the same costume. And, free from trammels, speed away. That what life is you may essay. Faust. In every garb I needs must feel oppressed. My heart to earth's low cares a prey. Too old the trifler's part to play. Too young to live by no desire possessed. What can the world to me afford? Renounce. Renounce. Is still the word. This is the everlasting song. In every year that ceaseless rings. And which, alas, our whole life long. Hoarsely each passing moment sings. But to new horror I awake each morn. And I could weep hot tears, to see the sun dawn on another day, whose round forlorn accomplishes no wish of mine, not one. Which still, with froward captiousness, impains e'en the presentiment of every joy. While low realities and paltry cares the spirit's fond imaginings destroy. Then must I too, when falls the veil of night, stretched on my pallet languish in despair. Appalling dreams my soul affright. No rest vouchsafe me even there. The God, who throned within my breast resides, deep in my soul can stir the springs. With sovereign sway my energies he guides. He cannot move external things. And so existence is to me a weight. Death fondly I desire, and life I hate. Mephistopheles. And yet, methinks, by most, 'twill be confessed, that death is never quite a welcome guest. Faust. Happy the man around whose brow he binds the blood-stained wreath in conquest's dazzling hour. Or whom, excited by the dance, he finds dissolved in bliss, in love's delicious bower. Oh, that before the lofty spirit's might enraptured, I had rendered up my soul. Mephistopheles. Yet did a certain man refrain one night of its brown juice to drain the crystal bowl. Faust. To play the spy diverts you then? Mephistopheles. I own. Though not omniscient, much to me is known. Faust. If o'er my soul the tone familiar, stealing, drew me from harrowing thoughts' bewildering maze, touching the lingering chords of childlike feeling, with sweet harmonies of happier days. So curse I all around the soul that windeth its magic and alluring spell, and with delusive flattery bindeth its victim to this dreary cell. Cursed before all things be the high opinion, wherewith the spirit girds itself around. Of shows delusive cursed be the dominion, within whose mocking sphere our sense is bound. Accursed of dreams the treacherous wiles, the cheat of glory, deathless fame. Accursed what each as property beguiles. Wife, child, slave, plough, whatever its name. Accursed be mammon, when with treasure he doth to daring deeds incite, or when to steep the soul in pleasure he spreads the couch of soft delight. Cursed be the grape's balsamic juice. Accursed love's dream, of joys the first. Accursed be hope. Accursed be faith. And more than all, be patience cursed. Chorus op spirits invisible. Woe! Woe! Thou hast destroyed the beautiful world with violent blow. 'Tis shivered. 'Tis shattered. The fragments abroad by a demigod scattered. Now we sweep the wrecks into nothingness. Fondly we weep the beauty that's gone. Thou, 'mongst the sons of earth, lofty and mighty one, build it once more. In thine own bosom the lost world restore. Now with unclouded sense enter a new career. Songs shall salute thine ear, ne'er heard before. Mephistopheles. My little ones these spirits be. Hark! With shrewd intelligence, how they recommend to thee action, and the joys of sense. In the busy world to dwell, fain they would allure thee hence. For within this lonely cell stagnate sap of life and sense. Forbear to trifle longer with thy grief, which, vulture-like, consumes thee in this den. The worst society is some relief. making thee feel thyself a man with men. Nathless, it is not meant, I trow, to thrust thee mid the vulgar throng. I to the upper ranks do not belong. Yet if, by me companioned, thou thy steps through life forthwith wilt take, upon the spot myself I'll make thy comrade, should it suit thy need. I am thy servant, am thy slave indeed. Faust. And how must I thy services repay? Mephistopheles. Thereto thou lengthened respite hast. Faust. No. No. The devil is an egoist I know. And, for heaven's sake, 'tis not his way kindness to any one to show. Let the condition plainly be expressed. Such a domestic is a dangerous guest. Mephistopheles. I'll pledge myself to be thy servant here. Still at thy back alert and prompt to be. But when together yonder we appear, then shalt thou do the same for me. Faust. But small concern I feel for yonder world. Hast thou this system into ruin hurled? Another may arise the void to fill. This earth the fountain whence my pleasures flow. This sun doth daily shine upon my woe. And if this world I must forego, let happen then, what can and will. I to this theme will close mine ears. If men hereafter hate and love. Faust. And if there be in yonder spheres a depth below or height above. Mephistopheles. In this mood thou mayst venture it. But make the compact. I at once will undertake to charm thee with mine arts. I'll give thee more than mortal eye hath e'er beheld before. Faust. What, sorry devil, hast thou to bestow? Was ever mortal spirit, in its high endeavor, fathomed by being such as thou? Yet food thou hast which satisfieth never. Hast ruddy gold, that still doth flow like restless quicksilver away. A game thou hast, at which none win who play. A girl who would, with amorous e'en from my breast, a neighbor snare. Lofty ambition's joy divine, that, meteor-like, dissolves in air. Show me the fruit that, ere 'tis plucked, doth rot. And trees, whose verdure daily buds anew. Mephistopheles. Such a commission scares me not. I can provide such treasures, it is true. But, my good friend, a season will come round, when on what's good we may regale in peace. Faust. If e'er upon my couch, stretched at my ease, I'm found, then may my life that instant cease. Me canst thou cheat with glozing wile, till self-reproach away I cast. Me with joy's lure canst thou beguile. Let that day be for me the last. Be this our wager. Mephistopheles. Settled. Faust. Sure and fast. When to the moment I shall say, linger a while. So fair thou art. Then mayst thou fetter me straightway. Then to the abyss will I depart. Then may the solemn death bell sound. Then from thy service thou art free. The index then may cease its round. And time be never more for me. Mephistopheles. I shall remember, pause, ere 'tis too late. Faust. Thereto a perfect right hast thou. My strength I do not rashly overrate. Slave am I here, at any rate. If thine, or whose, it matters not, I trow. Mephistopheles. At thine inaugural feast I will this day attend, my duties to commence. But one thing. Accidents may happen, hence. A line or two in writing grant, I pray. Faust. A writing, pedant. Dost demand from me? Man, and man's plighted word, are these unknown to thee? Is't not enough, that by the word I gave, my doom for evermore is cast? Doth not the world in all its currents rave? And must a promise hold me fast? Yet fixed is this delusion in our heart. Who, of his own free will, therefrom would part? How blessed within whose breast truth reigneth pure! No sacrifice will he repent when made. A formal deed, with seal and signature. A spectre this from which all shrink afraid. The word its life resigneth in the pen. Leather and wax usurp the mastery then. Spirits of evil! What dost thou require? Brass, marble, parchment, paper, dost desire? Shall I with chisel, pen, or graver write? Thy choice is free, to me 'tis all the same. Mephistopheles! Wherefore thy passion so excite? And thus thine eloquence inflame? A scrap is for our compact good. Thou undersignest merely with a drop of blood. Faust! If this will satisfy thy mind, thy whim I'll gratify, howe'er absurd. Mephistopheles! Blood is a juice of very special kind. Faust! Be not afraid that I shall break my word. The scope of all my energy is in exact accordance with my vow. Vainly I have aspired too high. I'm on a level but with such as thou. Me the Great Spirit scorned, defied. Nature from me herself doth hide. Rent is the web of thought, my mind doth knowledge loathe of every kind. In depths of sensual pleasure drowned, let us our fiery passions still. Enwrapped in magic's veil profound, let wondrous charms our senses thrill. Plunge we in time's tempestuous flow, stem we the rolling surge of chance. There may alternate weal and woe, success and failure, as they can mingle and shift in changeful dance. Excitement is the sphere for man. Mephistopheles! Nor goal, nor measure is prescribed to you. If you desire to taste of everything, to snatch at joy while on the wing, may your career amuse and profit too. Only fall to and don't be over coy. Faust! Hearken! The end I aim at is not joy. I crave excitement, agonizing bliss. Enamored hatred, quickening vexation. Purged from the love of knowledge, my vocation. The scope of all my powers henceforth be this: to bare my breast to every pang, to know in my heart's core all human weal and woe. To grasp in thought the lofty and the deep, men's various fortunes on my breast to heap. And thus to theirs dilate my individual mind, and share at length with them the shipwreck of mankind. Mephistopheles! Oh, credit me, who still as ages roll, have chewed this bitter fare from year to year. No mortal, from the cradle to the bier, digests the ancient leaven. No, this whole doth for the deity alone subsist. He in eternal brightness doth exist. Us unto darkness he hath brought, and here, where day and night alternate, is your sphere. Faust! But 'tis my will. Mephistopheles! Well spoken, I admit. But one thing puzzles me, my friend. Time's short, art long, methinks 'twere fit that you to friendly counsel should attend. A poet choose as your ally. Let him thought's wide dominion sweep, each good and noble quality upon your honored brow to heap. The lion's magnanimity, the fleetness of the hind, the fiery blood of Italy, the northern steadfast mind. Let him to you the mystery show, to blend high aims and cunning low. And while youth's passions are aflame, to fall in love by rule and plan. I fain would meet with such a man, would him Sir Microcosmus name. Faust! What then am I, if I aspire in vain the crown of our humanity to gain, towards which my every sense doth strain? Mephistopheles! Thou art after all just what thou art. Put on thy head a wig with countless locks, and to a cubit's height upraise thy socks. Still thou remainest ever, what thou art. Faust! I feel it, I have heaped upon my brain the gathered treasure of man's thought in vain. And when at length from studious toil I rest, no power, newborn, springs up within my breast. A hair's breadth is not added to my height. I am no nearer to the infinite. Mephistopheles. Good sir, these things you view indeed, just as by other men they're viewed. We must more cleverly proceed, before life's joys our grasp elude. The devil. Thou hast hands and feet, and head and heart are also thine. What I enjoy with relish sweet, is it on that account less mine? If for 6 stallions I can pay, do I not own their strength and speed? A proper man I dash away, as their 24 legs were mine indeed. Up then, from idle pondering free, and forth into the world with me. I tell you what, your speculative churl is like a beast which some ill spirit leads on barren wilderness, in ceaseless whirl, while all around lie fair and verdant meads. Faust. But how shall we begin? Mephistopheles. We will go hence with speed. A place of torment this indeed. A precious life, thyself to bore, and some few youngsters evermore. Leave that to neighbor Paunch. Withdraw. Why wilt thou plague thyself with thrashing straw? The very best that thou dost know, thou darest not to the striplings show. One in the passage now doth wait. Faust. I'm in no mood to see him now. Mephistopheles. Poor lad. He must be tired, I trow. He must not go disconsolate. Hand me thy cap and gown, the mask is for my purpose quite first rate. He changes his dress. Now leave it to my wit. I ask but quarter of an hour. Meanwhile equip, and make all ready for our pleasant trip. Exit Faust. Mephistopheles in Faust's long gown. Mortal. The loftiest attributes of men, reason and knowledge, only thus contemn. Still let the prince of lies, without control, with shows, and mocking charms delude thy soul. I have thee unconditionally then. Fate hath endowed him with an ardent mind, which unrestrained still presses on for ever, and whose precipitate endeavor earth's joys o'erleaping, leaveth them behind. Him will I drag through life's wild waste, through scenes of vapid dullness, where at last, bewildered, he shall falter, and stick fast. And, still to mock his greedy haste, viands and drink shall float his craving lips beyond. Vainly he'll seek refreshment, anguish-tossed. And were he not the devil's by his bond, yet must his soul infallibly be lost. A student enters. Student. But recently I've quitted home. Full of devotion am I come. A man to know and hear, whose name with reverence is known to fame. Mephistopheles. Your courtesy much flatters me. A man like other men you see. Pray have you yet applied elsewhere? Student. I would entreat your friendly care. I've youthful blood and courage high. Of gold I bring a fair supply. To let me go my mother was not fain. But here I long true knowledge to attain. Mephistopheles. You've hit upon the very place. Student. And yet my steps I would retrace. These walls, this melancholy room, o'erpower me with a sense of gloom. The space is narrow, nothing green. No friendly tree is to be seen. And in these halls, with benches filled, distraught, sight, hearing fail me, and the power of thought. Mephistopheles. It all depends on habit. Thus at first, the infant takes not kindly to the breast. But before long, its eager thirst is fain to slake with hearty zest. Thus at the breasts of wisdom day by day, with keener relish you'll your thirst allay. Student. Upon her neck I fain would hang with joy. To reach it, say, what means must I employ? Mephistopheles. Explain, ere further time we lose. What special faculty you choose? Student. Profoundly learned I would grow. What heaven contains would comprehend. O'er earth's wide realm my gaze extend. Nature and science I desire to know. Mephistopheles. You are upon the proper track, I find. Take heed, let nothing dissipate your mind. Student. My heart and soul are in the chase. Though to be sure I fain would seize. On pleasant summer holidays. A little liberty and careless ease. Mephistopheles. Use well your time, so rapidly it flies. Method will teach you time to win. Hence, my young friend, I would advise. With college logic to begin. Then will your mind be so well braced. In Spanish boots so tightly laced. That on 'twill circumspectly creep. Thought's beaten track securely keep. Nor will it, ignis fatuus like. Into the path of error strike. Then many a day they'll teach you how. The mind's spontaneous acts, till now. As eating and as drinking free. Require a process, 1, 2, 3. In truth the subtle web of thought. Is like the weaver's fabric wrought. One treadle moves 1,000 lines. Swift dart the shuttles to and fro. Unseen the threads together flow. 1,000 knots one stroke combines. Then forward steps your sage to show. And prove to you, it must be so. The first being so, and so the second. The third and fourth deduct we see. And if there were no first and second. Nor third nor fourth would ever be. This, scholars of all countries prize. Yet, 'mong themselves no weavers rise. He who would know and treat of aught alive. Seeks first the living spirit thence to drive. Then are the lifeless fragments in his hand. There only fails, alas the spirit band. This process, chemists name, in learned thesis. Mocking themselves, nature and cheresis. Student. Your words I cannot fully comprehend. Mephistopheles. In a short time you will improve, my friend. When of scholastic forms you learn the use. And how by method all things to reduce. Student. So doth all this my brain confound. As if a mill wheel there were turning round. Mephistopheles. And next, before aught else you learn. You must with zeal to metaphysics turn. There see that you profoundly comprehend. What doth the limit of man's brain transcend? For that which is or is not in the head. A sounding phrase will serve you in good stead. But before all strive this half year. From one fixed order ne'er to swerve. 5 lectures daily you must hear. The hour still punctually observe. Yourself with studious zeal prepare. And closely in your manual look. Hereby may you be quite aware. That all he utters standeth in the book. Yet right away without cessation. As at the Holy Ghost's dictation. Student. This, sir, a second time you need not say. Your counsel I appreciate quite. What we possess in black and white. We can in peace and comfort bear away. Mephistopheles. A faculty I pray you name. Student. For jurisprudence, some distaste I own. Mephistopheles. To me this branch of science is well known. And hence I cannot your repugnance blame. Customs and laws in every place. Like a disease, an heirloom dread. Still trail their curse from race to race. And furtively abroad they spread. To nonsense, reason's self they turn. Beneficence becomes a pest. Woe unto thee, that thou art a grandson born. As for the law born with us, unexpressed. That law, alas, none careth to discern. Student. You deepen my dislike. The youth whom you instruct, is blessed in sooth. To try theology I feel inclined. Mephistopheles. I would not lead you willingly astray. But as regards this science, you will find so hard it is to shun the erring way. And so much hidden poison lies therein, which scarce can you discern from medicine. Here too it is the best, to listen but to one. And by the Master's words to swear alone. To sum up all to words hold fast. Then the safe gate securely passed. You'll reach the lane of certainty at last. Student. But then some meaning must the words convey. Mephistopheles. Right. But o'er anxious thought, you'll find of no avail. For there precisely where ideas fail, a word comes opportunely into play. Most admirable weapons words are found. On words a system we securely ground. In words we can conveniently believe. Nor of a single jot can we a word bereave. Student. Your pardon for my importunity. Yet once more must I trouble you. On medicine, I'll thank you to supply a pregnant utterance or 2. 3 years. How brief the appointed tide. The field, heaven knows, is all too wide. If but a friendly hint be thrown, 'tis easier then to feel one's way. Mephistopheles aside. I'm weary of the dry pedantic tone. And must again the genuine devil play. Aloud. Of medicine the spirit's caught with ease. The great and little world you study through. That things may then their course pursue. As heaven may please. In vain abroad you range through science ample space. Each man learns only that which learn he can. Who knows the moment to embrace? He is your proper man. In person you are tolerably made. Nor in assurance will you be deficient. Self-confidence acquire, be not afraid. Others will then esteem you a proficient. Learn chiefly with the sex to deal. Their thousands ahs and os. These the sage doctor knows. He only from one point can heal. Assume a decent tone of courteous ease. You have them then to humor as you please. First a diploma must belief infuse. That you in your profession take the lead. You then at once those easy freedoms use. For which another many a year must plead. Learn how to feel with nice address the dainty wrist. And how to press with ardent furtive glance the slender waist. To feel how tightly it is laced. Student. There is some sense in that. One sees the how and why. Mephistopheles. Gray is, young friend, all theory. And green of life the golden tree. Student. I swear it seemeth like a dream to me. May I some future time repeat my visit, to hear on what your wisdom grounds your views? Mephistopheles. Command my humble service when you choose. Student. Ere I retire, one boon I must solicit. Here is my album, do not, sir, deny this token of your favor. Mephistopheles. Willingly. He writes and returns the book. Student reads. Eritis sicut Deus, sciens bonum et malum. He reverently closes the book and retires. Mephistopheles. Let but this ancient proverb be your rule. My cousin follow still, the wily snake. And with your likeness to the gods, poor fool. Ere long be sure your poor sick heart will quake. Faust enters. Whither away? Mephistopheles. 'Tis thine our course to steer. The little world, and then the great will view. With what delight, what profit too? Thou'lt revel through thy gay career. Faust. Despite my length of beard I need the easy manners that ensure success. Attempt I fear can ne'er succeed. To mingle in the world I want address. I still have an embarrassed air, and then I feel myself so small with other men. Mephistopheles. Time, my good friend, will all that's needful give. Be only self-possessed, and thou hast learned to live. Faust. But how are we to start, I pray? Steeds, servants, carriage, where are they? Mephistopheles. We've but to spread this mantle wide. 'Twill serve whereon through air to ride. No heavy baggage need you take. When we our bold excursion make. A little gas, which I will soon prepare, lifts us from earth, aloft through air. Light laden, we shall swiftly steer. I wish you joy of your new life career. Auerbach cellar in Leipzig. A drinking party. Frosh. No drinking. Not a laugh to raise. None of your gloomy looks, I pray. You, who so bright were wont to blaze, are dull as wetted straw today. Brander. 'Tis all your fault. Your part you do not bear. No beastliness, no folly. Frosh. Pours a glass of wine over his head. There. You have them both. Brander. You double beast. Frosh. 'Tis what you asked me for, at least. Sibyl. Whoever quarrels, turn him out. With open throat drink, roar, and shout. Hollow. Hollow. Ho. Altmawer. Zounds, fellow, cease your deafening cheers. Bring cotton wool. He splits my ears. Sibyl. 'Tis when the roof rings back the tone. Then first the full power of the bass is known. Frosh. Right. Out with him who takes offense. A. Terralarida. Altmawer. A. Terralarida. Frosh. Our throats are tuned. Come, let's commence. Sings. The Holy Roman Empire now. How holds it still together? Brander. An ugly song. A song political. A song offensive. Thank God, every morn. To rule the Roman Empire, that you were not born. I bless my stars at least that mine is not either a Kaiser's or a Chancellor's lot. Yet, 'mong ourselves should one still lord it o'er the rest. That we elect a Pope I now suggest. Ye know, what quality ensures a man's success, his rise secures. Faust sings. Bear, Lady Nightingale above. 10,000 greetings to my love. Cecil. No greetings to a sweetheart. No love song shall there be. Frosh. Love greetings and love kisses. Thou shalt not hinder me. Sings. Undo the bolt. In silly night. Undo the bolt. The lover wakes. Shut to the bolt. When morning breaks. Sibyl. I, sing, sing on, praise her with all thy might. My turn to laugh will come some day. Me hath she jilted once, you the same trick she'll play. Some gnome her lover be. Where crossroads meet. With her to play the fool. Or old he-goat. From Blocksberg coming in swift gallop, bleat. A good night to her, from his hairy throat. A proper lad of genuine flesh and blood. Is for the damsel far too good. The greeting she shall have from me. To smash her window panes will be. Brander striking on the table. Silence. Attend. To me give ear. Confess, sirs, I know how to live. Some love-sick folk are sitting here. Hence, 'tis but fit, their hearts to cheer. That I a good night strain to them should give. Hark! Of the newest fashion is my song. Strike boldly in the chorus, clear and strong. He sings. Once in a cellar lived a rat. He feasted there on butter. Until his paunch became as fat as that of Dr. Luther. The cook laid poison for the guest. Then was his heart with pangs oppressed, as if his frame love wasted. Chorus shouting. As if his frame love wasted. Brander. He ran around, he ran abroad. Of every puddle drinking. The house with rage he scratched and gnawed. In vain he fast was sinking. Full many an anguished bound he gave. Nothing the hapless brute could save. As if his frame love wasted. Chorus. As if his frame love wasted. Brander. By torture driven, in open day. The kitchen he invaded. Convulsed upon the hearth he lay. With anguish sorely jaded. The poisoner laughed, ha! Ha! Quoth she. His life is ebbing fast, I see. As if his frame love wasted. Chorus. As if his frame love wasted. Sibyl. How the dull boors exulting shout. Poison for the poor rats to strew. A fine exploit it is no doubt. Brander. They, as it seems, stand well with you. Altmer. Old bald pate. With the paunch profound. The rat's mishap hath tamed his nature. For he his counterpart bath found. Depicted in the swollen creature. Faust and Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles. I now must introduce to you. Before aught else, this jovial crew. To show how lightly life may glide away. With the folk here each day's a holiday. With little wit and much content. Each on his own small round intent. Like sportive kitten with its tail. While no sick headache they bewail. And while their host will credit give. Joyous and free from care they live. Brander. They're off a journey, that is clear. From their strange manners, they have scarce been here. An hour. Frosh. You're right. Leipzig's the place for me. 'Tis quite a little Paris, people there. Acquire a certain easy finished air. Sibyl. What take you now these travellers to be? Frosh. Let me alone. O'er a full glass you'll see. As easily I'll worm their secret out. As draw an infant's tooth. I've not a doubt. That my two gentlemen are nobly born. They look dissatisfied and full of scorn. Brander. They are but mountebanks, I'll lay a bet. Altmer. Most like. Frosh. Mark me, I'll screw it from them yet. Mephistopheles to Faust. These fellows would not scent the devil out. E'en though he had them by the very throat. Faust. Sibyl. Thanks for your fair salute. Aside, glancing at Mephistopheles. How? Goes the fellow on a halting foot? Mephistopheles. Is it permitted here with you to sit? Then though good wine is not forthcoming here. Good company at least our hearts will cheer. Altmer. A dainty gentleman, no doubt of it. Frosh. You're doubtless recently from Rippock. Pray. Did you with Master Hans there chance to sup? Mephistopheles. Today we passed him, but we did not stop. When last we met him he had much to say. Touching his cousins, and to each he sent. Full many a greeting and kind compliment. With an inclination towards Frosch. Altmer aside to Frosh. You have it there. Sibyl. Faith. He's a knowing one. Frosh. Have patience. I will show him up anon. Mephistopheles. We heard erewhile, unless I'm wrong. Voices well trained in chorus pealing. Certes, most choicely here must song re-echo from this vaulted ceiling. Frosh. That you're an amateur one plainly sees. Mephistopheles. Oh no, though strong the love, I cannot boast much skill. Altmer. Give us a song. Mephistopheles. As many as you will. Sibyl. But be it a brand new one, if you please. Mephistopheles. But recently returned from Spain are we. The pleasant land of wine and minstrelsy. Sings. A king there was once reigning. Who had a goodly flea. Frosh. Hark. Did you rightly catch the words? A flea. An odd sort of a guest he needs must be. Mephistopheles sings. A king there was once reigning. Who had a goodly flea. Him loved he without feigning. As his own son were he. His tailor then he summoned. The tailor to him goes. Now measure me the youngster. For jerkin and for hose. Brander. Take proper heed, the tailor strictly charge. The nicest measurement to take. And as he loves his head, to make. The hose quite smooth and not too large. Mephistopheles. In satin and in velvet. Behold the yonker dressed. Bedizened o'er with ribbons. A cross upon his breast. Prime Minister they made him. He wore a star of state. And all his poor relations were courtiers, rich and great. The gentlemen and ladies at court were sore distressed. The queen and all her maidens were bitten by the pest. And yet they dared not scratch them, or chase the fleas away. If we are bit, we catch them, and crack without delay. Chorus shouting. If we are bit, and frosh. Bravo. That's the song for me. Sibyl. Such be the fate of every flea. Brander. With clever finger catch and kill. Altmawer. Hurrah for wine and freedom still. Mephistopheles. Were but your wine a trifle better, friend. A glass to freedom I would gladly drain. Sibyl. You'd better not repeat those words again, T. Mephistopheles. I am afraid the landlord to offend. Else freely I would treat each worthy guest. From our own cellar to the very best. Sibyl. Out with it then. Your doings I'll defend. Frosh. Give a good glass, and straight will praise you, one and all. Only let not your samples be too small. For if my judgment you desire, certes, an ample mouthful I require. Altmawer aside. I guess they're from the Rhenish land. Mephistopheles. Fetch me a gimlet here. Brander. Say, what therewith to bore? You cannot have the wine casks at the door. Altmawer. Our landlord's tool basket behind doth yonder stand. Mephistopheles takes the gimlet. To Frosch. Now only say. What liquor will you take? Frosh. How mean you that? Have you of every sort? Mephistopheles. Each may his own selection make. Altmawer to Frosh. Ha. Ha. You lick your lips already at the thought. Frosh. Good, if I have my choice, the Rhenish I propose. For still the fairest gifts the fatherland bestows. Mephistopheles. Boring a hole in the edge of the table opposite to where Frosh is sitting. Give me a little wax and make some stoppers quick. Altmawer. Why, this is nothing but a juggler's trick. Mephistopheles to Brander. And you? Brander. Champagne's the wine for me. Right brisk, and sparkling let it be. Mephistopheles bores, one of the party has in the meantime prepared the wax stoppers and stopped the holes. Brander. What foreign is one always can't decline. What's good is often scattered far apart. The French your genuine German hates with all his heart. Yet has a relish for their wine. Sibyl. As Mephistopheles approaches him. I like not acid wine, I must allow. Give me a glass of genuine sweet. Mephistopheles bored. Tokay. Shall, if you wish it, flow without delay. Altmaur. Come. Look me in the face. No fooling now. You are but making fun of us, I trow. Mephistopheles. Ah. Ah. That would indeed be making free. With such distinguished guests. Come, no delay. What liquor can I serve you with, I pray? Altmaur. Only be quick, it matters not to me. After the holes are bored and stopped. Mephistopheles with strange gestures. Grapes the vine-stock bears. Horns the buck-goat wears. Wine is sap, the vine is wood. The wooden board yields wine as good. With a deeper glance and true. The mysteries of nature view. Have faith and here's a miracle. Your stoppers draw and drink your fill. All. As they draw the stoppers and the wine chosen by each runs into his glass. O beauteous spring, which flows so far. Mephistopheles. Spill not a single drop, of this beware. They drink repeatedly. All sing. Happy as cannibals are we. Or as 500 swine. Mephistopheles. They're in their glory, mark their elevation. Faust. Let's hence, nor here our stay prolong. Mephistopheles. Attend, of brutishness ere long. You'll see a glorious revelation. Sibyl. Drinks carelessly, the wine is spilt upon the ground, and turns to flame. Help. Fire. Help. Hell is burning. Mephistopheles. Addressing the flames. Stop. Kind element, be still, I say. To the company. Sibyl. What means the knave? For this you'll dearly pay. Us, it appears, you do not know. Frosh. Such tricks a second time he'd better show. Altmaur. Methinks 'twere well we packed him quietly away. Sibyl. What, sir? With us your hocus-pocus play. Mephistopheles. Silence, old wine cask. Sibyl. How? Add insult, too. Vile broomstick. Brander. Hold, or blows shall rain on you. Altmaur. Draws a stopper out of the table, fire springs out against him. I burn. I burn. Sibyl. 'Tis sorcery, I vow. Strike home. The fellow is fair game, I trow. They draw their knives and attack Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles with solemn gestures. Visionary scenes appear. Words delusive cheat the ear. Be ye there, and be ye here. They stand amazed and gaze at each other. Altmaur. Where am I? What a beauteous land. Frosh. Vineyards. Unless my sight deceives. Sibyl. And clustering grapes too, close at hand. Brander. And underneath the spreading leaves. What stems there be? What grapes I see. He senses Sibyl by the nose. The others reciprocally do the same, and raise their knives. Mephistopheles as above. Delusion, from their eyes the bandage take. Note how the devil loves a jest to break. He disappears with Faust, the fellows draw back from one another. Sibyl. What was it? Altmaur. How? Frosh. Was that your nose? Brander to Sibyl. And look, my hand doth thine enclose. Altmaur. I felt a shock, it went through every limb. A chair. I'm fainting. All things swim. Frosh. Say what has happened, what's it all about? Sibyl. Where is the fellow? could I send him out. His body from his soul I'd soon divide. Altmawr. With my own eyes, upon a cask astride. Forth through the cellar door I saw him ride. Heavy as lead my feet are growing. Turning to the table. I wonder is the wine still flowing? Sibyl. 'Twas all delusion, cheat and lie. Frosh. 'Twas wine I drank, most certainly. Brander. But with the grapes how was it, pray? Altmawr. That none may miracles believe, who now will say. Witch's kitchen. A large cauldron hangs over the fire on a low hearth, various figures appear in the vapor rising from it. A female monkey sits beside the cauldron to skim it, and watch that it does not boil over. The male monkey with the young ones is seated near, warming himself. The walls and ceiling are adorned with the strangest articles of witch furniture. Faust, Mephistopheles. Faust. This senseless, juggling witchcraft I detest. Dost promise that in this foul nest of madness, I shall be restored? Must I seek counsel from an ancient dame? And can she, by these rites abhorred, take 30 winters from my frame? Woe's me, if thou not better canst suggest. Hope has already fled my breast. Has neither nature nor a noble mind a balsam yet devised of any kind? Mephistopheles. My friend, you now speak sensibly. In truth, nature a method giveth to renew thy youth. But in another book the lesson's writ. It forms a curious chapter, I admit. Faust. I fain would know it. Mephistopheles. Good. A remedy. Without physician, gold, or sorcery. Away forthwith, and to the fields repair. Begin to delve, to cultivate the ground. Thy senses and thyself confine. Within the very narrowest round. Support thyself upon the simplest fare. Live like a very brute the brutes among. Neither esteem it robbery. The acre thou dost reap, thyself to dung. This is the best method, credit me. Again at 80 to grow hale and young. Faust. I am not used to it, nor can myself degrade. So far, as in my hand to take the spade. This narrow life would suit me not at all. Mephistopheles. Then we the witch must summon after all. Faust. Will none but this old beldame do? Canst not thyself the potion brew? Mephistopheles. A pretty play our leisure to beguile. 1,000 bridges I could build meanwhile. Not science only in consummate art. Patience must also bear her part. A quiet spirit worketh whole years long. Time only makes the subtle ferment strong. And all things that belong thereto are wondrous and exceeding rare. The devil taught her, it is true. But yet the draught the devil can't prepare. Perceiving the beasts. Look yonder, what a dainty pair. Here is the maid. The knave is there. To the beasts. It seems your dame is not at home. The monkeys. Gone to carouse. Out of the house. Through the chimney and away. Mephistopheles. How long is it her wont to roam? The monkeys. While we can warm our paws she'll stay. Mephistopheles to Faust. What think you of the charming creature? Faust. I loathe alike their form and features. Mephistopheles. Nay, such discourse, be it confessed, is just the thing that pleases me the best. To the monkeys. Tell me, ye whelps, accursed crew. What stir ye in the broth about? Monkeys. Coarse beggars' gruel here we stew. Mephistopheles. Of customers you'll have a rout. The H monkey. Approaching and fawning on Mephistopheles. Quick. Quick. Throw the dice. Make me rich in a trice. Oh, give me the prize. Alas, for myself! Had I plenty of pelf, I then should be wise. Mephistopheles. How blessed the ape would think himself, if he could only put into the lottery. In the meantime the young monkeys have been playing with a large globe, which they roll forwards. The H monkey. The world behold. Unceasingly rolled. It riseth and falleth ever. It ringeth like glass. How brittle, alas! 'Tis hollow, and resteth never. How bright the sphere! Still brighter here. Now living am I. Dear son, beware. Nor venture there. Thou too must die. It is of clay. 'Twill crumble away. There fragments lie. Mephistopheles. Of what use is the sieve? The H monkey taking it doesn't. The sieve would show. If thou wert a thief or no. He runs to the SH monkey, and makes her look through it. Look through the sieve. Dost know him the thief? And darest thou not call him so? Mephistopheles approaching the fire. And then this pot. The monkeys. The half-witted sot. He knows not the pot. He knows not the kettle. Mephistopheles. Unmannerly beast. Be civil at least. The H monkey. Take the whisk and sit down in the settle. He makes Mephistopheles sit down. Faust. Who all this time has been standing before a looking-glass. Now approaching, and now retiring from it. What do I see? What form, whose charms transcend the loveliness of earth, is mirrored here? O love, to waft me to her sphere. To me the swiftest of thy pinions lend. Alas! If I remain not rooted to this place. If to approach more near I'm fondly led. Her image fades, in veiling mist obscured. Model of beauty both in form and face. Is't possible? Hath woman charms so rare? In this recumbent form, supremely fair. The essence must I see of heavenly grace. Cannot so exquisite on earth be found. Mephistopheles. The 6 days' labor of a god, my friend. Who doth himself cry bravo, at the end. By something clever doubtless should be crowned. For this time gaze your fill, and when you please. Just such a prize for you I can provide. How blessed is he to whom kind fate decrees to take her to his home, a lovely bride. Faust continues to gaze into the mirror. Mephistopheles. Stretching himself on the settle and playing with the whisk. Continues to speak. Here sit I, like a king upon his throne. My scepter this, the crown I want alone. The monkeys, who have hitherto been making all sorts of strange gestures, bring Mephistopheles a crown, with loud cries. Oh, be so good. With sweat and with blood. The crown to lime. They handle the crown awkwardly and break it in two pieces, with which they skip about. 'Twas fate's decree. We speak and see. We hear and rhyme. Faust before the mirror. Woe's me! Well nigh distraught I feel. Mephistopheles. Pointing to the beasts. And even my own head almost begins to reel. The monkeys. If good luck attend. If fitly things blend. Our jargon with thought. And with reason is fraught. Faust as above. A flame is kindled in my breast. Let us begone. Nor linger here. Mephistopheles. In the same position. It now at least must be confessed that poets sometimes are sincere. The cauldron begins to boil over, a great flame arises, which streams up the chimney. The witch comes down the chimney with horrible cries. The witch. Oof. 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 Accursed brute. Accursed SOW. The cauldron dost neglect, for shame. Accursed brute to scorch the dame. Perceiving Faust and Mephistopheles. Whom have we here? Who's sneaking here? Whence are ye come? With what desire? The plague of fire. Your bones consume. She dips the skimming ladle into the cauldron and throws flames at Faust, Mephistopheles, and the monkeys. The monkeys whimper. Mephistopheles, twirling the whisk which he holds in his hand, and striking among the glasses and pots. Dash! Smash! There lies the glass. There lies the slime. 'Tis but a jest. I but keep time. Thou hellish pest! To thine own chime. While the witch steps back in rage and astonishment. Dost know me? Skeleton. Vile scarecrow, thou. Thy lord and master dost thou know? What holds me, that I deal not now? Thee and thine apes a stunning blow? No more respect to my red vest dost pay? Does my cock's feather no allegiance claim? Have I my visage masked today? Must I be forced myself to name the witch? Master, forgive this rude salute. But I perceive no cloven foot. And your two ravens, where are they? Mephistopheles. This once I must admit your plea. For truly I must own that we each other have not seen for many a day. The culture, too, that shapes the world, at last hath e'en the devil in its sphere embraced. The northern phantom from the scene hath passed. Tail, talons, horns, are nowhere to be traced. As for the foot, with which I can't dispense, 'twould injure me in company, and hence, like many a youthful cavalier, false calves I now have worn for many a year. The witch dancing. I am beside myself with joy, to see once more the gallant Satan here. Mephistopheles. Woman, no more that name employ. The witch. But why? What mischief hath it done? Mephistopheles. To fable books it now doth appertain. But people from the change have nothing won. Rid of the evil one, the evil ones remain. Lord Baron call thou me, so is the matter good. Of other cavaliers the mien I wear. Dost make no question of my gentle blood. See here, this is the scutcheon that I bear. He makes an unseemly gesture. The witch. Laughing immoderately. Ha! Ha, just like yourself. You are, I ween, the same mad wag that you have ever been. Mephistopheles to Faust. My friend, learn this to understand, I pray. To deal with witches this is still the way. The witch. Now tell me, gentlemen, what you desire. Mephistopheles. Of your known juice a goblet we require. But for the very oldest let me ask. Double its strength with years doth grow. The witch. Most willingly. And here I have a flask, from which I've sipped myself ere now. What's more, it doth no longer stink. To you a glass I joyfully will give. Aside. If unprepared, however, this man drink. He hath not, as you know, an hour to live. Mephistopheles. He's my good friend, with whom 'twill prosper well. I grudge him not the choicest of thy store. Now draw thy circle, speak thy spell. And straight a bumper for him pour. The witch, with extraordinary gestures, describes a circle, and places strange things within it. The glasses meanwhile begin to ring, the cauldron to sound, and to make music. Lastly, she brings a great book, places the monkeys in the circle to serve her as a desk, and to hold the torches. She beckons Faust to approach. Faust to Mephistopheles. Tell me, to what doth all this tend? Where will these frantic gestures end? This loathsome cheat, this senseless stuff, I've known and hated long enough. Mephistopheles. Mere mummery, a laugh to raise. Pray don't be so fastidious. She. But as a leech, her hocus-pocus plays. That well with you her potion may agree. He compels Faust to enter the circle. The witch, with great emphasis, begins to declaim the book. This must thou ken. Of 1 make 10. Pass 2, and then make square the 3. So rich thou'lt be. Drop out the 4. From 5 and 6. Thus says the witch. Make 7 and 8. So all is straight. And 9 is 1. And 10 is none. This is the witch's one-time one. Faust. The hag doth as in fever rave. Mephistopheles. To these will follow many a stave. I know it well, so rings the book throughout. Much time I've lost in puzzling o'er its pages. For downright paradox, no doubt. A mystery remains alike to fools and sages. Ancient the art and modern too, my friend. 'Tis still the fashion as it used to be. Error instead of truth abroad to send. By means of 3 and 1, and 1 and 3. 'Tis ever taught and babbled in the schools. Who take the trouble to dispute with fools? When words men hear, in sooth, they usually believe. That there must needs therein be something to conceive. The witch continues. The lofty power of wisdom's dower. From all the world concealed. Who thinketh not? To him I wot. Unsought it is revealed. Faust. What nonsense doth the hag propound? My brain it doth well nigh confound. 100,000 fools or more. Methinks I hear in chorus roar. Mephistopheles. Incomparable Sibyl, cease, I pray. Hand us thy liquor without more delay. And to the very brim the goblet crown. My friend he is, and need not be afraid. Besides, he is a man of many a grade. Who bath drunk deep already. The witch, with many ceremonies, pours the liquor into a cup. As Faust lifts it to his mouth, a light flame arises. Mephistopheles. Gulp it down. No hesitation. It will prove a cordial, and your heart inspire. What? With the devil hand and glove. And yet shrink back afraid of fire. The witch dissolves the circle. Faust steps out. Mephistopheles. Now forth at once. Thou darest not rest. Witch. And much, sir, may the liquor profit you. Mephistopheles to the witch. And if to pleasure thee I aught can do. Pray on Walpurgis mention thy request. Witch. Here is a song, sung o'er, sometimes you'll see. That 'twill a singular effect produce. Mephistopheles to Faust. Come, quick, and let thyself be led by me. Thou must perspire, in order that the juice thy frame may penetrate through every part. Then noble idleness I thee will teach to prize. And soon with ecstasy thou'lt recognize how Cupid stirs and gambols in thy heart. Faust. Let me but gaze one moment in the glass. Too lovely was that female form. Mephistopheles. Nay. Nay. A model which all women shall surpass. In flesh and blood ere long thou shalt survey. As works the draught, thou presently shalt greet. A Helen in each woman thou dost meet. A street. Faust. Margaret passing by. Faust. Fair lady, may I thus make free to offer you my arm and company? Margaret. I am no lady, am not fair. Can without escort home repair. She disengages herself and exit. Faust. By heaven! This girl is fair indeed. No form like hers can I recall. Virtue she hath, and modest heed. Is piquant too, and sharp withal. Her cheeks soft light, her rosy lips. No length of time will e'er eclipse her downward glance in passing by. Deep in my heart is stamped for aye. How curt and sharp her answer too. To ecstasy the feeling grew. Mephistopheles enters. Faust. This girl must win for me. Dost hear? Mephistopheles. Which? Faust. She who but now passed. Mephistopheles. She from confession coineth here. From every sin absolved and free. I crept near the confessor's chair. All innocence her virgin soul. For next to nothing went she there. O'er such as she I've no control. Faust. She's past 14. Mephistopheles. You really talk. Like any gay Lothario. Who every floweret from its stalk would pluck, and deems nor grace, nor truth secure against his arts, forsooth. This ne'er the less won't always do. Faust. Sir Moralizer, prithee, pause. Nor plague me with your tiresome laws. To cut the matter short, my friend. She must this very night be mine. And if to help me you decline, midnight shall see our compact end. Mephistopheles. What may occur just bear in mind. A fortnight's space, at least, I need. A fit occasion but to find. Faust. With but 7 hours I could succeed. Nor should I want the devil's wile. So young a creature to beguile. Mephistopheles. Like any Frenchman now you speak. But do not fret, I pray, why seek to hurry to enjoyment straight? The pleasure is not half so great as when at first around, above, with all the fooleries of love, the puppet you can knead and mold, as in Italian story oft is told. Faust. No such incentives do I need. Mephistopheles. But now, without offense or jest, you cannot quickly, I protest, in winning this sweet child succeed. By storm we cannot take the fort. To stratagem we must resort. Faust. Conduct me to her place of rest. Some token of the angel bring. A kerchief from her snowy breast. A garter bring me, anything. Mephistopheles. That I my anxious zeal may prove your pangs to soothe and aid your love. A single moment will we not delay. We'll lead you to her room this very day. Faust. And shall I see her, have her? Mephistopheles. No. She to a neighbor's house will go. But in her atmosphere alone. The tedious hours meanwhile you may employ in blissful dreams of future joy. Faust. Can we go now? Mephistopheles. 'Tis yet too soon. Faust. Some present for my love procure. Exit. Mephistopheles. Present so soon. 'Tis well. Success is sure. Full many a goodly place I know. And treasures buried long ago. I must a bit o'erlook them now. Exit. Evening. A small and neat room. Margaret. Braiding and binding up her hair. I would give something now to know who yonder gentleman could be. He had a gallant air, I trow. And doubtless was of high degree. That written on his brow was seen. Nor else would lie so bold have been. Exit. Mephistopheles. Come in. Tread softly. Be discreet. Faust after a pause. Begone and leave me, I entreat. Mephistopheles looking round. Not every maiden is so neat. Faust gazing round. Welcome sweet twilight, calm and blessed, that in this hallowed precinct reigns. Fond yearning love, inspire my breast. Feeding on hope sweet do thy blissful pains. What stillness here environs me. Content and order brood around. What fullness in this poverty! In this small cell what bliss profound! He throws himself on the leather armchair beside the bed. Receive me thou, who hast in thine embrace welcomed in joy and grief the ages flown. How oft the children of a bygone race have clustered round this patriarchal throne. Haply she, also, whom I hold so dear, for Christmas gift, with grateful joy possessed, hath with the full round cheek of childhood, here, her grandsire's withered hand devoutly pressed. Maiden, I feel thy spirit haunt the place, breathing of order and abounding grace. As with a mother's voice it prompteth thee, the pure white cover o'er the board to spread, to strew the crisping sand beneath thy tread. Dear hand, so godlike in its ministry, the hut becomes a paradise through thee. And here, he raises the bed curtain. How thrills my pulse with strange delight! Here could I linger hours untold. Thou, Nature, didst in vision bright the embryo angel here unfold. Here lay the child, her bosom warm with life, while steeped in slumber's dew. To perfect grace, her godlike form with pure and hallowed weavings grew. And thou, ah, here what seekest thou? How quails mine inmost being now? What wouldst thou here? What makes thy heart so sore? Unhappy Faust, I know thee now no more. Do I a magic atmosphere inhale? Erewhile, my passion would not brook delay. Now in a pure love dream I melt away. Are we the sport of every passing gale? Should she return and enter now, how wouldst thou rue thy guilty flame? Proud vaunter, thou wouldst hide thy brow, and at her feet sink down with shame. Mephistopheles. Quick! Quick! Below I see her there. Faust. Away! I will return no more. Mephistopheles. Here is a casket, with a store of jewels, which I got elsewhere. Just lay it in the press, make haste. I swear to you, 'twill turn her brain. Therein some trifles I have placed, wherewith another to obtain. But child is child, and play is play. Faust. I know not, shall I? Mephistopheles. Do you ask? Perchance you would retain the treasure. If such your wish, why then, I say, henceforth absolve me from my task, nor longer waste your hours of leisure. I trust you're not by avarice led. I rub my hands, I scratch my head. He places the casket in the press and closes the lock. Now quick! Away! That soon the sweet young creature may the wish and purpose of your heart obey. Yet stand you there, as would you to the lecture room repair, as if before you stood, arrayed in flesh and blood, physics and metaphysics weird and grey. Away! Exeunt. Margaret with a lamp. Here, 'tis so close, so sultry now. She opens the window. Yet out of doors, 'tis not so warm. I feel so strange, I know not how. I wish my mother would come home. Through me there runs a shuddering. I'm but a foolish timid thing. While undressing herself she begins to sing. There was a king in Thule, true even to the grave, to whom his dying mistress a golden beaker gave. At every feast he drained it. Naught was to him so dear. And often as he drained it, gushed from his eyes the tear. When death came, unrepining, his city's o'er he told, all to his heir resigning, except his cup of gold. With many a knightly vassal, at a royal feast sat he, in yon proud ball ancestral, in his castle o'er the sea. Up stood the jovial monarch, and quaffed his last life's glow, then hurled the hallowed goblet into the flood below. He saw it splashing, drinking, and plunging high the sea. His eyes meanwhile were sinking, and never again drank he. She opens the press to put away her clothes, and perceives the casket. How comes this lovely casket here? The press I locked, of that I'm confident. 'Tis very wonderful. What's in it I can't guess. Perhaps 'twas brought by some one in distress, and left in pledge for loan my mother lent. Here by a ribbon hangs a little key. I have a mind to open it and see. Heavens! Only look! What have we here? In all my days ne'er saw I such a sight. Jewels! Which any noble dame might wear, for some high pageant richly dight. This chain how would it look on me? These splendid gems, whose may they be? She puts them on and steps before the glass. Were but the earrings only mine. Thus one has quite another air. What hoots it to be young and fair? It doubtless may be very flew. But then, alas, none cares for you. And praise sounds half like pity too. Gold all doth lure. Gold doth secure all things. Alas, we poor. Promenade. Faust walking thoughtfully up and down. To him. Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles. By all rejected love. By hellish fire I curse. Would I knew aught to make my imprecation worse. Faust. What aileth thee? What chafes thee now so sore? A face like that I never saw before. Mephistopheles. I'd yield me to the devil instantly. Did it not happen that myself am he? Faust. There must be some disorder in thy wit. To rave thus like a madman, is it fit? Mephistopheles. Think. Only think. The gems for Gretchen brought. Them hath a priest now made his own. A glimpse of them the mother caught. And gone with secret fear to groan. The woman's scent is keen enough. Doth ever in the prayer book snuff. Smells every article to ascertain whether the thing is holy or profane. And scented in the jewels rare. That there was not much blessing there. My child, she cries, ill-gotten good. Ensnares the soul, consumes the blood. With them we'll deck Our Lady's shrine. She'll cheer our souls with bread divine. At this poor Gretchen gone to pout. 'Tis a gift horse, at least, she thought. And sure, he godless cannot be. Who brought them here so cleverly? Straight for a priest the mother sent. Who, when he understood the jest, with what he saw was well content. This shows a pious mind. Quoth he. Self-conquest is true victory. The church bath a good stomach, she, with zest, whole countries hath swallowed down. And never yet a surfeit known. The church alone, be it confessed. Daughters, can ill-got wealth digest. Faust. It is a general custom, too. Practiced alike by king and Jew. Mephistopheles. With that, clasp, chain, and ring, he swept. As they were mushrooms, and the casket. Without one word of thanks, he kept. As if of nuts it were a basket. Promised reward in heaven, then forth he hied. And greatly they were edified. Faust. And Gretchen. Mephistopheles. In unquiet mood. Knows neither what she would or should. The trinkets night and day thinks o'er. On him who brought them, dwells still more. Faust. The darling's sorrow grieves me, bring another set without delay. The first, methinks, was no great thing. Mephistopheles. All's to my gentleman child's play. Faust. Plan all things to achieve my end. Engage the attention of her friend. No milk and water devil be. And bring fresh jewels instantly. Mephistopheles. Sir. Most gladly I'll obey. Faust exit. Mephistopheles. Your doting love-sick fool, with ease. Merely his lady love to please. Sun, moon, and stars in sport would puff away. Exit. The neighbor's house. Martha alone. God pardon my dear husband, he doth not in truth act well by me. Forth in the world abroad to roam, and leave me on the straw at home. And yet his will I ne'er did thwart. God knows, I loved him from my heart. She weeps. Perchance he's dead, O wretched state. Had I but a certificate. Margaret comes. Margaret. Dame Martha. Martha. Gretchen. Margaret. Only think. My knees beneath me well nigh sink. Within my press I've found today another case, of ebony. And things magnificent they are. More costly than the first, by far. Martha. You must not name it to your mother. It would to shrift, just like the other. Margaret. Nay, look at them. Now only see. Martha dresses her up. Thou happy creature. Margaret. Woe is me. Them in the street I cannot wear. Or in the church, or anywhere. Martha. Come often over here to me. The gems put on quite privately. And then before the mirror walk an hour or so. Thus we shall have our pleasure too. Then suitable occasions we must seize. As at a feast, to show them by degrees. A chain at first, pearl eardrops then, your mother won't see them, or will coin some tale or other. Margaret. But, who, I wonder, could the caskets bring? I fear there's something wrong about the thing. A knock. Martha peering through the blind. 'Tis a strange gentleman, I see. Come in. Mephistopheles enters. Mephistopheles. I've ventured to intrude today. Ladies, excuse the liberty, I pray. He steps back respectfully before Margaret. After Dame Martha Schwertlein I inquire. Martha. 'Tis I, pray what have you to say to me? Mephistopheles aside to her. I know you now and therefore will retire. At present you've distinguished company. Pardon the freedom, madam, with your leave. I will make free to call again at eve. Martha aloud. Why, child, of all strange notions, he for some grand lady taketh thee. Margaret. I am, in truth, of humble blood. The gentleman is far too good. Nor gems nor trinkets are my own. Mephistopheles. Oh, 'tis not the mere ornaments alone. Her glance and mien far more betray. Rejoiced I am that I may stay. Martha. Your business, sir. I long to know. Mephistopheles. Would I could happier tidings show. I trust mine errand you'll not let me rue. Your husband's dead, and greeteth you. Martha. Is dead? True heart. O misery. My husband dead. Oh, I shall die. Margaret. Alas. Good Martha. Don't despair. Mephistopheles. Now listen to the sad affair. Margaret. I for this cause should fear to love. The loss my certain death would prove. Mephistopheles. Joy still must sorrow, sorrow joy attend. Martha. Proceed, and tell the story of his end. Mephistopheles. At Padua, in St. Anthony's. In holy ground his body lies. Quiet and cool his place of rest. With pious ceremonials blessed. Martha. And had you not besides to bring? Mephistopheles. Oh yes. One grave and solemn prayer. Let them for him 300 masses sing. But in my pockets, I have nothing there. Martha. no trinket, no love token did he send. What every journeyman safe in his pouch will hoard. Therefore remembrance fondly stored. And rather hungers, rather begs than spend. Mephistopheles. Madam, in truth, it grieves me sore. But he his gold not lavishly bath spent. His failings too he deeply did repent. Ay. And his evil plight bewailed still more. Margaret. Alas! That men should thus be doomed to woe. I for his soul will many a requiem pray. Mephistopheles. A husband you deserve this very day. A child so worthy to be loved. Margaret. Ah no. That time bath not yet come for me. Mephistopheles. If not a spouse, a gallant let it be. Among heaven's choicest gifts, I place. So sweet a darling to embrace. Margaret. Mephistopheles. Usage or not, it happens so. Martha. Go on, I pray. Mephistopheles. I stood by his bedside. Something less foul it was than dung. 'Twas straw half rotten, yet, he as a Christian died. And sorely hath remorse his conscience wrung. Wretch that I was, quoth he, with parting breath. So to forsake my business and my wife. Ah! The remembrance is my death. Could I but have her pardon in this life. Martha weeping. Dear soul! I've long forgiven him, indeed. Mephistopheles. Though she, God knows, was more to blame than I. Martha. He lied. What, on the brink of death to lie? Mephistopheles. If I am skilled the countenance to read. He doubtless fabled as he parted hence. No time had I to gape, or take my ease, he said. First to get children, and then get them bred. And bred, too, in the very widest sense. Nor could I eat in peace even my proper share. Martha. What, all my truth, my love forgotten quite. My weary drudgery by day and night. Mephistopheles. Not so. He thought of you with tender care. Quoth he, Heaven knows how fervently I prayed. For wife and children when from Malta bound. The prayer hath heaven with favor crowned. We took a Turkish vessel which conveyed rich store of treasure for the Sultan's court. Its own reward our gallant action brought. The captured prize was shared among the crew. And of the treasure I received my due. Martha. How? Where? The treasure hath he buried, pray? Mephistopheles. Where the four winds have blown it, who can say? In Naples as he strolled, a stranger there. A comely maid took pity on my friend. And gave such tokens of her love and care. That he retained them to his blessed end. Martha. Scoundrel. To rob his children of their bread. And all this misery, this bitter need. Could not his course of recklessness impede. Mephistopheles. Well, he bath paid the forfeit, and is dead. Now were I in your place, my counsel here. My weeds I'd wear for one chaste year. And for another lover meanwhile would look out. Martha. Alas, I might search far and near. Not quickly should I find another like my first. There could not be a fonder fool than mine. Only he loved too well abroad to roam. Loved foreign women too, and foreign wine. And loved besides the dice accursed. Mephistopheles. All had gone swimmingly, no doubt. Had he but given you at home. On his side, just as wide a range. Upon such terms, to you I swear. Myself with you would gladly rings exchange. Martha. The gentleman is surely pleased to jest. Mephistopheles aside. Now to be off in time, were best. She'd make the very devil marry her. To Margaret. How fares it with your heart? Margaret. How mean you, sir? Mephistopheles aside. The sweet young innocent. Aloud. Ladies, farewell. Margaret. Farewell. Martha. But ere you leave us, quickly tell. I from a witness fain had heard. Where, how, and when my husband died and was interred. To forms I've always been attached indeed. His death I fain would in the journals read. Mephistopheles. I, madam, what two witnesses declare, is held as valid everywhere. A gallant friend I have, not far from here, who will for you before the judge appear. I'll bring him straight. Martha. I pray you do. Mephistopheles. And this young lady, we shall find her too. A noble youth, far travelled, he shows to the sex all courtesy. Margaret. I in his presence needs must blush for shame. Mephistopheles. Not in the presence of a crowned king. Martha. The garden, then, behind my house, we'll name. There will await you both this evening. A street. Faust. Mephistopheles. Faust. How is it now? How speeds it? Is't in train? Mephistopheles. Bravo! I find you all aflame. Gretchen full soon your own you'll name. This eve, at neighbor Martha's, her you'll meet again. The woman seems expressly made to drive the pimp and gypsy's trade. Faust. Good. Mephistopheles. But from us she something would request. Faust. A favor claims return as this world goes. Mephistopheles. We have on oath but duly to attest that her dead husband's limbs, outstretched, repose in holy ground at Padua. Faust. Sage indeed. So I suppose we straight must journey there. Mephistopheles. Sancta simplicitas. For that no need. Without much knowledge we have but to swear. Faust. If you have nothing better to suggest, against your plan I must at once protest. Mephistopheles. Oh, holy man! Methinks I have you there. In all your life say, have you ne'er false witness borne, until this hour? Have you of God, the world, and all it doth contain? Of man, and that which worketh in his heart and brain? Not definitions given, in words of weight and power. With front unblushing, and a dauntless breast. Yet, if into the depth of things you go, touching these matters, it must be confessed, as much as of her Schwertlein's death you know. Faust. Thou art and dost remain liar and sophist too. Mephistopheles. Ay, if one did not take a somewhat deeper view. Tomorrow, in all honor, thou, poor Gretchen wilt befool, and vow thy soul's deep love, in lover's fashion. Faust. And from my heart. Mephistopheles. All good and fair. Then deathless constancy thou'lt swear. Speak of one all o'ermastering passion. Will that too issue from the heart? Faust. Forbear. When passion sways me, and I seek to frame fit utterance for feeling, deep, intense, and for my frenzy finding no fit name, sweep round the ample world with every sense, grasp at the loftiest words to speak my flame, and call the glow wherewith I burn, quenchless, eternal, yea, etern. Is that of sophistry a devilish play? Mephistopheles. Yet am I right. Faust. Mark this, my friend. And spare my lungs, who would the right maintain, and hath a tongue wherewith his point to gain, will gain it in the end. But come, of gossip I am weary quite, because I've no resource, thou art in the right. Garden. Margaret on Faust's arm. Martha with Mephistopheles walking up and down. Margaret. I feel it, you but spare my ignorance. The gentleman to shame me stoops thus low. A traveller from complaisance still makes the best of things. I know too well, my humble prattle never can have power to entertain so wise a man. Faust. One glance, one word from thee doth charm me more than the world's wisdom or the sage's lore. He kisses her hand. Margaret. Nay. Trouble not yourself. A hand so coarse, so rude as mine, how can you kiss? What constant work at home must I not do perforce? My mother too exacting is. They pass on. Martha. Thus, sir, unceasing travel is your lot. Mephistopheles. Traffic and duty urge us. With what pain are we compelled to leave full many a spot, where yet we dare not once remain. Martha. In youth's wild years, with vigour crowned, 'tis not amiss thus through the world to sweep. But ah, the evil days come round, and to a lonely grave as bachelor to creep. A pleasant thing has no one found. Mephistopheles. The prospect fills me with dismay. Martha. Therefore in time, dear sir, reflect, I pray. They pass on. Margaret. I, out of sight is out of mind. Politeness easy is to you. Friends everywhere, and not a few. Wiser than I am, you will find. Faust. O dearest, trust me, what doth pass for sense? Full oft is self-conceit and blindness. Margaret. How? Faust. Simplicity and holy innocence. When will ye learn your hallowed worth to know? Ah, when will meekness and humility, kind and all-bounteous nature's loftiest dower? Margaret. Only one little moment think of me. To think of you I shall have many an hour. Faust. You are perhaps much alone. Margaret. Yes, small our household is, I own. Yet must I see to it. No maid we keep. And I must cook, sew, knit, and sweep. Still early on my feet and late. My mother is in all things, great and small, so accurate. Not that for thrift there is such pressing need. Than others we might make more show indeed. My father left behind a small estate, a house and garden near the city wall. But fairly quiet now my days, I own. As soldier is my brother gone. My little sister's dead, the babe to rear occasioned me some care and fond annoy. But I would go through all again with joy. The darling was to me so dear. Faust. An angel, sweet, if it resembled thee. Margaret. I reared it up, and it grew fond of me. After my father's death it saw the day. We gave my mother up for lost, she lay in such a wretched plight, and then, at length, so very slowly she regained her strength. Weak as she was, 'twas vain for her to try herself to suckle the poor babe, so I reared it on milk and water all alone. And thus the child became as 'twere Roy own. Within my arms it stretched itself and grew, and smiling, nestled in my bosom too. Faust. Doubtless the purest happiness was thine. Margaret. But many weary hours, in sooth, were also mine. At night its little cradle stood close to my bed. So was I wide awake. If it but stirred one while I was obliged to give it food, or to my arms the darling take. From bed full oft must rise, weener its cry I heard. And, dancing it, must pace the chamber to and fro. Stand at the wash-tub early, forthwith go to market, and then mind the cooking too. Tomorrow like today, the whole year through. Ah, sir, thus living, it must be confessed, one's spirits are not always of the best. Yet it a relish gives to food and rest. They pass on. Martha. Poor women. We are badly off, I own. A bachelor's conversion's hard, indeed. Mephistopheles. Madam, with one like you it rests alone. To tutor me a better course to lead. Martha. Speak frankly, sir, none is there you have met. Has your heart ne'er attached itself as yet? Mephistopheles. One's own fireside and a good wife are gold. And pearls of price, so says the proverb old. Martha. I mean, has passion never stirred your breast? Mephistopheles. I've everywhere been well received, I own. Martha. Yet hath your heart no earnest preference known? Mephistopheles. With ladies one should ne'er presume to jest. Martha. Ah! You mistake. Mephistopheles. I'm sorry I'm so blind. But this I know that you are very kind. They pass on. Faust. Me, little angel, didst thou recognize? When in the garden first I came. Margaret. Did you not see it? I cast down my eyes. Faust. Thou dost forgive my boldness, dost not blame the liberty I took that day, when thou from church didst lately wend thy way. Margaret. I was confused. So had it never been. No one of me could any evil say. Alas, thought I, he doubtless in thy mien something unmaidenly or bold hath seen. It seemed as if it struck him suddenly. Here's just a girl with whom one may make free. Yet I must own that then I scarcely knew what in your favor here began at once to plead. Yet I was angry with myself indeed, that I more angry could not feel with you. Faust. Sweet love. Margaret. Just wait a while. She gathers a star flower and plucks off the leaves one after another. Faust. A nosegay may that be? Margaret. No. It is but a game. Faust. How? Margaret. Go, you'll laugh at me. She plucks off the leaves and murmurs to herself. Faust. What murmurest thou? Margaret half aloud. He loves me not. Faust. Sweet angel, with thy face of heavenly bliss. Margaret continues. He loves me not. Plucking off the last leaf with fond joy. He loves me. Faust. Yes. And this flower language, darling, let it be a heavenly oracle. He loveth thee. Know'st thou the meaning of, he loveth thee? He seizes both her hands. Margaret. I tremble so. Faust. Nay. Do not tremble, love. Let this hand pressure, let this glance reveal feelings, all power of speech above. To give oneself up wholly and to feel a joy that must eternal prove. Eternal, yes, its end would be despair. No end, it cannot end. Margaret presses his hand, extricates herself, and runs away. He stands a moment in thought, and then follows her. Martha approaching. Night's closing. Mephistopheles. Yes, we'll presently away. Martha. I would entreat you longer yet to stay. But 'tis a wicked place, just hereabout. It is as if the folk had nothing else to do. Nothing to think of too. But gaping watch their neighbors, who goes in and out. And scandals busy still, do whatsoe'er one may. And our young couple? Mephistopheles. They have flown up there. The wanton butterflies. Martha. He seems to take to her. Mephistopheles. And she to him. 'Tis of the world the way. A summer house. Margaret runs in, hides behind the door, holds the tip of her finger to her lip, and peeps through the crevice. Margaret. He comes. Faust. Ah, little rogue, so thou think'st to provoke me. I have caught thee now. He kisses her. Margaret. Embracing him, and returning the kiss. Dearest of men. I love thee from my heart. Mephistopheles knocks. Who's there? Faust stamping. Mephistopheles. A friend. Faust. A brute. Mephistopheles. Martha comes. It is late, good sir. Faust. Mayn't I attend you, then? Margaret. Oh no, my mother would adieu. Faust. And must I really then take leave of you? Farewell. Martha. Goodbye. Margaret. Ere long to meet again. Exeunt Faust and Mephistopheles. Margaret. Good heavens! How all things far and near must fill his mind, a man like this. Abashed before him I appear, and say to all things only, yes. Poor simple child, I cannot see what 'tis that he can find in me. Exit. Forest and cavern. Faust alone. Spirit sublime. Thou gav'st me all, for which I prayed. Not vainly hast thou turned to me thy countenance in flaming fire. Gayest me glorious nature for my realm, and also power to feel her and enjoy. Not merely with a cold and wondering glance. Thou dost permit me in her depths profound, as in the bosom of a friend to gaze. Before me thou dost lead her living tribes, and dost in silent grove, in air and stream, teach me to know my kindred. And when roars the howling storm blast through the groaning wood, wrenching the giant pine, which in its fall crashing sweeps down its neighbor trunks and boughs, while hollow thunder from the hill resounds, then thou dost lead me to some sheltered cave. Dost there reveal me to myself, and show of my own bosom the mysterious depths. And when with soothing beam, the moon's pale orb full in my view climbs up the pathless sky, from crag and dewy grove, the silvery forms of bygone ages hover, and assuage the joy austere of contemplative thought. Oh, that not perfect is assigned to man. I feel, alas, with this exalted joy, which lifts me near and nearer to the gods. Thou gav'st me this companion, unto whom I needs must cling, though cold and insolent. He still degrades me to myself, and turns thy glorious gifts to nothing, with a breath. He in my bosom with malicious zeal for that fair image fans a raging fire. From craving to enjoyment thus I reel, and in enjoyment languish for desire. Mephistopheles enters. Mephistopheles. Of this lone life have you not had your fill? How for so long can it have charms for you? 'Tis well enough to try it if you will, but then away again to something new. Faust. Would you could better occupy your leisure than in disturbing thus my hours of joy. Mephistopheles. Well. I'll leave you to yourself with pleasure. A serious tone you hardly dare employ. To part from one so crazy, harsh, and cross, were not in truth a grievous loss. The livelong day, for you I toil and fret. Ne'er from his worship's face a hint I get. What pleases him, or what to let alone. Faust. I truly. That is just the proper tone. He wearies me, and would with thanks be paid. Mephistopheles. Poor son of earth, without my aid, how would thy weary days have flown? Thee of thy foolish whims I've cured, thy vain imaginations banished. And but for me, be well assured, thou from this sphere must soon have vanished. In rocky hollows and in caverns drear. Why like an owl sit moping here? Wherefore from dripping stones and moss with ooze imbued, dost suck, like any toad, thy food? A rare, sweet pastime. Verily, the doctor cleaveth still to thee. Faust. Dost comprehend what bliss without alloy? From this wild wandering in the desert springs? Couldst thou but guess the new life power it brings? Thou wouldst be fiend enough to envy me my joy. Mephistopheles. What super-earthly ecstasy! At night, to lie in darkness on the dewy height, embracing heaven and earth in rapture high, the soul dilating to a deity, with prescient yearnings pierce the core of earth. Feel in your laboring breast the 6 days' birth. Enjoy, in proud delight what no one knows, while your love rapture o'er creation flows. The earthly lost in beatific vision, and then the lofty intuition. With a gesture, I need not tell you how to close. Faust. Fie on you, Mephistopheles. This displeases you? For shame. You are forsooth entitled to exclaim. We to chaste ears it seems must not pronounce. What, nathless, the chaste heart cannot renounce. Well, to be brief, the joy as fit occasions rise. I grudge you not, of specious lies. But long this mood thou'lt not retain. Already thou art again outworn. And should this last, thou wilt be torn by frenzy or remorse and pain. Enough of this. Thy true love dwells apart, and all to her seems flat and tame. Alone thine image fills her heart. She loves thee with an all-devouring flame. First came thy passion with o'erpowering rush, like mountain torrent, swollen by the melted snow. Full in her heart didst pour the sudden gush. Now has thy bruchiate ceased to flow. Instead of sitting throned midst forests wild, it would become so great a lord, to comfort the enamored child, and the young monkey for her love reward. To her the hours seem miserably long. She from the window sees the clouds float by, as o'er the lofty city walls they fly. If I a birdie were, so runs her song, half through the night and all day long. Cheerful sometimes, more oft at heart full sore. Fairly outwept seem now her tears. Anon she tranquil is, or so appears, and love-sick evermore. Faust. Snake. Serpent vile. Mephistopheles aside. Good. If I catch thee with my guile. Faust. Vile reprobate. Go get thee hence. Forbear the lovely girl to name. Nor in my half-distracted sense kindle anew the smouldering flame. Mephistopheles. What wouldest thou? She thinks you've taken flight. It seems, she's partly in the right. Faust. I'm near her still, and should I distant rove, her I can ne'er forget, ne'er lose her love. And all things touched by those sweet lips of hers, even the very host, my envy stirs. Mephistopheles. 'Tis well. I oft have envied you indeed, the twin pair that among the roses feed. Faust. Pander, avaunt. Mephistopheles. Go to. I laugh, the while you rail. The power which fashioned youth and maid, well understood the noble trade. So neither shall occasion fail. But hence, a mighty grief I trow. Unto thy loved one's chamber thou, and not to death shouldst go. Faust. What is to me heaven's joy within her arms? What though my life her bosom warms? Do I not ever feel her woe? The outcast am I not, unhoused, unblessed, inhuman monster, without aim or rest, who, like the greedy surge, from rock to rock, sweeps down the dread abyss with desperate shock, while she, within her lowly cot, which graced the alpine slope, beside the waters wild, Her homely cares in that small world embraced. Secluded lived, a simple, artless child. Was not enough, in thy delirious whirl, to blast the steadfast rocks. Her, and her peace as well. Must I, God-hated one, to ruin hurl? Dost claim this holocaust, remorseless hell? Fiend, help me to cut short the hours of dread. Let what must happen, happen speedily. Her direful doom fall crushing on my head. And into ruin let her plunge with me. Mephistopheles. Why how again it seethes and glows. Away, thou fool. Her torment ease. When such a head no issue sees. It pictures straight the final close. Long life to him who boldly dares. A devil's pluck thou art wont to show. As for a devil who despairs. Nothing I find so mawkish here below. Margaret's room. Margaret. Alone at her spinning wheel. My peace is gone. My heart is sore. I find it never. And never more. Where him I have not. Is the grave, and all. The world to me. Is turned to gall. My wildered brain. Is overwrought. My feeble senses. Are distraught. My peace is gone. My heart is sore. I find it never. And never more. For him from the window. I gaze, at home. For him and him only. Abroad I roam. His lofty step. His bearing high. The smile of his lip. The power of his eye. His witching words. Their tones of bliss. His hand's fond pressure. And his kiss. My peace is gone. My heart is sore. I find it never. And never more. My bosom aches. To feel him near. Ah, could I clasp. And fold him here. Kiss him and kiss him. Again would I. And on his kisses. I fain would die. Martha's Garden. Margaret and Faust. Margaret. Promise me, Henry. Faust. What I can. Margaret. How thy religion fares, I fain would hear. Thou art a good kind-hearted man. Only that way not well disposed, I fear. Faust. Forbear, my child. Thou feelest thee I love. My heart, my blood I'd give, my love to prove. And none would of their faith or church bereave. Margaret. That's not enough, we must ourselves believe. Faust. Must we? Margaret. Ah, could I but thy soul inspire. Thou honorest not the sacraments, alas. Faust. I honor them. Margaret. But yet without desire. 'Tis long since thou hast been either to shrift or mass. Dost thou believe in God? Faust. My darling, who dares say? Yes, I in God believe. Question or priest or sage, and they seem, in the answer you receive, to mock the questioner. Margaret. Then thou dost not believe. Faust. Sweet one. My meaning do not misconceive. Him who dare name. And who proclaim. Him I believe. Who that can feel. His heart can steal. To say, I believe him not. The all-embracer. All-sustainer. Holds and sustains he not. Thee, me, himself. Lifts not the heaven its dome above. Doth not the firm set earth beneath us lie? And beaming tenderly with looks of love. Climb not the everlasting stars on high? Do we not gaze into each other's eyes? Nature's impenetrable agencies. Are they not thronging on thy heart and brain? Viewless, or visible to mortal ken. Around thee weaving their mysterious chain. Fill thence thy heart, how large soe'er it be. And in the feeling when thou utterly art blessed. Then call it, what thou wilt. Call it bliss. Heart. Love. God. I have no name for it. 'Tis feeling all. Name is but sound and smoke, shrouding the glow of heaven. Margaret. All this is doubtless good and fair. Almost the same the parson says, only in slightly different phrase. Faust. Beneath heaven's sunshine, everywhere. This is the utterance of the human heart. Each in his language doth the like impart. Then why not I in mine? Margaret. What thus I hear sounds plausible, yet I'm not reconciled. There's something wrong about it, much I fear. That thou art not a Christian. Faust. My sweet child. Margaret. Alas! It long bath sorely troubled me, to see thee in such odious company. Faust. How so? Margaret. The man who comes with thee, I hate. Yea, in my spirit's inmost depths abhor. As his loathed visage, in my life before. Not to my heart e'er gave a pang so great. Faust. Him fear not, my sweet love. Margaret. His presence chills my blood. Towards all beside I have a kindly mood. Yet, though I yearn to gaze on thee, I feel at sight of him strange horror o'er me steal. That he's a villain my conviction's strong. May heaven forgive me, if I do him wrong. Faust. Yet such strange fellows in the world must be. Margaret. I would not live with such an one as he. If for a moment he but enter here. He looks around him with a mocking sneer, and malice ill-concealed. That he with naught on earth can sympathize is clear. Upon his brow 'tis legibly revealed, that to his heart no living soul is dear. So blessed I feel, within thine arms. So warm and happy, free from all alarms. And still my heart doth close when he comes near. Faust. Foreboding angel. Check thy fear. Margaret. It so o'ermasters me, that when, or wheresoe'er, his step I hear, I almost think, no more I love thee then. Besides, when he is near, I ne'er could pray. This eats into my heart. With thee. The same, my Henry, it must be. Faust. This is antipathy. Margaret. I must away. Faust. For one brief hour then may I never rest. And heart to heart, and soul to soul be pressed. Margaret. Ah, if I slept alone. Tonight. The bolt I fain would leave undrawn for thee. But then my mother's sleep is light. Were we surprised by her, ah me. Upon the spot I should be dead. Faust. Dear angel. There's no cause for dread. Here is a little phial if she take. Mixed in her drink 3 drops, 'twill steep her nature in a deep and soothing sleep. Margaret. What do I not for thy dear sake? To her it will not harmful prove. Faust. Should I advise it else, sweet love? Margaret. I know not, dearest, when thy face I see. What doth my spirit to thy will constrain? Already I have done so much for thee, that scarcely more to do doth now remain. Exit. Mephistopheles enters. Mephistopheles. The monkey. Is she gone? Faust. Again hast played the spy. Mephistopheles. Of all that passed I'm well apprised. I heard the doctor catechized, and trust he'll profit much thereby. Fain would the girls inquire indeed, touching their lovers' faith and creed, and whether pious in the good old way. They think, if pliant there, us too he will obey. Faust. Thou monster, does not see that this pure soul, possessed by ardent love, full of the living faith, to her of bliss, the only pledge, must holy anguish prove. Holding the man she loves, foredoomed to endless death. Mephistopheles. Most sensual, supersensualist. The while. A damsel leads thee by the nose. Faust. Of filth and fire abortion vile. Mephistopheles. In physiognomy strange skill she shows. She in my presence feels she knows not how. My mask it seems a hidden sense reveals. That I'm a genius she must needs allow. That I'm the very devil perhaps she feels. So then tonight. Faust. What's that to you? Mephistopheles. I've my amusement in it too. At the well. Margaret and Bessie, with pitchers. Bessie. Of Barbara hast nothing heard? Margaret. I rarely go from home, no, not a word. Bessie. 'Tis true, Sibylla told me so today. That comes of being proud, methinks. She played the fool at last. Margaret. How so? Bessie. They say. That too she feedeth when she eats and drinks. Margaret. Alas. Bessie. She's rightly served, in sooth. How long she hung upon the youth. What promenades, what jaunts there were. To dancing booth and village fair. The first she everywhere must shine. He always treating her to pastry and to wine. Of her good looks she was so vain. So shameless too, that to retain his presence, she did not disdain. Sweet words and kisses came anon. And then the virgin flower was gone. Margaret. Poor thing. Bessie. Forsooth dost pity her. At night, when at our wheels we sat. Abroad our mothers ne'er would let us stir. Then with her lover she must chat. Or on the bench or in the dusky walk. Thinking the hours too brief for their sweet talk. Her proud head she will have to bow. And in white sheet do penance now. Margaret. But he will surely marry her. Bessie. Not he. He won't be such a fool. A gallant lad. Like him, can roam o'er land and sea. Besides, he's off. Margaret. That is not fair. Bessie. If she should get him, 'twere almost as bad. Her myrtle wreath the boys would tear. And then we girls would plague her too. For we chopped straw before her door would strew. Exit. Margaret walking towards home. How stoutly once I could inveigh. If a poor maiden went astray. Not words enough my tongue could find. Gainst others' sin to speak my mind. Black as it seemed, I blackened it still more. And strove to make it blacker than before. And did myself securely bless. Now my own trespass doth appear. Yet what you urged me to transgress. God knows, it was so sweet, so dear. Swinger. Enclosure between the city wall and the gate. In the niche of the wall a devotional image of the Mater Dolorosa, with flower pots before it. Margaret. Putting fresh flowers in the pots. Ah, rich in sorrow, thou. Stoop thy maternal brow. And mark with pitying eye my misery. The sword in thy pierced heart. Thou dost with bitter smart. Gaze upwards on thy son's death agony. To the dear God on high. Ascends thy piteous sigh. Pleading for his and thy sore misery. Ah, who can know the torturing woe, the pangs that rack me to the bone? How my poor heart, without relief, trembles and throbs, its yearning grief. Thou knowest, thou alone. Ah, wheresoe'er I go, with woe, with woe, with woe. My anguished breast is aching. When all alone I creep. I weep, I weep, I weep. Alas! My heart is breaking. The flower pots at my window were wet with tears of mine. The while I plucked these blossoms at dawn to deck thy shrine. When early in my chamber shone bright the rising morn, I sat there on my pallet, my heart with anguish torn. Help! From disgrace and death deliver me. Ah! Rich in sorrow, thou stoop thy maternal brow, and mark with pitying eye my misery. Night. Street before Margaret's door. Valentine. A soldier, Margaret's brother. When seated 'mong the jovial crowd, where merry comrades boasting loud, each named with pride his favorite lass, and in her honor drained his glass. Upon my elbows I would lean, with easy quiet view the scene, nor give my tongue the rein until each swaggering blade had talked his fill. Then smiling I my beard would stroke, the while, with brimming glass, I spoke, each to his taste, but to my mind, where in the country will you find a maid, as my dear Gretchen fair, who with my sister can compare? Cling! Clang! So rang the jovial sound. Shouts of assent went circling round. Pride of her sex is she, cried some. Then were the noisy boasters dumb. And now I could tear out my hair, or dash my brains out in despair. Me every scurvy knave may twit, with stinging jest and taunting sneer. Like skulking debtor I must sit, and sweat each casual word to hear. And though I smashed them one and all, yet them I could not liars call. Who comes this way? Who's sneaking here? If I mistake not, two draw near. If he be one, have at him, well I wot, alive he shall not leave this spot. Faust. Mephistopheles. Faust. How from yon sacristy, athwart the night, its beams the ever-burning taper throws, while ever waning, fades the glimmering light, as gathering darkness doth around it close, so night-like gloom doth in my bosom reign. Mephistopheles. I'm like a tomcat in a thievish vein, that up fire ladders tall and steep, and round the walls doth slyly creep. Virtuous withal, I feel, with, I confess, a touch of thievish joy and wantonness. Thus through my limbs already burns the glorious Walpurgis-Night. After tomorrow it returns. Then why one wakes, one knows aright. Faust. Meanwhile, the treasure I see glimmering there, will it ascend into the open air? Mephistopheles. Ere long thou wilt proceed with pleasure to raise the casket with its treasure. I took a peep, therein are stored of lion dollars a rich hoard. Faust. And not a trinket, not a ring, wherewith my lovely girl to deck. Mephistopheles. I saw among them some such thing, a string of pearls to grace her neck. Faust. 'Tis well. I'm always loath to go without some gift my love to show. Mephistopheles. Some pleasures gratis to enjoy should surely cause you no annoy. While bright with stars the heavens appear, I'll sing a masterpiece of art. A moral song shall charm her ear, more surely to beguile her heart. Sings to the guitar. Katharina say, why lingering stay at dawn of day before your lover's door? Maiden, beware, nor enter there, lest forth you fare a maiden nevermore. Maiden take heed, reck well my rede. Is done, the deed? Good night, you poor, poor thing. The spoiler's lies, his arts despise, nor yield your prize without the marriage ring. Valentine steps forward. Whom are you luring here? I'll give it you. Accursed rat-catchers, your strains I'll end. First, to the devil the guitar I'll send. Then to the devil with the singer too. Mephistopheles. The poor guitar. 'Tis done for now. Valentine. Your skull shall follow next, I trow. Mephistopheles to Faust. Doctor, stand fast. Your strength collect. Be prompt, and do as I direct. Out with your whisk, keep close, I pray. I'll parry I do you thrust away. Valentine. Then parry that. Mephistopheles. Why not? Valentine. That too. Mephistopheles. With ease. Valentine. The devil fights for you. Why, how is this? My hand's already lamed. Mephistopheles to Faust. Thrust home. Valentine falls. Alas! Mephistopheles. There. Now the lubber's tamed. But quick, away. We must at once take wing. A cry of murder strikes upon the ear. With the police I know my course to steer. But with the blood ban, 'tis another thing. Martha at the window. Without. Without. Margaret at the window. Quick, bring a light. Martha as above. They rail and scuffle, scream and fight. People. One leaf here already dead. Martha coming out. Where are the murderers? Are they fled? Margaret coming out. Who leath here? People. Thy mother's son. Margaret. Almighty God. I am undone. Valentine. I'm dying, 'tis a soon told tale. And sooner done the deed. Why, women, d'ye howl and wail? To my last words give heed. All gather round him. My Gretchen, see. Still young art thou. Art not discreet enough, I trow. Thou dost thy matters ill. Let this in confidence be said. Since thou the path of shame dost tread, tread it with right good will. Margaret. My brother. God. What can this mean? Valentine. Abstain. Nor dare God's holy name profane. What's done, alas, is done and past. Matters will take their course at last. By stealth thou dost begin with one. Others will follow him anon. And when a dozen thee have known, thou wilt common be to all the town. When infamy is newly born, in secret she is brought to light. And the mysterious veil of night o'er head and ears is drawn. The loathsome birth men fain would slay. But soon, full grown, she waxes bold. And though not fairer to behold, with brazen front insults the day. The more abhorrent to the sight, the more she courts the day's pure light. The time already I discern, when the all honest folk will spurn, and shun thy hated form to meet. As when a corpse infects the street, thy heart will sink in blank despair, when they shall look thee in the face. A golden chain no more thou wilt wear, nor near the altar take in church thy place. In fair lace collar simply dight, thou wilt dance no more with spirit's light. In darksome corners thou wilt bide, where beggars vile and cripples hide. And e'en though God thy crime forgive, on earth, a thing accursed, thou wilt live. Martha. Your parting soul to God commend. Your dying breath in slander will you spend. Valentine. Could I but reach thy withered frame, thou wretched beldame, void of shame, full measure I might hope to win. Of pardon then for every sin. Margaret. Valentine. I tell thee, from vain tears abstain. 'Twas thy dishonor pierced my heart. Thy fall the fatal death stab gave. Through the death sleep I now depart. To God, a soldier true and brave. Dies. Cathedral. Service, organ, and anthem. Margaret amongst a number of people. Evil spirit behind Margaret. Evil spirit. How different, Gretchen, was it once with thee. When thou, still full of innocence. Here to the altar camest. And from the small and well-conned book didst lisp thy prayer. Half childish sport, half God in thy young heart. Gretchen, what thoughts are thine? What deed of shame lurks in thy sinful heart? Is thy prayer uttered for thy mother's soul, who into long, long torment slept through thee? Whose blood is on thy threshold, and stirs there not already 'neath thy heart another quickening pulse, that even now tortures itself and thee with its foreboding presence? Margaret. Woe! Woe! Oh, could I free me from the thoughts that hither, thither, crowd upon my brain against my will. Chorus. Dies irae, dies illa. Solvet seclum in favilla. The organ sounds. Evil spirit. Grim horror seizes thee. The trumpet sounds. The graves are shaken. And thy heart, from ashy rest, for torturing flames, anew created, trembles into life. Margaret. Would I were hence. It is as if the organ choked my breath, as if the choir melted my inmost heart. Chorus. Judex ergo cum sedebit. Quidquid latet perbit. Nil annultant remanebit. Margaret. I feel oppressed. The pillars of the wall imprison me. The vaulted roof weighs down upon me ire. Evil spirit, wouldst hide thee? Sin and shame remain not hidden. Air. Light. Woes thee. Chorus. Quid sum miser tunc dicturus? Quem patronum rogaturis? Cum vix justus sit securus. Evil spirit. The glorified their faces turn away from thee. Shudder the pure to reach their hands to thee. Woe! Chorus. Quid sum miser tunc dicturus? Margaret. Neighbor. Your smelling bottle. She swoons away. Walpurgis-Night. The Harz Mountains. District of Skierk-Anderland. Faust and Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles. A broomstick dost thou not at least desire? The roughest he-goat fain would I bestride. By this road from our goal we're still far wide. Faust. While fresh upon my legs, so long I not require. Except this knotty staff. Beside. What boots it to abridge a pleasant way? Along the labyrinth of these valleys to creep. Then scale these rocks, whence, in eternal spray, adown the cliffs the silvery fountains leap. Such is the joy that seasons paths like these. Spring weaves already in the birchen trees. E'en the late pine grove feels her quickening powers. Should she not work within these limbs of ours? Mephistopheles. Not of this genial influence do I know. Within me all is wintry. Frost and snow. I should prefer my dismal path to bound. How sadly, yonder, with belated glow, rises the ruddy moon's imperfect round, shedding so faint a light, at every tread. One's sure to stumble, 'gainst a rock or tree. An ignis fatuus I must call instead. Yonder one burning merrily, I see. Holla! My friend! May I request your light? Why should you flare away so uselessly? Be kind enough to show us up the height. Ignis fatuus. Through reverence, I hope I may subdue the lightness of my nature, true. Our course is but a zigzag one. Mephistopheles. Ho! Ho! So men, forsooth, he thinks to imitate. Now, in the devil's name, for once go straight. Or out at once your flickering life I'll blow. Ignis fatuus. That you are master here it obvious quite. To do your will, I'll cordially essay. Only reflect. The hill is magic mad tonight. And if to show the path you choose a meteor's light, you must not wonder should we go astray. Faust, Mephistopheles, ignis fatuus. In alternate song. Through the dream and magic sphere. As it seems, we now are speeding. Honor win, us rightly leading. That betimes we may appear. In yon wide and desert region. Trees on trees, a stalwart legion. Swiftly past us are retreating. And the cliffs with lowly greeting. Rocks long snout, row on row. How they snort, and how they blow. Through the stones and heather springing. Brook and brooklet haste below. Hark the rustling. Hark the singing. Hearken to love's plaintive lays. Voices of those heavenly days. What we hope, and what we love. Like a tale of olden time. Echo's voice prolongs the chime. To wit. To who? It sounds more near. Plover, owl, and jay appear. All awake, around, above. Paunchy salamanders too. Peer, long-limbed, the bushes through. And, like snakes, the roots of trees. Coil themselves from rock and sand. Stretching many a wondrous band. Us to frighten, us to seize. From rude knots with life imbued. Polyp fangs abroad they spread. To snare the wanderer. 'Neath our tread. Mice, in myriads, thousand-hued. Through the heath and through the moss. And the fireflies' glittering throng. Wildering escort, whirls along. Here and there, our path across. Tell me, stand we motionless? Or still forward do we press? All things round us whirl and fly. Rocks and trees make strange grimaces. Dazzling meteors change their places. How they puff and multiply. Mephistopheles. Now grasp my doublet we at last. A central peak have reached, which shows. If round a wondering glance we cast. How in the mountain Mammon glows. Faust. How through the chasm strangely gleams. A lurid light, like dawn's red glow. Pervading with its quivering beams. The gorges of the gulf below. Here vapors rise, their clouds float by. Here through the mist the light doth shine. Now, like a fount, it bursts on high. Meanders now, a slender line. Far-reaching, with 100 veins. Here through the valley see it glide. Here, where its force the gorge restrains. At once it scatters, far and wide. Anear, like showers of golden sand. Strewn broadcast, sputter sparks of light. And mark yon rocky walls that stand. Ablaze, in all their towering height. Mephistopheles. Doth not Sir Mammon for this fate grandly illume his palace? Thou art lucky to have seen it, now. The boisterous guests, I feel, are coming straight. Faust. How through the air the storm doth whirl. Upon my neck it strikes with sudden shock. Mephistopheles. Cling to these ancient ribs of granite rock. Else to yon depths profounded you will hurl. A murky vapor thickens night. Hark! Through the woods the tempests roar. The owlets flit in wild affright. Hark! Splintered are the columns that upbore. The leafy palace, green for eye. The shivered branches whir and sigh. Yawn the huge trunks with mighty groan. The roots upriven, creak and moan. In fearful and entangled fall. One crashing ruin whelms them all. While through the desolate abyss, sweeping the wreck-strewn precipice, the raging storm blasts howl and hiss. Aloft strange voices dost thou hear, distant now and now more near. Hark! The mountain ridge along streameth a raving magic song. Witches in chorus. Now to the Brocken the witches hie. The stubble is yellow, the corn is green. Thither the gathering legions fly. And sitting aloft is Sir Uriel seen. O'er stick and o'er stone they go whirling along. Witches and he-goats, a motley throng. Voices. Alone old Bobo's coming now. She rides upon a pharaoh sow. Chorus. Honor to her, to whom honor is due. Forward, Dame Bobo. Honor to you. A goodly sow and mother thereon. The whole which chorus follows anon. Voice. Which way didst come? Voice. O'er Ilsenstein. There I peeped in an owlet's nest. With her broad eye she gazed in mine. Voice. Drive to the devil, thou hellish pest. Why ride so hard? Voice. She has grazed my side. Look at the wounds, how deep and how wide. Witches in chorus. The way is broad, the way is long. What mad pursuit! What tumult wild! Scratches the besom and sticks the prong. Crushed is the mother, and stifled the child. Wizards half chorus. Like house-encumbered snail we creep. While far ahead the women keep. For when to the devil's house we speed. By 1,000 steps they take the lead. The other half. Not so, precisely do we view it. They with 1,000 steps may do it. But let them hasten as they can. With one long bound 'tis cleared by man. Voices above. Come with us from Felsensee. Voices from below. Aloft to you we would mount with glee. We wash, and free from all stain are we. Yet barren evermore must be. Both choruses. The wind is hushed, the stars grow pale. The pensive moon her light doth veil. And whirling on, the magic choir sputters forth sparks of drizzling fire. Voice from below. Stay. Stay. Voice from above. What voice of woe? Calls from the cavern depths below. Voice from below. Take me with you. Oh, take me too. 3 centuries I climb in vain. And yet can ne'er the summit gain. To be with my kindred I am fain. Both choruses. Broom and pitchfork, goat and prong. Mounted on these we whirl along. Who vainly strives to climb tonight is evermore a luckless wight. Demi-witch below. I hobble after, many a day. Already the others are far away. No rest at home can I obtain. Here too my efforts are in vain. Chorus of witches. Salve gives the witches strength to rise. A rag for a sail does well enough. A goodly ship is every trough. Tonight who flies not, never flies. Both choruses. And when the topmost peak we round, then alight ye on the ground. The heath's wide regions cover ye with your mad swarms of witchery. They let themselves down. Mephistopheles. They crowd and jostle, whirl and flutter. They whisper, babble, twirl, and splutter. They glimmer, sparkle, stink and flare. A true witch element. Beware. Stick close. Else we shall severed be. Where art thou? Faust in the distance. Here. Mephistopheles. Already, world so far away. The master then indeed I needs must play. Give ground. Squire Volland comes. Sweet folk, give ground. Here, doctor, grasp me. With a single bound. Let us escape this ceaseless jar. Even for me too mad these people are. Hard by there shineth something with peculiar glare. Yon break allureth me, it is not far. Come, come along with me. We'll slip in there. Faust. Spirit of contradiction. Lead. I'll follow straight. 'Twas wisely done, however, to repair. On May night to the Brocken, and when there. By our own choice ourselves to isolate. Mephistopheles. Murk, of those flames the motley glare. A merry club assembles there. In a small circle one is not alone. Faust. I'd rather be above, though, I must own. Already fire and eddying smoke I view. The impetuous millions to the devil ride. Full many a riddle will be there untied. Mephistopheles. Aye. And full many a riddle tied anew. But let the great world rave and riot. Here will we house ourselves in quiet. A custom, 'tis of ancient date. Our lesser worlds within the great world to create. Young witches there I see, naked and bare. And old ones, veiled more prudently. For my sake only courteous be. The trouble's small, the sport is rare. Of instruments I hear the cursed din. One must get used to it. Come in. Come in. There's now no help for it. I'll step before. And introducing you as my good friend. Confer on you one obligation more. How say you now? 'Tis no such paltry room. Why only look, you scarce can see the end. 100 fires in rows disperse the gloom. They dance, they talk, they cook, make love, and drink. Where could we find out better, do you think? Faust. To introduce us, do you purpose here? As devil or as wizard to appear? Mephistopheles. Though I am wont indeed to strict incognito. Yet upon gala days one must one's orders show. No garter have I to distinguish me. Nathless the cloven foot doth here give dignity. Sayest thou yonder snail? Crawling this way she hies. With searching feelers, she, no doubt, hath me already scented out. Here, even if I would, for me there's no disguise. From fire to fire, we'll saunter at our leisure. The gallant you, I'll cater for your pleasure. To a party seated round some expiring embers. Old gentlemen, apart, why sit ye moping here? Ye in the midst should be of all this jovial cheer. Girt round with noise and youthful riot. At home one surely has enough of quiet. General. In nations put his trust, who may. Whatever for them one may have done. For with the people, as with women, they honor your rising stars alone. Minister. Now all too far they wander from the right. I praise the good old ways, to them I hold. Then was the genuine age of gold. When we ourselves were foremost in men's sight. Parvenu. Ne'er were we Monsieur dullards found. And what we ought not, that to do were fair. Yet now are all things turning round and round. When on firm basis we would them maintain. Author. Who, as a rule, a treatise now would care to read, of even moderate sense. As for the rising generation, ne'er has youth displayed such arrogant pretense. Mephistopheles. Suddenly appearing very old. Since for the last time I the Brocken scale. That folk are ripe for doomsday, now one sees. And just because my cask begins to fail. So the whole world is also on the lees. Huckster witch. Stop, gentlemen, nor pass me by. Of wares I have a choice collection. Pray honor them with your inspection. Lose not this opportunity. Yet nothing in my booth you'll find. Without its counterpart on earth, there's naught. Which to the world, and to mankind, hath not some direful mischief wrought. No dagger here, which bath not flowed with blood. No chalice, whence, into some healthy frame, hath not been poured hot poison's wasting flood. No trinket, but bath wrought some woman's shame. No weapon but bath cut some sacred tie. Or from behind bath stabbed an enemy. Mephistopheles. Gossip. For where's like these the times gone by? What's done is past. What's past is done. With novelties your booth supply. Us novelties attract alone. Faust. May this wild sea my senses spare. This, may in truth be called a fair. Mephistopheles. Upward the eddying concourse throng. Thinking to push, thyself art pushed along. Faust. Who's that, pray? Mephistopheles. Mark her well. That's Lilith. Faust. Who? Mephistopheles. Adam's first wife. Of her rich locks beware. That charm in which she's paralleled by few. When in its toils a youth she doth ensnare. He will not soon escape, I promise you. Faust. There sit a pair, the old one with the young. Already they have bravely danced and sprung. Mephistopheles. Here there is no repose today. Another dance begins, we'll join it, come away. Faust. Dancing with the young one. Once a fair vision came to me. Therein I saw an apple tree. Two beauteous apples charmed mine eyes. I climbed forthwith to reach the prize. The fair one. Apples still fondly ye desire. From paradise it bath been so. Feelings of joy my breast inspire. That such too in my garden grow. Mephistopheles with the old one. Once a weird vision came to me. Therein I saw a rift tree. I had a have ready here. But as it pleased me too. The old one. I beg most humbly to salute. The gallant with the cloven foot. Let him have ready here. If he does not fear. Proctophantasmist. Accursed mob. How dare ye thus to meet? Have I not shown and demonstrated too? That ghosts stand not on ordinary feet. Yet here ye dance, as other mortals do. The fair one dancing. Then at our ball, what doth he here? Faust dancing. Oh! He must everywhere appear. He must adjudge, when others dance. If on each step his say's not said. So is that step as good as never made. He's most annoyed, so soon as we advance. If ye would circle in one narrow round. As he in his old mill, then doubtless he. Your dancing would approve especially. If ye forthwith salute him with respect profound. Proctophantasmist. Still here. What arrogance! Unheard of quite. Vanish. We now have filled the world with light. Laws are unheeded by the devil's host. Wise as we are, yet Tegel hath its ghost. How long at this conceit I've swept with all my might. Lost is the labor, 'tis unheard of quite. The fair one. Cease here to tease us any more, I pray. Proctophantasmist. Spirits, I plainly to your face declare. No spiritual control myself will bear. Since my own spirit can exert no sway. The dancing continues. Tonight, I see, I shall in naught succeed. But I'm prepared my travels to pursue. And hope, before my final step indeed. To triumph over bards and devils too. Mephistopheles. Now in some puddle will he take his station. Such is his mode of seeking consolation. Where leeches, feasting on his rump, will drain. Spirits alike and spirit from his brain. To Faust, who has left the dance. But why the charming damsel leave, I pray? Who to you in the dance so sweetly sang? Faust. Ah, in the very middle of her lay. Out of her mouth a small red mouse there sprang. Mephistopheles. Suppose there did. One must not be too nice. 'Twas well it was not grey, let that suffice. Who mid his pleasures for a trifle cares? Faust. Then saw I. Mephistopheles. What? Faust. Mephisto, sayest thou there? Standing far off, a lone child, pale and fair. Slow from the spot her drooping form she tears. And seems with shackled feet to move along. I own, within me the delusion's strong. that she the likeness of my Gretchen wears. Mephistopheles. Gaze not upon her. 'Tis not good. Forbear. 'Tis lifeless, magical, a shape of air. An idol. Such to meet with, bodes no good. That rigid look of hers doth freeze man's blood, and well nigh petrifies his heart to stone. The story of Medusa thou hast known. Faust. Ay, verily. A corpse's eyes are those, which there was no fond loving hand to close. That is the bosom I so fondly pressed, that my sweet Gretchen's form so oft caressed. Mephistopheles. Deluded fool. 'Tis magic, I declare. To each she doth his loved one's image wear. Faust. What bliss! What torture! Vainly I essay to turn me from that piteous look away. How strangely doth a single crimson line around that lovely neck its coil entwine. It shows no broader than a knife's blunt edge. Mephistopheles. Quite right. I see it also, and allege that she beneath her arm her head can bear. Since Perseus cut it off, but you I swear are craving for illusion still. Come then, ascend yon little hill. As on the prater all is gay. And if my senses are not gone, I see a theatre, what's going on? Servirilis. They are about to recommence, the play will be the last of 7, and spick-span new. 'Tis usual here that number to present. A dilettante did the piece invent, and dilettante will enact it too. Excuse me, gentlemen, to me's assigned as dilettante to uplift the curtain. Mephistopheles. You on the Blocksberg I'm rejoiced to find that 'tis your most appropriate sphere is certain. Walpurgis-Nacht's dream. Or Oberon and Titania's golden wedding feast. Intermezzo. Theater manager. Valles, where mists still shift and play to ancient hills succeeding. These are scenes, so we, today, may rest, brave sons of meeting. Herald. That the marriage golden be, must 50 years be ended. More dear this feast of gold to me. Contention now suspended. Oberon. Spirits, if present, grace the scene. And if with me united, then gratulate the king and queen. Their troth thus newly plighted. Puck. Puck draws near and wheels about, in mazy circles dancing. Hundreds swell his joyous shout, behind him still advancing. Ariel. Ariel wakes his dainty air, his lyre celestial stringing. Fools he lureth, and the fair, with his celestial singing. Oberon. Wedded ones, would ye agree? We court your imitation. Would ye fondly love as we? We counsel separation. Titania. If husband scold and wife retort, then bear them far asunder. Her to the burning south transport, and him the north pole under. The whole orchestra fortissimo. Flies and midges all unite, with frog and chirping cricket. Our orchestra throughout the night, resounding in the thicket. Solo. Yonder doth the bagpipe come, its sack an airy bubble. Schnick, schnick, schnack, with nasal hum. Its notes it doth redouble. Embryo spirit. Spider's foot and midge's wing. A toad in form and feature. Together verses it can string, though scarce and living creature. A little pair. Tiny step and lofty bound. Through dew and exhalation. Ye trip it deftly on the ground, but gain no elevation. Inquisitive traveler. Can I indeed believe my eyes? Is not mere masquerading? What? Oberon in beauteous step, among the groups parading. Orthodox. No claws, no tail to whisk about, to fright us at our revel. Yet like the gods of Greece, no doubt, he too's a genuine devil. Northern artist. These that I'm hitting off today are sketches unpretending, towards Italy without delay. My steps I think of bending. Purist. Alas! Ill fortune leads me here, where riot still grows louder, and 'mong the witches gathered here, but two alone wear powder. Young witch, your powder and your petticoat suit hags, there's no gainsaying. Hence I sit fearless on my goat, my naked charms displaying. Matron, we're too well bred to squabble here, or insult back to render. But may you wither soon, my dear, although so young and tender. Leader of the band, nose of fly and gnats proboscis, throng not the naked beauty. Frogs and crickets in the mosses, keep time and do your duty. Weathercock towards one side, what charming company I view, together here collected. Gay bachelors, a hopeful crew, and bride so unaffected. Weathercock towards the other side, unless indeed the yawning ground should open to receive them. From this vile crew, with sudden bound, to hell I'd jump and leave them. Xenian, with small sharp shears, in insect guise, behold us at your revel, that we may tender, filial wise, our homage to the devil. Hennings, look now at yonder eager crew, how naively they're jesting, that they have tender hearts and true, they stoutly keep protesting. Musijet, oneself amid this witchery, how pleasantly one loses, for which is easier, are to me, to govern than the muses. ci devant genius of the age, with proper folks when we appear, no one can then surpass us. Keep close, wide is the Blocksberg here, as Germany's Parnassus. Inquisitive traveller, how name ye that stiff formal man, who strides with lofty paces? He tracks the game where'er he can, he scents the Jesuits' traces. Crane, where waters troubled are or clear, to fish I am delighted. Thus pious gentlemen appear, with devils here united. Worldling, by pious people, it is true, no medium is rejected. Conventicles, and not a few, on Blocksberg are erected. Dancer, another chorus now succeeds, far off the drums are beating. Be still, the bitterns moan the reeds, their one note are repeating. Dancing master, each twirls about and never stops, and as he can he fareth. The crooked leaps, the clumsy hops, nor for appearance careth. Fiddler, to take each other's life, I trow, would cordially delight them. As Orpheus lyre the beasts, so now the bagpipe doth unite them. Dogmatist, my views, in spite of doubt and sneer, I hold with stout persistence, inferring from the devils here the evil one's existence. Idealist, my every sense rules fantasy, with sway quite too potential. Sure I'm demented if the I alone is the essential. Realist, this entity's a dreadful bore, and cannot choose but vex me. The ground beneath me ne'er before thus tottered to perplex me. Supernaturalist, well pleased assembled here I view of spirits this profusion. From devils, touching angels too, I gather some conclusion. Skeptic, the ignis fatuus they track out, and think they're near the treasure. Devil alliterates with doubt, here I abide with pleasure. Leader of the band, frog and cricket in the mosses, confound your gasconading. Nose of fly and gnat's proboscis. Most tuneful serenading. The knowing ones. Sans souci, so this host we greet. Their jovial humor showing. There's now no walking on our feet. So on our heads we're going. The awkward ones. In seasons past we snatched, 'tis true, some titbits by our cunning. Our shoes, alas, are now danced through. On our bare soles we're running. Will-o'-the-wisps. From marshy bogs we sprang to light. Yet here behold us dancing. The gayest gallants of the night. In glittering rows advancing. Shooting star. With rapid motion from on high. I shot in starry splendor. Now prostrate on the grass I lie. Who aid will kindly render? The massive ones. Room. Wheel round. They're coming low. Down sink the bending grasses. Those spirits, yet their limbs, we know, are huge substantial masses. Puck. Don't stamp so heavily, I pray. Like elephants you're treading. And maun the elves be puck today. The stoutest at the wedding. Ariel. If nature boon, or subtle sprite, endow your soul with pinions. Then follow to yon rosy height. Through ether's calm dominions. Orchestra pianissimo. Drifting cloud and misty wreaths. Are filled with light Elysian. O'er reed and leaf the zephyr breathes. So fades the fairy vision. A gloomy day. A plain. Faust and Mephistopheles. Faust. In misery. Despairing. Long wandering pitifully on the face of the earth and now imprisoned. This gentle hapless creature, immured in the dungeon as a malefactor and reserved for horrid tortures. That it should come to this. To this, perfidious, worthless spirit. And this thou hast concealed from me, stand. I, stand. Roll in. Malicious rage thy fiendish eyes. Stand and brave me with thine insupportable presence. Imprisoned. In hopeless misery. Delivered. Over to the power of evil spirits and the judgment of unpitying humanity I and me, the while, thou wert lulling with tasteless dissipations, concealing from me her growing anguish, and leaving her to perish without help. Mephistopheles. She is not the first. Faust. Hound. Execrable monster, back with him, O thou infinite spirit. Back with the reptile into his dog's shape, in which it was his wont to scamper before me at eventide, to roll before the feet of the harmless wanderer, and to fasten on his shoulders when he fell. Change him again into his favorite shape, that he may crouch on his belly before me in the dust, whilst I spurn him with my foot. The reprobate, not the first, woe. Woe. By no human soul is it conceivable, that more than one human creature has ever sunk into a depth of wretchedness like this. Or that the first in her writhing death agony should not have atoned in the sight of all pardoning heaven for the guilt of all the rest. The misery of this one pierces me to the very marrow, and harrows up my soul. Thou art grinning calmly over the doom of thousands. Mephistopheles. Now we are once again at our wits' end, just where the reason of you mortals snaps. Why dost thou seek our fellowship, if thou canst not go through with it? Wilt fly, and art not proof against dizziness? Did we force ourselves on thee, or thou on us? Faust. Cease thus to gnash thy ravenous fangs at me. I loathe thee. Great and glorious Spirit, thou who didst vouchsafe to reveal thyself unto me, thou who dost know my very heart and soul, why hast thou linked me with this base associate, who feeds on mischief and revels in destruction? Mephistopheles. Hast done. Faust. Save her, or woe to thee. The direst of curses on thee for thousands of years. Mephistopheles. I cannot loose the bands of the avenger, nor withdraw his bolts. Save her. Who was it plunged her into perdition? I or thou? Faust looks wildly around. Mephistopheles. Wouldst grasp the thunder? Well for you, poor mortals, that 'tis not yours to wield. To smite to atoms the being however innocent, who obstructs his path, such is the tyrant's fashion of relieving himself in difficulties. Faust. Convey me thither. She shall be free. Mephistopheles. And the danger to which thou dost expose thyself? No, the guilt of blood, shed by thy hand, lies yet upon the town. Over the place where fell the murdered one, avenging spirits hover and watch for the returning murderer. Faust. This too from thee? The death and downfall of a world be on thee. Monster, I conduct me thither, I say, and set her free. Mephistopheles. I will conduct thee. And what I can do, here. Have I all power in heaven and upon earth? I'll cloud the senses of the warder, do thou possess thyself of the keys and lead her forth with human hand. I will keep watch. The magic steeds are waiting, I bear thee off. Thus much is in my power. Faust. Tip and sway. Night. Open country. Faust. Mephistopheles. Rushing along on black horses. Faust. What weave they yonder round the Ravenstone? Mephistopheles. I know not what they shape and brew. Faust. They're soaring, swooping, betiding, stooping. Mephistopheles. A witch's pack. Faust. They charm, they strew. Mephistopheles. On. On. Dungeon. Faust. With a bunch of keys and a lamp before a small iron door. A fear unwonted o'er my spirit falls. Man's concentrated woe o'erwhelms me here. She dwells immured within these dripping walls. Her only trespass a delusion dear. Thou lingerest at the fatal door. Thou dreadst to see her face once more. On. While thou dalliest, draws her death hour near. He seizes the lock. Singing within. My mother, the harlot. She took me and slew. My father, the scoundrel. Hath eaten me too. My sweet little sister. Hath all my bones laid. Where soft breezes whisper. All in the cool shade. Then became I a wood bird, and sang on the spray. Fly away. Little bird, fly away. Fly away. Faust opening the lock. Ah! She forebodes not that her lover's near. The clanking chains, the rustling straw, to hear. He enters. Margaret. Hiding her face in the bed of straw. Woe! Woe! They come. Oh bitter 'tis to die. Faust softly. Hush! Hush! Be still. I come to set thee free. Margaret. Throwing herself at his feet. If thou art human, feel my misery. Faust. Thou wilt awake the jailer with thy cry. He grasps the chains to unlock them. Margaret on her knees. Who, headsman, unto thee this power o'er me could give? Thou comest for me at midnight hour. Be merciful, and let me live. Is morrow's dawn not time enough? She stands up. I'm still so young, and must so early die. Fair was I too, and that was my undoing. My love is now afar, he then was nigh. Torn lies the garland, the fair blossom strewed. Nay, seize me not with hands so rude. Spare me. What harm have I e'er done to thee? Oh, let me not in vain implore. I ne'er have seen thee in my life before. Faust. Can I endure this bitter agony? Margaret. I now am at thy mercy quite. Let me my babe but suckle once again. I fondled it the livelong night. They took it from me but to give me pain. And now, they say that I my child have slain. Gladness I ne'er again shall know. Then they sing songs about me, 'tis wicked of the throng. An ancient ballad in death so. Who bade them thus apply the song? Faust. Throwing himself on the ground. A lover at thy feet bends low. To loose the bonds of wretchedness and woe. Margaret. Throws herself beside him. Oh, let us kneel and move the saints by prayer. Look. Look. Yon stairs below. Under the threshold there. Hell's flames are all aglow. Beneath the floor. With hideous noise. The devils roar. Faust aloud. Gretchen. Gretchen. Margaret listening. That was my loved one's voice. She springs up, the chains fall off. Where is he? I heard him calling me. Free am I. There's none shall hinder me. To his neck will I fly. On his bosom will lie. Gretchen, he called. On yon threshold he stood. Amidst all the howling of hell's fiery flood. The scoff and the scorn of its devilish crew. The tones of his voice, sweet and loving, I knew. Faust. 'Tis I. Margaret. 'Tis thou. Oh, say so once again. Embracing him. 'Tis he. 'Tis he. Where's now the torturing pain? Where are the fetters? Where the dungeon's gloom? 'Tis thou. To save me thou art come. And I am saved. Already now the street I see. Where the first time I caught a glimpse of thee. There too the pleasant garden shade. Where I and Martha for thy coming stayed. Faust. Endeavoring to lead her away. Come. Come away. Margaret. Oh, do not haste. I love to linger where thou stayest. Caressing him. Faust. Ah, haste. For if thou still delayest, our lingering we shall both deplore. Margaret. How, dearest? Canst thou kiss no more? So short a time away from me, and yet. To kiss thou couldst so soon forget. Why on thy neck so anxious do I feel? When formerly a perfect heaven of bliss. From thy dear looks and words would o'er me steal. As thou wouldst stifle me thou then didst kiss. Kiss me. Or I'll kiss thee. She embraces him. Woe! Woe! Thy lips are cold, are dumb. Thy love where hast thou left? Who bath me of thy love bereft? She turns away from him. Faust. Come. Follow me, my dearest love, be bold. I'll cherish thee with ardor thousandfold. I but entreat thee now to follow me. Margaret. Turning towards him. And art thou he? And art thou really he? Faust. 'Tis I. Oh, come. Margaret. Thou wilt strike off my chain. And thou wilt take me to thine arms again. How comes it that thou dost not shrink from me? And dost thou know, love, whom thou wouldst set free? Faust. Come. Come. Already night begins to wane. Margaret. I sent my mother to her grave. I drowned my child beneath the wave. Was it not given to thee and me thee too? 'Tis thou thyself. I scarce believe it yet. Give me thy hand. It is no dream. 'Tis true. Thine own dear hand. But how is this? 'Tis wet. Quick, wipe it off. Meseems that yet there's blood thereon. Ah God! What hast thou done? Put up thy sword, I beg of thee. Faust. Oh, dearest, let the past forgotten be. Death is in every word. Margaret. No, thou must linger here in sorrow. The graves I will describe to thee, and thou to them must see. Tomorrow. The best place give to my mother. Close at her side my brother. Me at some distance lay, but not too far away. And the little one place on my right breast. Nobody else will near me lie. To nestle beside thee so lovingly. That was a rapture, gracious and sweet. A rapture I never again shall prove. Methinks I would force myself on thee, love. And thou dost spurn me, and back retreat. Yet, 'tis thyself, thy fond kind looks I see. Faust. If thou dost feel, 'tis I, then come with me. Margaret. What, there? Without? Faust. Yes, forth in the free air. Margaret. Ay, if the grave's without. If death lurk there. Hence to the everlasting resting place. And not one step beyond. Thou art leaving me? O Henry! Would that I could go with thee. Faust. Thou canst. But will it? Open stands the door. Margaret. I dare not go. I've naught to hope for more. What boots it to escape? They lurk for me. 'Tis wretched to beg, as I must do. And with an evil conscience thereto. 'Tis wretched, in foreign lands to stray. And me they will catch, do what I may. Faust. With thee will I abide. Margaret. Quick. Quick. Save thy poor child. Keep to the path. The brook along. Over the bridge. To the wood beyond. To the left, where the plank is. In the pond. Seize it at once. It fain would rise. It struggles still. Save it. Oh save. Faust. Dear Gretchen, more collected be. One little step, and thou art free. Margaret. Were we but only past the hill. There sits my mother upon a stone. My brain, alas, is cold with dread. There sits my mother upon a stone. And to and fro she shakes her head. She winks not, she nods not, her head it droops sore. She slept so long, she waked no more. She slept, that we might taste of bliss. Ah! Those were happy times, I wis. Faust. Since here avails nor argument nor prayer. Thee hence by force I needs must bear. Margaret. Loose me. I will not suffer violence. With murderous hand hold not so fast. I have done all to please thee in the past. Faust. Day dawns. My love. My love. Margaret. Yes. Day draws near. The day of judgment too will soon appear. It should have been my bridal. No one tell. That thy poor Gretchen thou hast known too well. Woe to my garland. Its bloom is o'er. Though not at the dance. We shall meet once more. The crowd doth gather, in silence it rolls. The squares, the streets. Scarce hold the throng. The staff is broken, the death bell tolls. They bind and seize me. I'm hurried along. To the seat of blood already I'm bound. Quivers each neck as the naked steel. Quivers on mine the blow to deal. The silence of the grave now broods around. Faust. Would I had never been born. Mephistopheles appears without. Up. Or you're lost. Vain hesitation. Babbling, quaking. My steeds are shivering. Morn is breaking. Margaret. What from the floor ascendeth like a ghost? 'Tis he. 'Tis he. Him from my presence chase. What would he in this holy place? It is for me he cometh. Faust. Thou shalt live. Margaret. Judgment of God. To thee my soul I give. Mephistopheles to Faust. Come, come. With her I'll else abandon thee. Margaret. Father, I'm thine. Do thou deliver me. Ye angels. Ye angelic hosts. Descend. Encamp around to guard me and defend. Henry. I shudder now to look on thee. Mephistopheles. She now is judged. Voices from above. Is saved. Mephistopheles to Faust. Come thou with me. Vanishes with Faust. Voice from within, dying away. Henry. Henry. Second part of the tragedy. Act 1. Scene 1, a pleasant landscape. Faust is lying on flowery turf, tired and restless, trying to sleep. A circle of tiny, graceful spirits hovers round him. Ariel, chanting, accompanied by Aeolian harps. When the springtime blossoms, falling, shower down, and cover all things. When the fields with greener blessing dazzle all the world of earthlings. Little elves, but great in spirit, haste to help, where help they can. And, be he holy, be he wicked, pity they the luckless man. You, hovering in airy circles, round his head, show yourselves in proud elf form, instead. Calm all the fierce resistance of his heart. Remove the bitter barbs of sharp remorse. Free him from past terrors, by your art. For are the watches night makes in its course. At once, now, mercifully, let the dark depart. Let his head sink down on pillow's coolness. Next sprinkle him with dew from Lethe's stream. Then let his joints be free of cramps and stiffness, so that he's strong enough to greet day's gleam. Elves, exert your sweetest right. Return him to the holy light. Choir, singly, and two or more, alternately and together. When the balmy breezes smother all the green encircled land, sweetly fragrant and mist-covered, twilight gathers all around. Sweet peace then whispers softly, rocks the heart on childhood's shores. And on the eyelids, tired and weary, closes daylight's golden doors. Hear the nights already passing. Sacred stars set, star by star. Great lights, and the lesser glittering. Sparkling near, and gleaming far. Sparkling where the lake reflects her. Gleaming bright in cloudless height. Protecting the deep bliss of rest, there. Moon, in splendor, rules the night. The hours have vanished now, already. Joy and pain have flown away. You are whole. Recover, holy. Trust the sight of breaking day. Greening valleys, swelling hills there. Rise from out their shadowy sleep. And, drifting in its waves of silver, on to harvest, flows the wheat. Wish then, to achieve your wishes. Gaze up, at the brightness there. You are lightly tangled, this is sleep, a shell, so now emerge. Don't delay, walk bravely, tall. When the crowd waits, hesitating, the noblest man achieves his all. By seeing, and then, swiftly, taking. Ariel. Listen. Hear the hour nearing. Ringing out to spirit hearing. Now, the new day is appearing. Doors of stone creak and chatter. Phoebus' wheels roll and clatter. What a din the daylight's bringing. Trombone and trumpeting. Eyes amazed, and ears ringing. The unheard drops out of hearing. Slip into the flower's presence. Deeper, deeper, lie there silent. In the pebbles, where the leaves bend. If it strikes you, you'll be deafened. Faust. Life's pulses beating now, with new existence. Greet the mild ethereal half-light round me. You, earth, stood firm tonight, as well, I sense. Your breath is quickening all the things about me. Already, with that joy you give, beginning to stir the strengthening resolution in me that strives, forever, towards highest being. Now the world unfolds, in half-light's gleam. The woods alive, its thousand harmonies singing. While through the valleys, misted ribbons stream. And heavenly light now penetrates the deep. Twigs, branches shoot, with fresher life it seems. From fragrant gulfs, where they were sunk in sleep. Color on color lifts now from the ground. As leaf and flower with trembling dewdrops weep. And a paradise reveals itself, all round. Gaze upwards. The vast mountain heights. Already with the solemn hour resound. They are the first to enjoy the eternal light. That later, for us, will work its way below. Now, to the sloping alpine meadows bright. It gives a fresh clarity, a newer glow. And step by step it reaches us down here. It blazes out. Ah, already blinded, though. I turn away, my eyesight wounded, pierced. So it is, when to the thing we yearn for. The highest wish so intimately rehearsed. We find fulfillment opening wide the door. And then, from eternal space, there breaks a flood of flame. We stand amazed before. We wish to set the torch of life ablaze. A sea of fire consumes us, and such fire. Love, is it, then? Or hate? This fierce embrace. The joy and pain of alternating pyres. So that, gazing back to earth again, we seek to veil ourselves in youth's desire. Let the sun shine on, behind me, then. The waterfall that splits the cliff's broad edge. I gaze at with a growing pleasure, when 1,000 torrents plunge from ledge to ledge. And still 1,000 more pour down that stair. Spraying the bright foam skywards from their beds. And in lone splendor, through the tumult there. The rainbow's arch of color, bending brightly, is clearly marked, and then dissolved in air. Around it the cool showers, falling lightly. There the efforts of mankind they mirror. Reflect on it, you'll understand precisely. We live our life amongst refracted color. Scene 2, the Emperor's castle, the throne room. A council of state waits for the Emperor. Trumpets. Enter court attendants of all kinds, splendidly dressed. The Emperor approaches the throne, the astrologer is to his right. The Emperor. I greet you all, the loved, and true. Gathered here from far and wide. I see a wise man's at my side. But where on earth's the fool? Attendant. Right behind your mantle there. He suddenly tumbled on the stair. They dragged away the pile of fat. Dead, or drunk? No man knows that. A second attendant. At once, and at a wondrous pace. Another came to take his place. Quite extravagantly dressed. Yet troubling, since he's so grotesque. Guards closed the door in his face. Their halberds held crosswise too. Yet here he comes, the daring fool. Mephistopheles, kneeling in front of the throne. What is cursed, and yet is welcomed? What's desired, yet chased away? What's always carefully defended? What's abused, condemned, I say? What do you not dare appeal to? What will all, happily, here named? What stands on the step before you? What's banished from here, all the same? The Emperor. For once, at least, spare us your babble. This is no time or place for riddles. They're a matter for these gentlemen. Solve it. I'll gladly hear it all again. I fear my old fool's wandered far in space. Come to my side, here, and take his place. Mephistopheles places himself on the Emperor's left. Murmurs from the crowd. A newer fool, for newer cares. Where's he from? How'd he get there? The old one fell, he's all done in. He was fat, now this one's thin. The Emperor. So now, my faithful and beloved. Welcome here from near and far. We meet beneath a lucky star. Since health and luck are written above. But tell me, why in days like these? When we've conquered care. And carnival masks are all our wear. And delightful things are waiting. We trouble ourselves with debating. Yet since you say we have to do it. It's settled then, and we'll go to it. The Chancellor. The highest virtue, like a sacred halo. Circles the Emperor's head, and so. He alone may validly exercise it. Justice. All men love and prize it. What all ask, yet wish they could do without. The people look to him to hand it out. But ah! What help can human wit deliver? Or kindly heart, or willing hand, if fever rages wildly through the state, and evil itself is broodingly preparing evil? Look about, from this height's extreme. Across the realm, it seems like some bad dream. Where one deformity acts on another. Where lawlessness by law is furthered. And an age of crime is discovered. Here one steals cattle, there, a wife. Cross, cup and candlestick, from the altar. And boasts of it for many a year. His skin's intact, and so's his life. Then they take their claims to court. The judge, in pomp, on his high cushion. Meanwhile there grows a furious roar. From swelling tides of revolution. They insist it's crime and disgrace. With their accomplices beside them. And guilty is the verdict in a case. Only where innocence is its own defense. So all the world will slash and chop. Destroying just what suits themselves. How then can that true sense develop? That shows the morally acceptable. At last the well-intentioned man yields to the bribe, the flatterer. And the judge who can't convict, is hand in hand with the criminal offender. I've painted in black, but I'd rather draw its image in the deeper color that I saw. Pause. The conclusion's inescapable. If all men suffer when all cause trouble, then His Majesty himself is harmed. The Commander-in-Chief. How riotous things are in this wild age. They all lash out, and are lashed, these days. And everyone is deaf to all command. The citizen behind his wall. The knight in his cliff-top tower. Have sworn to defy us all. And hold fast to their power. The impatient mercenaries. Impetuously demand their pay. And if we owed them less, already, they'd be off, and march away. If one forbids what all desire, he's disturbed a hornet's nest. The kingdom, they should keep entire, is plundered, and distressed. They'd like to wreak a wild disorder. Half the world has been dissolved. There are still kings beyond our border. But none of them think they're involved. The treasurer. In allies, then, who'd put their trust. The subsidies they promised us. Like water pipes are all blocked up. And, sire, in all your wide estate. Who's benefited from the take? Wherever you go, there's some new pup. Who declares his independence? We watch, while they carry on. We've given away our rights, and hence no rights are left for us, not one. Our parties too, however called, can't be depended on today. They like to praise, and blame, it's all impartial both their love and hate. They're resting, they take cover. The Ghibelline, and Guelph. Now, who'll help his neighbor? Each man just helps himself. The golden doors are fastened tight. Men scrape and scratch and glean, all right. But our coffers still are empty. The steward. What evils, too, I must endure. We try to save each day, I'm sure. But every day sees greater need. So, daily, some new torments mine. The cooks, alas, have all they want. Boar, pheasant, hare and venison. Ducks and peacocks, chickens, geese. Payment in kind, and guaranteed. They keep coming all the time. But in the end we're short of wine. Though cask on cask once filled the cellar. The best of vintages, and names, there. These noble lords can drink forever. And haven't left a single drop. The council too must have their fill. They grasp their tankards tight until, under the table, they have to stop. Now I'll count the cost, you'll see. The moneylenders won't spare me. The advances that they give gladly will eat the future years, on top. Pigs don't have time to fatten, instead. Men seize the pillows from your bed. Even the bread from your table's gone. The emperor, after reflection, to Mephistopheles. Fool, do you know anything else that's wrong? Mephistopheles. Me? Nothing at all. I see splendor, as I must. Around me, of you and yours. Lack trust. Where majesty commands so, without question. Where ready force scatters the enemy faction. Where strong wills, with wit to understand. Active and various, are all at hand. What, for some evil purpose, could combine? For darkness, then, where such stars shine. Murmurs. Here's a rogue, who understands. He'll tell lies, as long as he can. I wonder too, what lies behind. And what's in front? A project of some kind. Mephistopheles. In this world, what isn't lacking, somewhere, though? Sometimes it's this, or that, here what's missing's gold. True you can't just rake it up from the floor. But wisdom knows the mines where one gets more. In mountain veins, foundation walls. Coined and uncoined golden hoards. And ask me, now, who'll bring it to the light? One gifted with mind's power and nature's might. The Chancellor. Mind and nature, don't speak to Christians so. That's why men burn atheists, below. Such speech is dangerous, all right. Nature is sin, and mind's the devil. It harbors within it, doubt, that evil. They're misshapen hermaphrodite. Not so with us. In the emperor's land. Two kinds of men are still at hand. Worthy alone to defend the throne. The saints are they, and the knights. They enter life's uncertain fights. Rewards of church and state they own. Firm in their resistance, check the confused aims of every man. No, nature and mind are heretics. Wizards. Ruining town and land. And you, with brazen impudence still. Invoke them here in this high circle. You're fostering the corrupted will. Fools are always hand in hand. Mephistopheles. By this I recognize a most learned lord. What you can't feel lies miles abroad. What you can't grasp, you think, is done with two. What you don't count on can't be true. What you can't weigh won't weigh, of old. What you don't coin, that can't be gold. The Emperor. You won't sort out our faults like that. Will Lenten sermons make men fat? I'm tired of the eternal if and when. We're short of gold, well fine, so fetch some then. Mephistopheles. I'll fetch what you wish, and I'll fetch more. Easy it's true, but then easy things weigh more. It's there already, yet how we might achieve it. That's the tricky thing, knowing how to seize it. Just think how, in those times of consternation. When a human flood drowned land and nation. People were so terrified, everywhere. They hid their treasures, here and there. So it was when mighty Rome held sway. And so it goes on, yesterday and today. Still buried in the earth, why, there it is. The earth is the emperor's, so it's his. The treasurer. For a fool his aim's not out of sight. It's true, that's an old imperial right. The chancellor. Satan lays out his gilded nets, for you. These things don't square with what's good and true. The steward. Only bring them to court, I'll welcome the sight. And I'll gladly accept the thing is not quite right. The commander-in-chief. The fool's clever, to promise what each of us needs. A soldier will never ask from whence it all proceeds. Mephistopheles. If you think I'm cheating you, maybe. Why here's the man, ask astrology. He knows each circling hour and house. So ask him, how are the heavens now? Murmurs. Two rogues, they're already known. Fool and dreamer, so near the throne. An idle song, an ancient rhyme. The fool plays, the wise man speaks. In time. The astrologer speaks, with Mephistopheles prompting him. The sun, himself, he is of purest gold. Mercury, messenger, of riches told. Venus has bewitched you all, and she looks on you, soon and late. Quite lovingly. The chaste moon's mood holds fast. Mars won't harm, his strength won't last. And Jupiter remains the loveliest sight. While Saturn's great, but far away and slight. His metal we don't greatly venerate. Light of worth, though leaden in its weight. Yes. When sun and moon are conjoined fine. Silver and gold will make the whole world shine. The rest as well in turn are all achieved. Palaces, gardens proud. And rosy cheeks. All this he brings this highly knowledgeable man. He can deliver, too, what nobody else here can. The emperor. The words they say, I hear them twice. And yet I'm not convinced they're right. Murmurs. What's all that? A joke gone flat. Horoscopy, and chemistry. I've heard that vain, hoped in vain. Come, quick, it's still a trick. Mephistopheles. They stand around, they're all amazed. They don't trust what can be found. One babbles about deadly nightshade. The other of some jet-black hound. What matter if one thinks I'm jesting? Or another calls it sorcery. If the soles of their feet are itching. If their firm step totters towards me. All can feel the secret working of nature's everlasting power. And from its deepest lurking, a living vein shall rise and flower. When every member twitches. When all look strange to your eyes. Make up your minds, be delvers. Hear the players, they're the prize. Murmurs. It's like a lead weight on my feet. My arm's swollen, but then, it's gouty. There's a tickle here in my big toe. All the way down my back it goes. From these signs, I'd say we're near a rich vein of treasure, here. The emperor. Quick then. Don't slope off there. Let's test your froth of lies. Show us, all, this rarest prize. I'll lay down the sword and scepter. With my own noble hands, as well. If you don't lie, complete the work myself. And, if you lie, then send you down to hell. Mephistopheles. I'll find the way there anyway. Yet I really can't exaggerate. What's lying round ownerless, everywhere? The farmer, ploughing the furrows, lays bare a crock of gold the clods unfold. Seeks saltpetre from damp limy walls. And finds their golden rolls of gold. In his poor hands, frightened by all. What caverns exist to be blown open? Through what shafts and cuttings then? Burrow those gold-divining men. Those neighbors of the underworld. Secure in vast ancient cellars, find golden plates, bowls, cups for wine. In rows, and heaps where they were hurled. Goblets fashioned out of rubies. And if they wants to try their uses. Beside them there's the ancient fluid. Yet, I would trust the expert though. The wooden casks rotted long ago. The wine makes tartar, in the liquid. Not just gold, and jewels, fine. But the essence then of noble wine. Terror hides, and night, as stark. So quiz the wise untiringly. It's trivial, by day, to see. Mystery, houses in the dark. The Emperor. See to it then. What use is it out of sight? Whatever's valuable must see the light. Who knows a rogue for certain but by day? At night all cows are black, and cats are grey. The pot's down there, full of golden weight. Drive your plough, and, ploughing, excavate. Mephistopheles. Take hoe and spade, and dig yourself. Laboring will make you great. A herd of golden calves, you'll help. To rise from out their buried state. Then with delight, without delay. You can, yourself, your love array. Glittering colors, shining gems, will best. Enhance your majesty, and her loveliness. The Emperor. Quick then, quick. How slow it always is. The astrologer, prompted by Mephistopheles. Sire, restrain your urgent passion, please. First let all your pleasant pastimes go. Distracted natures won't achieve the goal. First we must atone for them in quiet. Lower things are gained by the higher. Who wants the good, must first be good. Who wants delight, must calm the blood. Who longs for wine, treads ripened grapes. Who hopes for miracles, strengthens then his faith. The Emperor. So let the time be passed in merriment. Ash Wednesday will achieve our grave intent. And we can celebrate, wild carnival. More riotously, meanwhile, after all. They exit to the sound of trumpets. Mephistopheles. How merit and luck are linked together. These fools can't see, no, not a one. If they'd the philosopher's stone, as ever. There'd lack a philosopher for the stone. Act 2. Scene I, a high-arched, narrow, Gothic chamber. Formerly Faust's, unchanged. Mephistopheles, entering from behind a curtain. As he holds it up and looks behind him, Faust is seen lying stretched out on an antiquated bed. Lie there, unlucky man. One tempted by the bonds of a love not readily undone. The man whom Helena shall paralyze won't find it easy to regain his reason. Looking around him. I look upwards, here, around me. All's unaltered, and undamaged. Stained glass, there, shows darkly. Spiders have added to their webs. The ink is dry, the paper's yellow. But everything's still in its place. Even the quill pens here, on show. With which Faust and the devil embraced. Yes. Deeper in the nib there's still a drop of blood, I tempted him to spill. It's a unique piece, in my book. So I'll wish the great collector's luck. The old fur robe, on the hook, too, reminds me of a joke or two. That time when I taught the student. What, perhaps, in youth, he's glad he learnt. Truly the same desire is on me, for you, smoke-singed gown, you and I. To flaunt ourselves once more as a professor. And speak as one who's always in the right. How to achieve that all the learned know. It's something the devil lost long ago. He shakes the fur as he takes it down, and moths, crickets and beetles fly out. Chorus of insects. Greetings. We're greeting our patron of old. We're floating and buzzing. To us you're well known. Singly, in silence. You sowed us like plants. Father, in thousands. We've come to the dance. The jester is snugly contained in the breast. The lice in the fur they are sooner expressed. Mephistopheles. What a nice surprise, this young brood of mine. One merely sows, and harvests in due time. I'll shake this ancient fleece about. Here and there, one flutters out. Away. Around. In 100 leavings. Hurry and hide yourself, you darlings. There, where the ancient boxes lie. Here, in the smoky parchment try. In that broken dusty old pottery. O'er the skull, its eye sockets empty. All this jumbled mildewed existence always gives one whims and fancies. Again let's dress up as a lecturer. Today I'll be the principal, once more. But it's no use naming myself, you see. Where are the people, to welcome me? Famulus, a college servant, tottering here, down the long gallery. What a noise! What a quake! The stairs sway, the walls shake. Through the window's trembling colors, I see the lightning gleam above us. The floor leaps, and, on high, plaster, rubble from the sky. And the door, once tightly locked, by wondrous force is thrown back. There! How fearful! A giant! Look, in Faust's old garment. At his gazing, and his pleas. I want to sink to my knees. Shall I go? Shall I remain? Oh, what will happen to me, then? Mephistopheles. Here, my friend. You're called Nicodemus. Famulus. Honored sir. That's my name, Oremus. Mephistopheles. Enough of that. Famulus. How pleased I am you knew me. Mephistopheles. I know you well, a student still, I see. Mossy sir. After all, a learned man. Studies hard, and does the best he can. So one builds a respectable house of cards. That greater minds can't finish afterwards. But he's a witty fellow, is your master. Who doesn't know the noble Dr. Wagner? He's the first in all the world of learning. He's unique, wisdom, each day increasing. And all of it he still holds together. Crowds, around him, panting, gather. Listeners, eavesdroppers, welcome. Alone, he shines there at the rostrum. He holds a key, just like St. Peter. That unlocks the lower, and the higher. He glows and sparkles above the rest. No name and fame has wider standing. Even that of Faust has dimmed, at best. He's the one who's always inventing. Famulus. Forgive me, honored sir, if I dare to speak, and contradict you, there. There's no question of that, I must declare. Since modesty's his role, as all discern. Discovering nothing of the circumstances. Baffled by the great man's disappearance. He seeks all health and comfort in his return. The room waits for its old master. While Dr. Faustus is away. Untouched, still, as in his day. And I scarcely dare to enter. What can the stars be doing? The walls themselves are frightening me. The doorframes quiver, bolts work free. Or you yourself couldn't have got in. Mephistopheles. And your great man, where is he? Lead me there, or bring him here to me. Famulus. Oh. His warnings are quite clear. I'm not allowed to interfere. For months I've left him in utter peace. Till his great work is complete. He, the most delicate of scholars. His face looks like a charcoal burner's. Blackened now from nose to ears. Eyes crimson, blowing up the fires. All the while. So enthusiastic. Clinking of tongs, that's his music. Mephistopheles. Why would he deny an entrance to me? I'm one who'd speed his luck, you see. The Famulus exits, Mephistopheles sits down, gravely. I've hardly taken my seat here. And I see a guest behind my chair. But he's one of the new school's persuasion. He'll be arrogant, I think, on this occasion. Baccalaureus, storming along the corridor. I find the gates and doors are open. Now there's room at last for hope then. That it won't be merely as before. A live man, acting as a corpse. Wasting away, and rotting. Till he merely dies of living. These walls and these partitions bow and sink towards perdition. And if we don't look about us, their decline and fall will rout us. I'm audacious, no one more so. But no further in do I go. What will I find here today? It's years since I've been this way. Where timid and innocent. As a freshman I was sent. Where I trusted in my elders. Edified by all their blather. From the dry old books, they knew. They lied to me, what they knew. Not believing in it truly. Stealing life itself, from me. What? There, in his cell. Sits a darkly bright one still. With astonishment now, nearer. See him sitting in his dark fur. Truly, as I left him sitting. Still in all his coarse wrapping. Then he seemed a fount of wisdom. Since I didn't understand him. He won't find me so today. Fresh and new, I'm on my way. Sir, if in Lethe's melancholy stream that bald nodding head's not swum, see your grateful scholar come. Outgrown, his academic dream. I find you now, as I saw you. I was another though, that's true. Mephistopheles. I'm glad the ringing brought you. I rated you once before as high. The caterpillar, the chrysalis too. Showed the bright future butterfly. Your curly hair and pointed collar made you a childishly pleasing scholar. You never wore pigtails I believe. And today you're cropped like a Swede. I see you're bold and resolute. But don't go home too absolute. Baccalaureus. My old master. We're in our old places. But don't think to renew time's journey. And spare me words with dual faces. I treat them now quite differently. You teased the true, and honest youth. It wasn't difficult for you to do. It's what no one dares to do today. Mephistopheles. Pure truth on the young is thrown away. The little beaks don't like it, anyway. But afterwards when years have passed. And they've learnt it for themselves at last. And think it came from them, not school. Then we hear, the master was a fool. Baccalaureus. A rascal, maybe. What teacher ever shows us the truth directly, underneath our noses? They know the way to make it seem more, or less. Now serious, now playful, as suits the children best. Mephistopheles. There's a moment given us for learning, truly. But you're ready now to teach, yourself, I see. For many moons, united with their suns. You the riches of experience have won. Baccalaureus. Experience. Mist and foam. And not the spirit's equal. Confess. What one has known is not worth knowing at all. Mephistopheles, after a pause. I've thought so for ages. I was a fool. But I think that shallow now I'm sensible. Baccalaureus. That pleases me. I hear pure reason sound. The first old man of sense I've ever found. Mephistopheles. I sought for treasure, buried gold. And brought to light frightful coals. Baccalaureus. Confess now, your skull, bald and old, is worth no more than that empty pole. Mephistopheles, amiably. Do you know, my friend, how rude you seem to me? Baccalaureus. In German, one's lying if one speaks politely. Mephistopheles, wheeling his chair nearer to the proscenium and the audience. Up here I'm dazed by light and air. Shall I take shelter with you down there? Baccalaureus. I find it arrogant that in times like these, a man wants to be what he no longer is. Man's life is in his arteries, and when are they so vibrant as in younger men? There the fresh blood full of strength creates new life from its own life again. There all works, and things get done. The waverers fall, the capable get on. While we've conquered half the world. What have you done? Nodded, curled. In the sun, dreamed, weighed, plan on plan. For sure, age is a chilling fever. The frost of whims and need ahead. When your 30th year is over, a man's as good as dead. It would be best to seek an early grave. Mephistopheles. That leaves the devil nothing more to say. Baccalaureus. Unless I will it, no devil can exist. Mephistopheles, aside. The devil will still trip you, in a bit. Baccalaureus. This is youth's noblest profession. The world was nothing before my creation. I drew the sun out of the sea. The moon began her changeful course with me. The daylight decked my path to greet me. The earth flowered, grew green, to meet me. At my command, in primal night, the stars in splendor swam to sight. Who, but I, loosed from its prison, cramped thought's philistinism? I, quite free, as my spirit sights, happily following my inner light, and speeding on, in delight. Darkness behind, and all before me, bright. Mephistopheles. Go forth in splendor, you primal man. How could insight harm you, ever? Who can think of stupid things or clever? That past ages didn't, long ago, understand. Yet there's no danger from him, you see. He'll think about it differently in time. Even if the grape juice acts absurdly, in the end it changes into wine. To the younger members of the audience, who do not applaud, my words have left you cold, I gather. May it be so for you, sweet children. But think, the devil's a lot older. So you need to be old to understand him. Scene 2, a laboratory. In the fashion of the Middle Ages, lots of heavy apparatus for strange purposes. Wagner, at the furnace. The fearful bell is sounding. The soot-black walls shudder. My deepest expectation will be unsure no longer. Soon the dark itself will lighten. Soon in the innermost vial, it will glow like living fire. Yes, like the noblest rubies glow. Lightning flashing in the shadow. A clearest white light shines now. Ah, not to lose it once more. Oh, God! Who's rattling at the door? Mephistopheles, entering. Greetings. And kindly meant now. Wagner, anxiously. Welcome, to the planet of the hour. Whispering. But stifle your breath, and words' power. A noble work is likewise being weighed. Mephistopheles, whispering. What might it be? Wagner, whispering. A man is being made. Mephistopheles. A man. And what loving couple? Have you got hidden, up the chimney? Wagner. God forbid. How unfashionable. We're free of all that idle foolery. The tender moment from which life emerged. The charming power with which its inner urge took and gave, and clearly stamped its seal. First in a near, and then a further field. We now divest of all that dignity. Though the creatures still enjoy it, we, as men, with all our greater gifts, begin to have, as we should, a nobler origin. He turns towards the furnace. It brightens. See. Now there's a real chance. That, if from the hundredfold substance, by mixing, since mixing makes it happen, the stuff of human life's compounded, and distilled in a flask, well-founded, and in proper combination, grounded, then the silent work is done. He turns again to the furnace. It will be. The mass is clearer. The proof comes nearer, nearer. What man praises in deepest nature. Through reason we dare to probe it. And what she organizes, here. We're now able to crystallize it. Mephistopheles. Who lives a while, gains much experience. And nothing new can happen on his journey. In years of traveling, and in my presence. I've seen, already, crystallized humanity. Wagner, up till now attending to the file. It rises, flashes, there's expansion. In a moment more it will be done. Great aims seem foolish at the outset. But we'll laugh at chance itself, yet. And brains, with thoughts to celebrate. In the future, a thinker will create. He inspects the file, rapturously. The glass rings with sweet power. It darkens, clears, it must have being. In a delicate form I see appear. A well-behaved little man behaving. What can the world ask more, what can we? Now that this mystery's visible to each. Give ear to what these sounds may be. They make a voice, they're forming speech. Homunculus, from the file, to Wagner. Now, Father. That was no joke. How are you? Come, press me tenderly to your heart, too. But not too hard, the glass may be too thin. It's in the very nature of the thing. For the natural the world has barely space. What's artificial commands a narrow place. To Mephistopheles. But you, rascal, my dear cousin, are you here at the right moment? I thank you, too. Good fortunes led you here to me. Since I exist, I must be doing, you see. I'd like to begin my work today. You're skillful at shortening the way. Wagner. But first, a word. Till now I've had no direction. When old or young teased me with a question. For example, no one's found out, ever. What makes body and soul fit together? Stick tight, as if there'll be no separation. Yet always cause each other irritation. So then. Mephistopheles. Stop. I'd rather he told me. Why married people get by so wretchedly. You'll never discover that, my friend. There's work to do the little man can tend. Homunculus. What work's to do? Mephistopheles, pointing to a side door. Employ your gifts on this. Wagner, still gazing at the file. Truly, you're the loveliest boy there is. The side door opens, Faust is seen stretched out on a couch. Homunculus, astonished. Interesting. The file slips out of Wagner's hands, hovers over Faust, and shines on him. Lovely surroundings. Clear water. In thick forest. Women there, undressing. The loveliest of all. It's getting clearer. One's left, different from the rest, gleaming. Of highest race, for sure, a heavenly name. She places her foot in the transparent glow. Her noble body's sweetly living flame cools itself in the yielding crystal flow. But what's that rush of beating wings for? That thrashing, splashing, in the mirror? The lovely girls, intimidated, flee. Their queen, alone, looks on, composedly. To see, with a proud feminine pleasure. The swan prince press against her knee, there. Forward yet tame. Familiar, he seems. But suddenly a vapor heaves. And covers, with the veil it weaves. The loveliest of scenes. Mephistopheles. All the things that you could murmur. So little, and such a great dreamer. I see nothing. Homunculus. So I believe. You're northern. In the age of mist you're born then. In a jumble of priestcraft and chivalry. So how could your sight be free? You're at home with darkness. He gazes around. Brown repulsive, mildewed walls. Low, pointed arches, full of scrolls. One wakes, and gives another pain. On the spot, dead then, he'll remain. Wooded founts, swans, naked beauty. That was his far-sighted dream. How could this place do duty? I can scarcely endure the scene. Carry him off. Mephistopheles. I'd be happy, a last chance. Homunculus. Order the soldier to the fight. Lead the maiden to the dance. Then everything's done right. Even now, thinks, quick as light. It's classical Walpurgis-Night. That's the best, if he were sent to his own true element. Mephistopheles. I've never heard that event named, here. Homunculus. How could it come to your ear? Only romantic ghosts, for you. A true ghost must be classic too. Mephistopheles. Which path do we take there? Already. Your antique colleagues quite repel me. Homunculus. Northwestward Satan, is your pleasure ground. But this time we're southeastward bound. In wider space flows Peneus, the free. By bushes, groves, and damp still bays. Its levels stretch to mountain ways. And over it Pharsalus, old, yet contemporary. Mephistopheles. Oh. Enough. And keep all the fight of tyranny and slavery, out of sight. It bores me, they're scarce done when they start the whole thing over again. And no one sees, they're being realigned by Asmodeus, who works them from behind. They clash, it's said, for freedom's right. Seen rightly, slave with slave is all the fight. Homunculus. Leave mankind's willfulness to me, then. Each man defends himself, as best he can. From childhood, till, at last, he is a man. Just ask how we can get back there again. Have you a method, then, let's see. If you haven't, leave it all to me. Mephistopheles. There's many a Brocken trick I could display. But I find that pagan bolts have barred the way. The whole Greek race was never that much use. They dazzle with the senses' freer play, it's true. They lure the heart of man to happier sins. While ours, one always finds, are gloomy things. And now, what? Homunculus. Once you weren't so witless. When I spoke about Thessalian witches. I can deliver what I said, just think a little. Mephistopheles, lustfully. Thessalian witches. Good. They're the people I once inquired about long ago. I don't think it would suit me, at all, to live with them night after night, though. Still, a visit, and a trial. Homunculus. This mantle here. Fold it around your night there. As before, the cloak can carry another. One of you, along with the other. I'll light the way. Wagner, anxiously. And I. Homunculus. Well, now, you. Stay home, there are important things to do. Unfold all your ancient parchments. Then, by rote, collect life's elements. And place them together with due care. Consider what, more deeply consider how. Meanwhile round the world, a bit, I'll fare. And find the last dot on the I, for now. Then the great work will see its final stage. Great effort will merit great reward, you'll see. Gold, honor, fame, a long and ripe old age. And science too, and virtue, possibly. Farewell. Wagner, sadly. Farewell. It gives me pain. Already, I fear, I'll not see you again. Mephistopheles. Now to Peneus, lively, on. Sir cousins highly rated. To the audience. In the end we're dependent on the creatures we've created. Scene 3, Classical Walpurgis-Night. The Pharsalian Fields. Darkness. Eric though, the Thessalian witch, see Lucan's Pharsalia. This night's awesome feast, as so often in the past. I enter now, I, Eric though, the gloomy one. Not so abominable as the wretched poets painted me. With excessive slander, they never cease their blame or praise. I see the valley whiten with waves of tents that gleam grayer in the distance. The after-image of that anxious, fearful night. How often it's repeated. In eternity. Acted out, again, forever, no one gives the realm to another, to the one whose power won it. Whose strength rules. Since each, incapable of ruling his inner self, would gladly rule his neighbor's will. In the manner that his proud mind dictates to him. But here a great instance was fought out, to the end. Of how force may battle against a greater force. Freedom's lovely thousand-blossomed garland be torn. And stubborn laurel be wound round the ruler's brow. Here, Pompey dreams of his youth and former greatness. There, Caesar, listening, watches the balance tremble. It settles, and the world knows whom it sinks towards. The watch-fires, glowing, send out their crimson flames. The field exhales those images of squandered blood. And lured by the strange wondrous splendor of the night. A legion of Hellenic legends gather here. They hover around all the fires uncertainly. Or sit nearby, the fabled forms of ancient days. The moon, not full it is true, but of clearest light. Rises, scattering mild radiance everywhere. The ghostly tents vanish, the fires burn bluish now. But, over my head, what sudden meteor's this? It shines, illuminates the material globe. I smell life. It's not fitting for me to approach closer to the living, since I'm harmful to them. It gives me a bad name, and is no benefit to me. It sinks down already. I give way, thoughtfully. She exits. The airy travelers speak from above. Homunculus. Once again float round the circle. Over flames and shuddering horror. On the ground, and in the veil still. It's quite ghostly, we discover. Mephistopheles. It's the same as through my old window. In the grim and tangled north. Really loathsome ghosts below. I'm at home here, and there, of course. Homunculus. See. There's a tall one striding. With gigantic steps, before us. Mephistopheles. As if she were afraid, now, gliding. Through the air above, she saw us. Homunculus. Let her stride. Right away. Set the night down there. He'll return to life again. Once he breathes this mythic air. Faust, as he touches the ground. Where is she? Homunculus. We can't say, I fear. But you can probably inquire here. Hurry now before it's daylight. Go and search, from fire to fire. Who found his way to the mother's side? Won't find this harder to survive. Mephistopheles. On my own behalf too, I'm here. But I don't know anything better than each to seek, among the fires, the adventure he desires. Then, so that we can reunite. Little one, shine your ringing light. Homunculus. It shines like this, and rings. The glass shines and rings out powerfully. Now off to new and wondrous things. Faust, alone. Where is she? But no further answer seek. If this is not the soil she trod, nor the wave that bathed her foot, it is the air that spoke her speech. Here. By a miracle, on Hellenic land. I feel, the earth, too, where I stand. A fresh power glows in me, the sleeper. So I am Antaeus-like in nature. And I find the strangest things lie here. First let me search this labyrinth of fire. He moves away. On the upper Peneus. Mephistopheles, looking around. And as I wander through these fires, I feel myself a total stranger, in the event. They're mostly naked, a shirt here and there. The Sphinx shameless, the Griffin impudent. And what's more? Curly-haired and winged. Before, behind, in eyes, reflected things. Of course, at heart, indecency's my ideal. But I find the antique is a little too real. One should control all with a modern mind. Overlay it with fashions of assorted kinds. Repulsive people. Yet still I have to meet them. And, as a new guest too, correctly greet them. Luck to you, fair ladies, and men, you wise grey ones. A griffin, snarling. For the gold-guarding griffins see Herodotus' histories. Not grey ones. Griffins. No one likes the name. Of something grey. Every word rings. With what conditioned it, its origins. Grey, grievous, grumpy, gruesome, gravely, grimly. Similarly harmonious etymologically. Disharmonize us. Mephistopheles. And yet, without deviation. You like the GRYP in your proud name of Griffin. The Griffin, snarling continuously. Naturally. The relationships tried and tested. It was often censured, but more often praised. One grips maidens, money, gold. To the gripper, fortune's never cold. Giant ants. You spoke of gold, we've collected lots of it. In rocks and caves, secretly, we've crammed it. The Arimaspi discovered it all, one day. They're laughing now, they took it far away. The Griffin. We'll soon make them confess. The Arimaspi, for the Scythian race of the Arimaspi and their association with gold mining see Herodotus' histories. But not on this night of public festival. By morning we'll have spent it all. This time at least we'll achieve success. Mephistopheles, sitting among the sphinxes. How free, and easy, I feel here. I understand you, one and all. Sphinx. We breathe out spirit tones, clear. That for you becomes substantial. Now name yourself, so we can know your fame. Mephistopheles. Men choose to saddle me with a host of names. Are there Britons here? They travel about so much. Looking for battlefields, and ruined walls. The dullest classical places, waterfalls. Here's a sight that's worth all their fuss. They spoke of me too, in their mysteries. And portrayed me there as old iniquity. A sphinx. How so? Mephistopheles. I don't know why that should be. A sphinx. Perhaps you've knowledge of the stars. What do you think of the present hour? Mephistopheles, gazing upwards. Star glides by star, the horned moon shines bright. And I feel happy here, in this mournful sight. I warm myself on a lion's skin, you're right. To have to take off, again, that would be hard. Give us a riddle, or at least charades. Sphinx. To express yourself, that would be a riddle. Try for once to solve your own inner muddle. Needed by the good man and the sinful. To the first a breastplate in ascetic swordplay. A wild friend for the other, to show the way. And both amusing Zeus with their display. The first griffin, snarling. I don't like him. The second griffin, snarling more fiercely. What's he after? Both griffins. The nasty thing, he's not been heard of here. Mephistopheles, nastily. Perhaps you think a guest's nails can't claw. Every bit as sharply as those talons of yours. Just try it, then. A sphinx, gently. You'll only stay until you leave our company, yourself, as you will. In your own land everything worked for you. But this if I'm not wrong's too much for you. Mephistopheles. Looked at above, you're rather appetizing. But lower down the creature's somewhat frightening. A sphinx. False one, you'll do bitter penance. These claws of ours are sound and good. You with your withered horse's hoof aren't comfortable in our presence. The sirens start to sing, above them. What are those birds shaking? The poplar branches by the stream? A sphinx. Take care. The song they're making conquered the best there's ever been. The sirens. Ah, why should you choose to live amongst amazing ugliness? Listen, we flock to you, ah yes. With tuneful sounds, in excess. That sirens ought to give. The sphinxes, mocking them. Make them fly down here to us. Their falcon claws, so hideous. They've hidden in the leaves. They'll fall on you, cruelly, you see. If you choose to hear them sigh. The sirens. Away with hate. Away with envy. We gather purest ecstasies. Scattered through the sky. On the earth, or on the sea. With the happiest gestures, we greet men who wander by. Mephistopheles. This is news of the sweetest. Hear from lyre and chest. One note twines round another. But this warbling's lost on me. It crawls into my ear, you see. Yet my heart feels nothing, here. The sphinxes. Don't talk of hearts. That's idle. A leather bag would do as well. To match that face you wear. Faust, approaching. Marvelous. Gazing's enough for me. At grand repulsiveness, and solidity. I suspect I'll find good fortune shortly. Where will this serious gazing take me? He points at the sphinxes. Once Oedipus stood in front of them. He points at the sirens. Ulysses writhed in ropes for them. He points to the ants. They gathered a mighty treasure. He points to the griffins. They guarded it in fullest measure. I feel new power flowing through me. Mighty these forms, of mighty memory. Mephistopheles. Once you'd have run from things like these. But now they look good to you. When a man seeks his beloved, he's ready to meet monsters too. Faust, to the sphinxes. You female forms, tell me then. Have any of you seen Helen? The sphinxes. None of us lasted till her day. Hercules the last did slay. You can ask Chiron, anyway. He gallops round in this spirit night. When he stops for you, you might. The sirens. You will not fail at all. How Ulysses lingered with us. Not hurrying scornfully by us. He'd many times recall. All will be shown you. If you make your journey to our fields, in the green sea. A sphinx. Don't let yourself be deceived. Instead of Ulysses self-bonded. We bind with good advice. On. When you reach noble Chiron. You'll find it's as I promised. Faust wanders off. Mephistopheles, in a temper. What croaks by me on beating wing? So quick that one can't see a thing. And one behind the other, flying. Even a hunter would weary of these. A sphinx. That storm, like the winds of winter, here. Hercules' arrows could scarce get near. They are the swift stymphalides. And their croaked greetings are well meant. The vulture-beaked, and goose-webbed. They'd gladly appear in our place. As a closely related race. Mephistopheles, as if intimidated. Something else is having a hissing fit. Sphinx. Don't be worried about those either. They're the heads of the Lernaean hydra. Lopped from the trunk, but think they're it. But, what's the matter, now then? Why all the restless movements? Where are you going? He's gone. I see that chorus over there, that one. Has turned your head. You'll get nowhere. Go on, greet every sweet face there. They're Lamii, the lustful girls. With smiling lips, impudent curls. The race of satyrs all delight in. With them a cloven foot's the very thing. Mephistopheles. Will you stay here? So I can find you again. Sphinx. Yes. Mix with the flighty rabble. In Egypt, we were accustomed, you know, to rule for 1,000 years or so. And if you respect our location, we'll regulate the days of moon and sun. We'll sit in front of the pyramids to pass judgment on the nations. With changeless faces, there, amid war and peace, and inundations. On the lower Peneus, the river god, surrounded by nymphs and tributary streams. Peneus. Stir, you reed beds, whispering, flowing. Sigh softly, slender rushes, bowing. Lightly, willow bushes, rustling. Lisp, you poplar branches trembling. Through the broken dream. Dreadful premonitions wake me. Secret quivering, now, shakes me. In my peaceful wandering stream. Faust, approaching the river. If I heard true, as I believe. From behind the tangled leaves of these shrubs and branches came sounds of human voices. Then the fount seemed to chatter, and the breeze filled with laughter. The nymphs, to Faust. Just to lie here, now. For you would be best. Reviving your wearied body with coolness. Enjoy here forever your fugitive rest. Murmuring, trickling. We'll whisper. And bless. Faust. I'm awake. Oh, let them linger there. Those images without compare. As they reached my sight. I'm moved so marvelously. Is it dream? Or is it memory? Once before, I knew this delight. The waters creep through the freshness. The softly swaying bushes' thickness. Without rushing, barely trickling. 100 founts from all sides press. And gather to the purest brightness. Fill the pool's shallow ring. Glowing limbs of young girls are reflected by the liquid mirror. And added to the eye's delight. Companionably, bathing joyfully. Swimming boldly, wading shyly. Crying out, at last, in watery fight. This sight's enough to renew my eyes with gazing at the view. But ever wider vision strains. My glance cuts sharply through the cover. Rich foliage, green wealth, around her. Serves to hide the noble queen. Marvelous. The swans approaching. From the bays, come softly swimming. Majestically pure their movement. Floating calm, in sweet society. But how proudly, self-delightedly. Head and neck are lifted, bent. One shines out above all others. Boasting boldly of his favors. Sailing swiftly in their race. His ruffled plumage swelling. Wave-like, on the wave he's stirring. He hastens to the sacred place. The others swimming here and there. With their smooth shining feathers. Soon meet in fine contention. Drive away the frightened maidens. Not thinking of their service, then. But only of their own protection. The nymphs. Sisters, bend and set you ears. To the riverbank's green turf. If I hear rightly, coming near. That's the sound of hooves on earth. If I only knew who that message might be bringing, swiftly, to the night. Faust. To me, the ground seems ringing, too. Echoing to some swift stallion's hoof. There, gaze, my eyes. Good luck, is nigh. Will it come to me as well? Oh, wonder without parallel. A rider trots towards us, now. Gifted, shines with spirit and power. Grafted to a snow-white horse. I know him too, I can't be wrong. It's Philora's famous son. Halt, Chiron. Halt. Hear my discourse. Chiron, the centaur. What then? What is it? Faust. Delay a moment. Chiron. I never rest. Faust. Well, take me with you, then. Chiron. Mount. And I can question you, at leisure. Where are you going? You're by the river. I'll carry you through the flood, with pleasure. Faust, mounting his back. Wherever you wish. My thanks forever. You, the great man, the noble teacher. Famed for educating the race of heroes. That splendid company of the Argonauts. And all who edified the poet's thoughts. Chiron. All that in its proper place. As mentor, even Pallas wasn't rated. In the end they do things their own way. As if they'd none of them been educated. Faust. The doctor who can name the plants. And roots, profoundly, understands. Who heals the sick, and soothes the wound. Here, strong in mind and body, have I found. Act 3. Scene I, before the palace of Menelaus in Sparta. Helen enters with the chorus of captive Trojan women. Panthylis is leader of the chorus. Helen. I, Helen the much admired yet much reviled. Come from the shore, where recently we landed. Still drunk with the violent rocking of those waves. That from Phrygian heights on high-arched backs. By Poseidon's favor, and the east wind's power. Carried us here to the coast of my native land. There, below us, beside his bravest soldiers. King Menelaus, now, celebrates his return. But you, bid me welcome, you, the lofty house. Tyndareus my father built when he returned. Close by the slope of Pallas Athene's hill. Here, where with Clytemnestra, in sisterhood. I. And Castor and Pollux, grew and happily played. You, more nobly adorned than all Sparta's houses. Be greeted by me, you honored double doors. Once, Menelaus the shining bridegroom came. To me, through your friendly inviting portals. I, the one singled out from among so many. Open to me once more, so that I might fulfill the king's command, truly, as a wife should. Let me pass. And let everything be left behind. That raged round me, till now, so full of doom. For since, light in heart, I left this place behind. Seeking out Venus' temple, in sacred duty. Where instead a Trojan robber abducted me. Many things have happened, men, far and wide. Gladly tell of. Though she's not so glad to hear them. Round whom the story grew, and myth was spun. Chorus. O marvelous woman, don't disdain. Inheritance of the noblest estate. For the highest fates granted to you alone. The glory of beauty that towers above all. The hero's name sounds his advance. And proudly he strides. But he bows down, most stubborn of men. Before conquering beauty, in mind and sense. Helen. Enough of that. I'm brought here by my husband. I've been sent ahead by him, now, to his city. But what the meaning of it is I can hardly guess. Do I come as his wife? Do I come as the queen? Or a sacrifice, for a prince's bitter pain? And the ill fortune long endured by the Greeks? I'm conquered, but am I a prisoner? I can't tell. True, the immortals appointed fame, and fate. As the two ambiguous, doubtful companions. Of beauty, to stand here at this threshold with me. The gloomy, threatening presences by my side. Even in the hollow ship my husband seldom gazed at me, or spoke an encouraging word. He sat in front of me, as if in evil thought. But scarcely had the foremost ship's prow greeted land, in that deep bay Eurotas' mouth has made. Then he spoke to us, as the gods had urged him. Here my soldiers will disembark in ordered ranks. I'll muster them, ranged along the ocean's shore. But you'll go on, ever on along the banks of sacred Eurotas, shining with bright orchards. Guide the horses through gleaming water meadows, till of your lovely journey you make an end. Where lace demon, once a rich spreading field, surrounded by austere mountains, was created. Walk through the high-towered house of princes, and summon the capable old stewardess, along with the maidservants I left behind. Let her display the store of rich treasure to you, that which your father left, and that I myself have added to, amassing it in war and peace. You'll find it all still in the most perfect order. It is a prince's privilege that he should find that all is loyalty, on returning to his house. All that he's left behind still in its proper place, since no slave has the power to effect a change. Chorus. Let this treasure, so steadily massed, bring you delight, now, in eye and breast. For the necklace bright, and the crown of gold, were resting, and darkening, in proud repose. But enter now, and claim them all. They'll quickly respond. I love to see beauty itself compete against gold and pearls and glittering gems. Helen. So again there came my lord's imperious speech. When you've examined all of it in due order, take as many tripods as you think you'll need, and as many vessels as sacrifice requires, to fulfill the customs of the sacred rites. Take cauldrons, and basins, and circular bowls, the purest of water from the holy fountains. In deep urns, take care that you've dry wood too, such as will quickly catch fire, and hold all ready. And finally don't forget a well-honed knife. Everything else I'll leave for your decision. So he spoke, at the same time urging my going. But he who commanded marked out nothing living to be slain, to honor the Olympian gods. Essential, but I'll think no more about it, and leave all things in the hands of the gods. They fulfill whatever is in their mind to do, whether or not we think it good or evil. In either case we mortals must endure it. Often the priest's heavy axe has been lifted from the bowed neck of the sacrificial victim, so he could not slaughter it, being hindered by enemies near, or the gods' intervention. Chorus. What might happen, think not of that. Queen, go on, now, step inside, and be brave. Good and evil come unannounced, to mankind. Though it's proclaimed, will not believe. Troy still burned, did we not see death in our faces, shameful death? And are we not here, your friends, happily serving, seeing the blinding sun in the sky, seeing the loveliest on earth? You, the kind, we the joyous. Helen. Let it be, as it will. Whatever awaits me, I must go, swiftly, up to that royal house. Long forsaken, often longed for, almost lost. That's before my eyes once more, I know not how. My feet don't carry me onwards so bravely, now. Up those high steps, I skipped over as a child. Chorus. Sorrowful prisoners. Oh, cast away, sisters, all your pain, to the winds. Share in your mistress' joy. Share now in Helen's joy, who returns, truly late indeed, to her father's hearth and home, but with all the more firm a step, delightedly approaching. Praise the sacred gods, creating happiness, bringing the wanderer home. See the freed prisoner soar on uplifted wings over harshness, while, all in vain, the captives, so full of longing, pine away, arms still outstretched to the walls of their prison. But a god snatched her up, then, the far exiled, and from Ilium's fall carried her back once more, home, to the old, to the newly adorned, her father's house. From unspeakable rapture and torment, now, reborn, to remember the days of her childhood, Panthalus, as leader of the chorus. Now leave behind the joyful path of your singing. And turn your eyes towards the open doorway. Sisters, what do I see? Surely the Queen returns. Waking towards us, again, with anxious steps. What is it, great Queen? What can you have met with? Within the halls of your house, instead of greetings. To cause you such trembling? You can hide nothing. Since I see your reluctance written on your brow. And amazement competes there with noble anger. Helen, who has left the doors open, in her turmoil. A daughter of Zeus is stirred by no common fear. No lightly passing hand of terror can touch her. Only the horror that the womb of ancient night. Raised from chaos, and shaped in its many forms. In glowing clouds that shoot, upwards and outwards. From the peak's fiery throat, to shake the hero's breast. So here today the Stygian gods have marked the entrance to my house with terror, and gladly I'd take myself far away, like a guest let go. Far from this often trodden, long yearned for threshold. But no. I've retreated here now, into the light. And you powers will drive me no further, whoever you are. Rather, I'll think of some consecration. So the hearth fire, cleansed, greets the wife, as the Lord. The leader of the chorus. Noble lady, reveal to your maidservants here. Who help you reverently, what has happened. Helen. You'll see what I saw yourselves, with your own eyes. If ancient night has not, straight away, swallowed it. That shape of hers, withdrawn it to her heart's depths. But I'll picture it to you in words, so you'll know. As, with those recent orders in mind, I trod gravely, through the palace's innermost room. Awed by the silence of the gloomy corridors. No sound of busy labor greeting my ears. No sound of prompt, diligent effort meeting my eye. No stewardess appeared, and no maidservants. No courtesy such as usually greets the stranger. But as I approached closer to the hearthstone, beside the glowing ashes that remained, I saw a veiled woman, vast shape, seated on the floor. Not like one who's asleep, but one deep in thought. I summoned her to work, with words of command. Thinking she was the stewardess whom my husband had placed there perhaps, with foresight, when he left. But she still sat there, crouched and immovable. At last, stirred by my threats, she raised her arm. As if she gestured me away from hearth and hall. I turned aside from her, angrily, and sped to the steps where the thalamos is adorned. On high, and close beside it the treasure house. Suddenly that strange shape sprang up from the floor. Barring my way, imperiously, showing herself. Tall and haggard, with hollow, blood-colored gaze. A shape so weird that mind and I were troubled. But I talked to the wind, for words weary themselves. Trying to conjure forms, vainly, like some creator. See for yourselves. She even dares the daylight. Here am I mistress, till the king, my lord, shall come. Phoebus, beauty's friend, drives the horrid spawn of night to caverns underground, or he binds them fast. Phorcys appears on the threshold, between the doorposts. Chorus. Much have I learned, although the locks curl youthfully still across my temples. Many the terrible things I've seen. The soldier's misery, Ilium's night. When it fell through the clouded, and dust-filled turmoil. The press of warriors, I heard the gods calling terribly, heard the ringing iron voice of discord through the field. City wards. Ah! They still stood there, Ilium's walls, but the glow of the flames soon ran from neighbor to neighbor. Ever spreading, hither and thither. With the breath of their storm. Over the darkening city. Fleeing, through smoke and heat, I saw. Amid the tongues of soaring fire. The fearful angry presence of gods. Marvelous, those striding figures. Like giants, they were. Through the gloom. The fire-illumined vapor. Did I see that confusion? Or did the fear-consumed spirit create it? Never will I be able to say, but I'm truly certain of this, that here I see her monstrous shape to my eyes. My hand could even touch her, if terror did not restrain me, saving me from danger. Which of the daughters of Phorcys are you? Since I liken you to that family. Are you perhaps one of the Graeae? A single eye and a single tooth, owned alternately between you. One born of greyness? Monster, do you dare? Here, next to beauty, show yourself to Phoebus and his knowing gaze? Then step out before him regardless, since he'll not look at what's ugly. Just as his holy eye has never seen shadow. Yet we mortals are compelled, by unfortunate gloomy fate, to the unspeakably painful sight. She, reprehensible, ever ill-fated, provokes in the lover of beauty. Yet hear me then, if you boldly encounter us, hear the curse. Hear the threat of every abuse. From the condemnatory mouth of the fortunate, whom the gods themselves have created. Phorcys, the transformed Mephistopheles. The saying is old, with meaning noble and true, that beauty and shame, together, hand in hand, never pursue the same path, over green earth. Such ancient, deep-rooted hatred lives in both, that whenever they meet, by chance, on the way, the one will always turn her back on her rival. Then quickly and fiercely each goes on, again. Shame downcast, but beauty mocking in spirit. Till in the end Orcus' dark void shall take her. If age hasn't, long before then, tamed her pride. So now I find you, impudent, come from abroad, with overflowing arrogance, like the cranes. Their noisily croaking ranks, high overhead. Their long cloud, sending its creaking tones, down here. Tempting the quiet traveler to look upwards. Yet they pursue their way, while he follows his. And that's the way it will be with us as well. What then are you, wild Maenads or Bacchantes, that dare to rage round the great royal palace? Who are you, then, who howl at this high house's stewardess, like a pack of bitches, at the moon? Do you think it's hidden from me what race you are? You brood, begotten in battle, raised on slaughter. Lusting for men, the seducers and the seduced. Draining the soldiers and the citizens' powers. To see your crowds like watching a vast swarm of locusts settle here, darkening the fields. You the wasters of others' labor. Nibbling. Destroying, the ripening crops of prosperity. Defeated, bartered, sold in the market, you. Helen. Who abuses the servants before the mistress. Presumptuously usurping a wife's true rights. Only to her is it given to praise whatever's praiseworthy, and to punish what is at fault. I'm well content, as well, with all the services they provided to me, when Ilium's great might stood beleaguered, and fell in ruins, none the less. Just as we've endured the wretched wandering journey, where often one thinks only of oneself. So here I expect it now from a happier crew. A lord asks how slaves serve, not what they are. So be silent, then, and no longer jeer at them. If you've guarded the king's house well until now, in place of the mistress, such is to your credit. But now that she comes herself, you should draw back, lest you find punishment instead of fair reward. Phorcys. Disciplining servants is a prerogative that the noble wife of a king, loved by the gods, has duly earned by years of wise discretion. Since you, acknowledged, take up your former place once more, as queen, and mistress of the house. Resume the slackened reins again, and rule here. Hold the treasure in your keeping, and us with it. But first of all defend me, who am the elder. Against this crowd, who if they are compared to your swan-like beauty, are only cackling geese. The leader of the chorus. How ugly ugliness looks, next to beauty. Phorkys. How stupid the lack of reason, next to sense. From here on the chorus answer in turn, stepping forward one by one. First member of the chorus. Tell us of Father Erebus, tell us of Mother Night. Phorkys. Speak about Scylla, sweet sister of your race. Second member of the chorus. There are plenty of monsters in your family tree. Phorkys. Go down to Orcus, look for your tribe down there. Third member of the chorus. Those who are down there are far too young for you. Phorkys. Try your arts of seduction on old Tiresias. Fourth member of the chorus. Orion's nurse was your great-great-grandchild. Phorkys. I suspect that the harpies raised you all, on filth. Fifth member of the chorus. What do you feed your perfect leanness on? Phorkys. Not on the blood that you all lust so much for. Sixth member of the chorus. You hunger for corpses, you, foul corpse yourself. Phorkys. Vampires' teeth gleam there, in your shameless muzzle. The leader of the chorus. It would shut yours tight, if I called out who you are. Phorkys. Well, say your own name first, that'll solve the riddle. Helen. I intervene, not in anger but in sorrow. To forbid this alternating discord. A ruler meets with nothing that's more harmful than private disputes of his quarreling servants. Then his firm orders are no longer answered with swiftly answering and harmonious action. Instead, willful commotion roars around him. Self-composure lost, he abuses them in vain. Not only that. Unacceptably, in anger. You've summoned the wretched shapes of dreadful forms. They surround me, so I feel I'm being whirled to Orcus, from these familiar paternal fields. Am I remembering? Did delusion grip me? Was I all of that? Am I, now? And shall be still. Symbol of dream and fear, to those who waste cities. The maidservants shudder, but you, the eldest. Stand there calmly, speak words of reason to me. Phorkys. The favor of the god seems only a dream to one who recalls the troubles of long ages. But you, blessed, beyond all aim and measure. Quickly inflamed to every sort of daring risk. Only found fires of love, in the realm of life. Theseus, driven by lust, abducted you, a child. He strong as Hercules, a man nobly formed. Helen. He carried me off, a slender 10-year-old fawn. And caged me in Aphidnus' tower in Attica. Phorkys. But soon freed, by the hands of Castor and Pollux. A crowd of suitors, the heroes, swarmed round you. Helen. Yet, I freely confess, above all, Patroclus. The image of Achilles, had my secret favor. Phorkys. But your fathers will bound you to Menelaus. The brave sea rover. The defender of his house. Helen. He gave him his daughter, and command of the state. Hermione came from our married existence. Phorkys. But while he disputed his right to far-off Crete, to you, the lonely, came all too handsome a guest. Helen. Why do you recall that semi-widowhood? And all the terrible ruin it caused around me? Phorkys. To me, a free-born Cretan, his same journey brought captivity and years of slavery. Helen. He ordered you here at once, as stewardess. Entrusting the fortress and his treasure to you. Phorkys. Which you abandoned, for Ilium's high city. And the inexhaustible delights of love. Helen. Not delights, be sure. All too bitter a sorrow was poured endlessly over my head and breast. Phorcys. Yet they say that you appeared in dual form. Seen in Troy and, at the same time, in Egypt. Helen. Don't confuse my clouded, wandering mind completely. To this moment, I don't know which of them I am. Phorcys. Then they say, Achilles became your companion. Came, burning, from the empty realm of shadows. He'd loved you before, opposing fate's command. Helen. As phantom, I bound myself to a phantom. It was a dream, as the tales themselves tell. I fade, now, become a phantom to myself. She sinks into the arms of the chorus. Silence. Silence. False-seeing one, false-speaking one, you. Out of the terrible single-toothed mouth, what might be breathed, so? Out of so frightful a throat of horror. Now the malevolent, seemingly benevolent wolf's anger under the woolly fleece is more terrible to me than the jaws of the three-headed dog. We stand here anxiously listening. When? How? Where, will such malice break out now? From this predatory monster. Now rather than friendly words, richly laced with trust, waters of Lethe, sweet and mild. You stir up all from the past. The evil more than the good. And instantly darken the gleam of the present. And also the futures. Sweetly glimmering, hopeful dawn. Silence. Silence. So the queen's spirit, now almost ready to leave her, can still hold, and uphold this, the form of all forms, on which the sun ever lighted. Helen has recovered, and stands in the center again. Phorcys. Shining out from fleeting vapors, comes the sunlight of our day, here. That when veiled could so delight us, but in splendor only blinds us. As the world is open to you, when you show your lovely face, now. Though they scorn me so as ugly, still I know the beautiful. Helen. I step, trembling, from the abyss that, in fainting, closed around me. And would gladly rest my body, tired and weary are my limbs. But it's proper for a queen, then, as it is for all about her, to be calm and courageous, whatever harm shall threaten. Phorcys. In your majesty, and beauty, standing here, now, before us. Your look says it commands us. What do you command? Speak out. Helen. Prepare yourselves to atone for what your quarrel has neglected. Hurry with your sacrifice, now, as the king himself commanded. Phorcys. All is ready in the palace, bowls, and tripods, sharpened axe blade. For the sprinkling, incense burning, show me now the ready victim. Helen. That the king has failed to tell me. Phorcys. He said nothing. Words of woe. Helen. What's this woe that overcomes you? Phorcys. Queen, it means you must be slaughtered. Helen. I. Phorcys. And them. Chorus. Oh, pain and suffering. Phorcys. You will fall beneath the axe. Helen. Presaged, though still dreadful, I, alas. Phorcys. There's no escaping. Chorus. Oh. And us? What happens to us? Phorcys. She will die a noble death, then. But you'll hang in rows together, struggling, all along the rafters. Holding up the gabled roof there, as birdcatchers dangle thrushes. Helena and the chorus stand stunned and alarmed, in striking composed groups. Phantoms. Frozen images, you stand, parted. From that light you can't belong to, in your terror. Men, and the tribe of phantoms you resemble, will never willingly forego the sunlight. But none are saved from their fate, or can defer it. All know it's true, but only a few accept it. Enough, you're lost. Now, quickly, start the work. She claps her hands, muffled dwarfish forms appear in the doorway, and quickly carry out her orders. This way, you spheres, shadowy rounded forms. Roll over here, and do what harm you wish. Set up the gold-horned altar that you carry. Let the gleaming axe lie there on the silver rim. Fill the urns with water to wash away all the hideous stains of darkened blood. Spread the rich carpets out, here, over the dust. So the sacrifice can kneel in royal manner. And be wrapped around, once the head is severed. And buried decently there, and with due honor. The leader of the chorus. The queen stands here beside us deep in thought. The maidservants wither away like mown grass. I think that I, as the eldest, am bound, in sacred duty, to barter words with you, the eldest of all by far. You're wise, experienced, and seem well disposed. And though this foolish crowd baited you in error, speak of a way to escape this fate, if you know it. Phorkys. That's easily done, it depends on the queen alone. To save herself, and you her followers with her. But decision is required, and of the swiftest. Chorus. Most honored of fates, wisest of sibyls, you. Hold the gold shears apart, bring both aid and light. Already, we feel ourselves swinging, struggling. Fearful, for our limbs would rather be dancing. And afterwards rest, soft, on our lover's breast. Helen. Let them be afraid. I feel pain but no terror. Yet if rescue's possible, I gladly accept. To the wise, far-seeing mind, the impossible is often revealed as possible. Speak, say on. Chorus. Speak, and tell us quickly, how we might escape the terror. Dreadful nooses that still threaten, like some kind of evil necklace, wound around our tender necks. Already we, oh, wretched creatures, feel the choking, suffocating, if you, Rhea, the great mother of the gods, won't show us mercy. Phorkys. Have you the patience to listen, to long-winded speeches, in silence? The history's endless. Chorus. Patience enough. While we're listening, we're alive. Phorkys. He who stays at home to guard his noble wealth, and secures the high walls of his lofty dwelling, and maintains his roof against the driving rain, will prosper in all the days of his long life. But whoever, in guilt, crosses the square-cut stones of the sacred threshold, swiftly, with fleeing steps, will, indeed find the ancient place, on their return, but altered in every way, if not overthrown. Helen. Why recount these familiar sayings here? If you'd relate things, don't provoke annoyance. Phorkys. It's simple fact, in no way a criticism. Menelaus sailed from bay to bay, looting. Skirted the coast and islands, aggressively. Returned with the spoils that are rusting there. Then he spent 10 long years there in front of Troy. And I don't know how many more, on the way home. And how are things now with this place where we stand? Tyndareus' noble house, and the region round? Helen. Do you embrace all scorn so completely? You can only open your mouth to criticize. Phorkys. The Valles were neglected for so many years. Those that rise behind Sparta, to the northward. Beyond Taygetus, from where, a living stream, Eurotas, pours downward, then along our valley. Flows by our broad reed beds, to feed your swans. Up there, in the mountain valleys, a bold race settled. Pushing southward from Cimmerian darkness. And then built an inaccessible fortress there. From which, at will, they harass land and people. Helen. Have they achieved all that? It seems unlikely. Phorkys. They've had time, perhaps 20 years in all. Helena. Is there a leader? Are they a band of robbers? Phorkys. Not robbers, but one of them acts as leader. I don't curse him, though he attacked me too. He might have taken all, but was satisfied. With gifts, not tribute, as he called them. Helen. How did he look? Phorkys. Less than evil. He pleased me well. He's vigorous, daring, and sophisticated. An intelligent man, as few among the Greeks. They call his race barbarians, but I'm doubtful if they are any crueler than those heroes who proved such devourers of men, before Troy. I respected his greatness, and confided in him. His fortress. You should see with your own eyes. It's a great deal more than the clumsy masonry your father rolled together, higgledy-piggledy. Cyclopean as a cyclops, piling raw stone. Over raw stone, there, instead there. It's all plumb line and balance, it's laid out by rule. Look from outside. It rises straight to the sky. So firm, tightly jointed, smooth as a steel mirror. To climb, that even your thoughts slide off. And, inside, great courts with plenty of room. Ringed by buildings, of every use and nature. There you'll see pillars, columns, arches, coins. Balconies, galleries, facing inwards and outwards. And coats of arms. Chorus. What arms are those? Phorkys. Ajax carried. A writhing snake on his shield, you yourself saw it. The 7 against Thebes also bore their symbols. On each of their shields, replete with meaning. There you saw moons, and stars in the night sky. Heroes and goddesses, torches, ladders, swords. And whatever fierce weapons threaten fine cities. Our heroic band carries such images too. In bright colors, bestowed by our ancestors. There you see lions, eagles with beaks and claws. Horns of oxen, wings, roses, and peacocks' tails. Bands too made of gold, black, silver, blue and red. The like of these hang in their halls, row on row. In spacious halls, as wide as the whole wide world. You could dance there. Chorus. Say then, are there dancers, there? Phorkys. The best. A lively crowd of golden-haired youths. The fragrance of youth. Paris was fragrant, thus. When he grew close to the queen. Helen. You mistake your role. Completely, now speak your closing lines to me. Phorkys. No, you speak the last. Grave, and distinct say, yes. And I'll surround you with that fortress. Chorus. Oh, speak. That one short word, and save both yourself, and us. Helen. What? Do I fear King Menelaus would commit such a cruel offense as to make me kill myself? Phorkys. Have you forgotten how he wreaked mutilation? Unheard of, on Deiphobus, dead Paris' brother. Because he stubbornly claimed you, the widow. And prized you. He cropped both nose and ears. And disfigured him, there, it was terrible to see. Helen. Yes, he did that, and he did it for my sake. Phorkys. Because of it, now, he'll do the same to you. Beauty is indivisible, he who owns it destroys it, rather than share a part of it. Trumpets sound in the distance, the chorus starts in terror. As a trumpet call pierces the ear to grip. And tear the innards, jealousy drives her claws. Into the breast of him who can never forget. What once he had, and lost, and no longer has. Chorus. Don't you hear the trumpets calling? Don't you see the flash of swords? Phorkys. King and master, now be welcome, gladly I'll offer my account. Chorus. But, what of us? Phorkys. In truth, you know that her death's before your eyes. Find your own death there within them, there's no hope left for you. A pause. Helen. I ponder this simple thing that I might try. You are a hostile demon, I feel it deeply. I'm fearful you'll still make evil out of good. But then, I'll follow you to that fortress, there. I know the rest, but what the queen might conceal concerning it, mysteriously, in her heart, be unknown to all. Now, old one, lead the way. Chorus. Oh, how gladly we're going. On hurrying feet. Death is behind. Before us again. Towering fortress. Inaccessible walls. Though they guard us as well as Ilium's citadel. Still in the end, it fell, through the basest of ruses. Mists rise and spread, obscuring the background, and the nearer part of the scene, at will. What is this? How? Sisters, look round. Wasn't it loveliest day? Strips of vapor hover about. Rise from Eurota's holy stream. Already the loveliest reed-wreathed shore has vanished from sight. And the proud, free, graceful, gentle glide of the swans, swimming in sociable joy, I alas see, no more. Yet still, I hear them calling. In hoarse tones, calling afar. Proclaiming death, they are speaking. Ah, that to us they may not. Instead of salvation promised. Proclaim our ruin, at last. To us, the swan-like, long, lovely, white-throated, and ah! Our queen born of the swan. Woe to us, woe! All's hidden already. Vapors swirling around. Now we can't see one another. What's happening? Are we moving? We're hovering with straggling steps along the ground. Can't you see? Isn't that Hermes? Soaring ahead. Doesn't his gold wand gleam? Beckoning us, ordering us back again. To the holy joyless, and greyly twilight. Intangible, phantom-filled. Overcrowded, ever-empty Hades. Yes, at once, now, all is darkening, dully all the vapors vanish. Grey with gloom, and brown as walls. Walls appearing to our vision. Blank now to our clearer vision. A court now is it? Or a deep pit? Fearful, though, in either case, now. Sisters, oh! We are imprisoned. Captives, as we've never been. Scene 2, the inner court of the castle. Surrounded with richly ornamented buildings of the Middle Ages. The leader of the chorus. Hasty and foolish, and typical of womankind. They hang on the moment, sport of every breeze. Of every chance and mischance, never knowing how to suffer either calmly. One's always certain. Fiercely, to contradict the others her. Only, they laugh or cry alike, in joy or pain. Now, hush. And listen to what our high-minded mistress may decide, here, for herself and us. Helen. Pythoness, where are you? However you're named. Come out from the arches of this dark fortress. If you come from the wondrous lord and hero. To announce me, and ready a fit reception. Accept my thanks, and lead me there quickly. I wish my wanderings ended. I want to rest. The leader of the chorus. Queen, in vain, you look about in all directions. That wretched shape has vanished, stayed perhaps. There in the vapor, out of whose depths we came. I cannot tell how. So swiftly, without a footfall. Perhaps she wanders lost in the vast labyrinth of these many castles wondrously merged in one. Seeking high and princely greeting from her lord. But see! There a crowd moves about in readiness. Along galleries, at windows, through the doors. Come a crowd of servants, scurrying to and fro. It proclaims a noblest welcome for the guest. Chorus. My heart is eased. Oh, see over there. How a company of handsome youths approach. With lingering step, in dignified order. Marching in ranks. Who gave out the command? To marshal them, and so quickly arranged. All this youthful team of so handsome a race. What shall I admire most? Is it the graceful step? Or the curls of hair on the palest of brows? Or the rounded cheeks with a peach's blushes? And like it also, in their silkiest down? I'd gladly bite, yet I'm frightened to try it. Since in a similar case, and I shudder to say it, the mouth was as suddenly filled, with ashes. But the handsomest. Come to us now. What do they carry? Steps for the throne. Carpets and seat. Curtain, canopy. Jeweled finery. Waving above us. Forming a garland. Over the head of our queen. For she. Already, invited. Ascends, to the noble seat. Forward now. Step by step. Solemnly ranked. Worthy, O worthy, triply worthy. Let such a reception be blessed. What the chorus has described takes place. After the boys and squires have descended in long procession, Faust appears above, at the top of the staircase, in the costume of a knight of the Middle Ages, and then descends slowly and with dignity. The leader of the chorus, observing him closely. If indeed the gods have not, as they often do, only lent this man brave form, for an instant, exalted his dignity, and charming presence. As a temporary act, then whatever he does, he'll succeed. Whether it's warring with men, or in the lesser struggles with lovely ladies. Truly I prefer him to hosts of others, whom my eyes have seen, the highly praised. I see the prince approach, with slow solemn step. Restrained by reverence, queen, turn towards him. Faust, approaching, a man in chains at his side. Instead of the usual calm greeting. Instead of a reverential welcome. Here I bring a wretch bound fast with chains. Who failed so in his duty, I failed mine. Kneel here, so this noble lady may hear a prompt confession of your guilt. This, royal mistress, is the man selected, because of his keen vision to gaze about. From the high tower, and to look keenly at heaven's spaces, and the breadth of earth. To report whatever moves here or there. From the encircling hills, to the castle. Whether a transit of the woolly flocks, or soldiers, so we can protect the first. Attack the others. Today, negligence. You came here, he had nothing to report. We failed in the reception you deserved. In honor of the guest. Now he forfeits his guilty life, and would have shed his blood in a merited death, but only you alone shall pardon him or punish, as you wish. Helen. Such great power you choose to grant me. As judge, as mistress too, though, I suspect, you intend it as a kind of test. Yet, I'll employ a judge's first duty. To give the accused a hearing. Speak out. Lynceus, the warden of the tower. Let me kneel, and let me see her. Let me live, or let me die. Already I'm devoted to her. Heavenly lady from on high. Waiting for the dawn's advances. Gazing at her eastern house. Suddenly the sunlight dances marvelously in the south. Drawn to see the marvel closer. Instead of the ravine and height. Instead of earth and heaven there. I gazed at her, the sole delight. I was granted powers of vision. Like the lynx, high in the tree. But now I peered in indecision. As in a dark and clouded dream. How think? Even if I'd so wished. Wall, and tower. Bolted gate. Mist, it rose, and cleared the mist. Came the goddess here in state. I surrendered heart and eye. Drinking in the gentle light. How that beauty blinds, and I was blinded wholly by the sight. I forgot the watchman's duty. And the promised trumpet call. Threatened then, now, to destroy me. Anger lies in beauty's thrall. Helen. I cannot punish this evil that I brought here. With me. Ah me. What a fierce fate it is. Pursues me, so that everywhere I possess the hearts of men, and that they neither spare themselves nor anything else of worth. They steal, seduce, fight, rushing to and fro. Demigods, heroes, gods, even demons. Led me in my wanderings, here and there. Alone I've confused the world, doubly so. Now I bring threefold, fourfold woe on woe. Take this innocent away, let him go. It's no shame to be deceived by the gods. Faust. O Queen, amazed, I see them both together. The certain archer, and the stricken prey. I see the bow, from which the shaft was loosed. That wounded him. Arrow after arrow. Now strikes me. Imagining the feathered whir of arrows crossing every court and hall. What am I now? My walls you make unsafe. My most faithful servants, you make rebels. Already I fear my army too obeys. A victorious and unconquered lady. What's left to do but add myself as well? And all that I have vainly imagined mine. Freely and loyally, before your feet. Let me acknowledge you as mistress. Whose presence wins you throne and ownership. Lynceus, carrying a chest, with men bringing others. Queen, once more I advance. The rich man begs a glance. He sees you and at a glimpse. He's a beggar, and a prince. What am I now? What was I once? What's to be willed? What's to be done? What use the eye's clearest sight? It glances from your royal might. From the eastwards we pressed on. And suddenly the west were gone. So wide and long the people massed. The first knew nothing of the last. The first rank fell, the next stood fast. The third rank's lances unsurpassed. Each man was like 100-fold. Thousands died there, all untold. We pressed forwards, we stormed on. We were masters, then were gone. And where I ruled as chief today, tomorrow robbed, and stole away. We looked, and rapid was that look. The loveliest women there we took. We took the oxen from the stall. We took the horses, took them all. But my delight was to discover the rarest things I could uncover. And what other men might grasp, to me was only withered grass. I was on the trail of treasure. Whatever my sharp eye could measure. In every pocket I could see. Every chest was glass to me. Heaps of gold, they were mine. And the noblest gems I'd find. Yet now the emeralds alone are worthy to adorn your throne. Sway there now, twixt ear and lip. You pearly spheres from oceans deep. A place the rubies dare not seek. So pale beside your rosy cheek. And so the riches, every prize, I set down here before your eyes. Before your feet I gladly yield the spoils of many a bloody field. As many chests as I've brought you. I've many iron caskets too. Let me follow your path still. And your treasure chambers fill. You'd scarcely mounted to the throne, when all bowed down, to you alone. Wisdom, riches, worldly power. Before your grace, that very hour. I held it all fast, that is true. But now it's loosed, and all for you. I thought its worth was plain to see. But now it's nothing much, to me. Everything I've owned will pass from me like mown and withered grass. Oh, give me just one brightening glance, and all the values in its dance. Faust. Quickly, remove the heap that boldness won. And take no blame for it, but seek no praise. All is hers already, that the castle hides in its lap. You offer these few things in vain. Go and pile treasure on treasure. In due order. Present a fine array of unseen splendors. Let the vaulted halls gleam like the clearest sky. Let paradise be created from their dead existence. Quickly let flowery carpet on carpet be unrolled beneath her foot. She'll step on softest ground, and let her noble gaze, blinding all but the gods, fall on splendor. Lynceus. What the Lord commands is nothing. For the servants, a mere plaything. This exalted beauty rules over blood and treasure too. The whole army now is tamed. All the swords are blunt again. Near this form of noble gold. The sun itself is pale and cold. Near the riches of her face. All is but an empty space. Helen, to Faust. I wish to speak to you, come here then. Beside me. For the empty place invites its lord, and so secures this place for me. Faust. First, let my loyal dedication please you. While I kneel, noble lady, let me kiss the gracious hand that lifts me to your side. Confirm me as co-regent of a realm of unknown borders. Win now for yourself protector, slave, worshipper all in one. Helen. So many wonders do I see, and hear. Amazement grips me, there's much I would know. But teach me why that man spoke aloud. With curious speech, familiar but strange. Each sound seeming to give way to the next. And when a word gave pleasure to the ear, another came, as if to caress the first. Faust. If my people's speech already pleases you, oh, you'll be delighted with our singing. It completely satisfies the heart and mind. But to be sure of it, we'll practice too. Alternate speech entices, calls it, forth. Helen. You'll tell me how to speak with lovely art. Faust. It's easy, it must pour forth from the heart. And if the breast then overflows with yearning, one looks around and asks. Helen. Who else is burning? Faust. Not backwards, forwards is the spirit's sight. This moment now, alone. Helen. Is our delight. Faust. She's treasure and commitment, wealth and land. What confirmation does she give? Helen. My hand. Chorus. Who's offended that our princess grants the master of the castle a show of friendliness? Let's confess, that we're as fully prisoners, as we've been till now. Since the shameful overthrow of Ilium, and the anxious, sad, and labyrinthine voyage. Women, used to men's desires, are not particular. They are proficient. And they award an equal right to shepherds with their golden hair. Dark, fawns perhaps, bristling there, as opportunity affords, to bodies in their vigor. Already they sit closer, closer, drawn towards each other. Shoulder to shoulder, knee to knee. Hand in hand they sway across the thrones. Soft cushioned, majesty. Their private raptures, revealed so boldly to the eyes of the people. Helen. I feel so far away and yet so near. And gladly say now, here, I am. Here. Faust. I scarcely breathe, I tremble, speech is dead. This is a dream, time and place have fled. Helen. I seem exhausted, yet created new. Enmeshed with you, the unknown and the true. Faust. Don't seek to analyze so rare a fate. Our duty is to live, though but a day. Phorcys, entering suddenly. Spell the letters in love's primer. Only loving, pass your time here. Passing, let love be sublime here. But the moment isn't right. Don't you feel it, this dark presage? Don't you hear the trumpet's message? Your destruction is in sight. Menelaus with his army is advancing on you quickly. Arm yourself, for bitter fight. Overwhelmed by the winners. And defiled, like Deiphobus. You'll all pay, for this delight. First the lighter vessels shatter. Then, for this one, at the altar. The newly sharpened axe shines bright. Faust. Rash disturbance. Insistent, she comes pushing in here. Senseless haste is wrong, even where there's danger. Unlucky news makes the fairest messenger ugly. You, ugliest of all, bring only bad news gladly. But you'll not succeed for once, disturb the air with your empty breath. There's no danger looming here. Your danger's only an idle threat to me. Calls and explosions from the towers, trumpets and cornets, martial music. A powerful army marches past. No. Now you'll see the heroes gather. The whole wide land will here unite. He deserves the lady's favor. Who, in their defense, shall fight. To the leaders, who step forward from the ranks, and advance. Rage silently, and do your duty. Then you'll achieve the victory. You, the prime of northern beauty. You, the flower of the east. Cased in steel, with steel gleaming. The army shatters realms at will. They appear, the earth is shaking. They advance, it echoes still. At Pylos, once, we came to shore. Old Nestor is no longer living. Our independent army saw us shatter all the mighty kings. From these walls, in an instant, send Menelaus back to sea. Their robbing, killing, is his errand. As is his wish and destiny. Dukes, I greet you every one. Commanded by the Spartan queen. At her feet lay vale and mountain. Win the kingdoms in between. Germans, with your walls and towers. Defend Corinth and her bays. Then Achaea's 100 gorges. I'll trust to you, the Goths, always. Let the Franks advance on Elis. Mycenae, to the Saxons brave. Normans, hold the Argolis. Rule the shore, and rule the wave. When everyone has his own land. At foreign foes, let force be aimed. While Sparta holds the high command. Our queen's ancestral domain. She'll behold you each, delighting. In lands, possessed of every right. And at her feet you'll seek her blessing. Acknowledgement, and law and light. Faust descends from the throne, the princes form a circle round him to receive individual commands and instructions. Chorus. Who wants the loveliest for himself? First, above everything. Would be wise to have weapons about him. He might well gain by flattery. Whoever is noblest on earth. But he won't possess her in peace. The sly and insidious tempt her from him. Robbers will boldly steal her from him. He must prepare to foil them. So I praise our prince the while. And think him nobler than the rest. Since he combines wisdom and strength. So that the powerful show obedience. Waiting his every command. They follow his orders faithfully. Each as much for his own profit. As for the ruler's reward and thanks. Winning the highest fame for both. Who now will drag her away? From the powerful possessor? She belongs to him, let her be his. Doubly bestowed by us, so she and he are surrounded inside by thick walls. Outside, by the greatest of armies. Faust. The gifts that, on those here, I bestow. To each of them a prosperous land. Are great and glorious, let them go. We in the middle take our stand. In their rivalry they'll protect you. half island ringed by leaping waves. While these slender hills connect you to Europe's last great mountain range. This land, that outshines every land. Be blessed for every race forever. Delivered to my queen's command. That, long ago now, wondered at her. There. By Eurotas' whispering light. She broke radiant from the shell. That brightness dazzling the sight. Of siblings, Leda's eyes, as well. This land now turns to you alone. Offering you its noblest flower. Oh, though the whole world is your own. Let your country hold you in its power. And though you may endure the sun's cold arrow. Up there, on the mountain's jagged height. See, how the rocky hillsides green below, now. Where the goat may crop its meager right. The sources leap, all streams rush down as one. Gorge, slope, and meadow are already green. On 100 hills, rock-folded, steep and broken. The scattered woolly flocks are clearly seen. Spread all around, with cautious measured stride. The horned cattle tread the dizzy edge. But here there's shelter that the caves provide. Hundreds to hide them all, on the rocky ledge. Pan guards them too, and lively nymphs live there. In the damp fresh space of bushy clefts. And, yearning upward to the higher air. The crowded tree its slender branches lifts. Primeval woods. The mighty oaks their cap. Whose stubborn boughs stick out from them, in state. While kindly maples, pregnant with sweet sap. Soar cleanly upward, toying with the weight. Pure mother's milk, in that still realm of shadows. Flows rich, in readiness for lamb and child. Fruits not lacking, gift of fertile meadows. And from the hollow trunk drips honey mild. Here well-being's granted all the race. Cheek and lips both to joy consent. Each one is immortal, in their place. And all there are healthy and content. And thus the lovely child, of purest days. Grows, and achieves his father's strength. We're amazed, the question still, always. Are these gods, or are they truly men? When Apollo took a shepherd's form. The fairest of them was like the sun. Since, where pure nature is the norm. Then all the worlds must move as one. Taking his seat beside her. So, this have you, and this have I achieved. Let the past fade behind us, it is gone. Oh, know yourself from highest gods conceived. To the first world, alone then, you belong. No solid fortresses shall ring you round. In eternal youth, stands as it stood. So our stay with all delight be crowned. Arcadia in Sparta's neighborhood. Lured here to tread this blessed ground. You fled towards a happy destiny. Let our thrones as arbors now be found. Our joy be Arcadian, and free. The scene is completely transformed. Bowers are built against a range of rocky caverns. A shadowy grove runs to the foot of the rocks that rise on all sides. Faust and Helen are not visible, the chorus lies scattered about in sleep. Phorkys. I'm not sure how long these women have been sleeping. Nor do I know whether they allowed themselves to dream what I saw clearly with my own eyes. Therefore I'll wake them. The young will be amazed. You bearded ones, too, who sit waiting there, below. To understand the meaning of these wonders. Wake. Wake, and shake the dew from your hair. The slumber from your eyes. Don't blink so, but hear me. Chorus. Tell us, quickly, quickly, all the wonders that have happened. If we can't believe them, we'll enjoy them with more pleasure. For we're wholly weary sitting, staring at these empty stones. Phorkys. You've hardly rubbed your eyes, yet you're already weary, children. Well, listen, in these caverns, in these grottos, in these arbors. Shade and shelter have been granted, to the two idyllic lovers. Our master and our mistress. Chorus. What, within there? Phorkias. Sweetly sundered. From the world, alone they summoned me to grant them quiet service. At their side I stood there, honored, yet still, as one who's trusted. Always gazed at something other, turning here and there at random. Looked for roots and bark and mosses, being skilled in all the potions. And so they were left alone. Chorus. You speak as if a whole world space were hidden there inside, now. Woods and fields and lakes and rivers, what a fantasy you spin. Phorkias. It's true, you're inexperienced, and its depths are unexplored. I felt, lost in contemplation, hall on hall there, court on court. In an instant laughter echoes, through the cavernous recesses. There I see a boy is springing, from his mother to his father. From his father to his mother, all is dandling and caressing. And a foolish, a fond teasing. Shouts of play, and cries of joy. Alternate, there, and I'm deaf. A naked wingless spirit, like a fawn, and yet no creature. Leaps across the solid floor, and the ground beneath responding. Sends him flying through the ether, till the second leap or so, there. He can touch the cavern roof. Anxiously his mother's calling, leap as often as you like, dear. But all flying is forbidden, so beware of taking flight. And his loyal father warns him, in the earth's the power of swiftness. That will quickly send you flying, touch the ground then with your toe. And like that son of earth's, Antaeus, you'll soon find strength again. So he leaps the rocky masses of the cavern, from a cornice to another and around then, as a ball does when it's thrown. But suddenly he's vanished in a crevice of the cavern. And it seems he's lost. His mother grieves for him, father comforts. I stand there, wondering anxiously, but there against the vision. Do buried treasures lie there? Robes embroidered all with flowers. He has fittingly assumed. Tassels tremble from his shoulders, ribbons flutter round his chest. In his hand a golden lyre, like a miniature Apollo. He steps happily to the overhanging brink, amazing. And the parents in delight clasp each other to their hearts. What's that shining round his temples? It's hard to see what's gleaming. Is it gold and gems, or flames, now, of the Spirit's supreme power? So he moves as if the stately boys proclaimed to us already. The future Lord of Beauty, in whose members the eternal melodies are stirring, and so you too will also hear him. And you too will also see him. With the rarest show of wonder. Chorus. Do you call this a marvel? Crete has begotten. Can you never have listened to what poetry teaches? Have you never once heard Ionia's? Have you never listened to Hellas? Most ancient of legends. Of the gods and heroes? All things that happen in this present age are mournful echoes of our ancestors' nobler times. And your story can't equal that, loveliest of lies. Easier to believe than truth. That they sang of Maya's son. That delicate and strong, yet scarcely born, suckling child. Would you swaddle him in purest down? Clothe him in costly jeweled bindings? The crowd of chattering nurses. Utterly senseless notion. But strong and yet delicate. Already the supple rascal draws forth his lithe body. Leaves behind that royal, but timid, constraining shell. Silent, there, in its place. Like the finished butterfly. From the chilly chrysalis. Slipping, with quick unfolding wings. Boldly into the sunlit air. And courageously fluttering. So did he, the liveliest. And he quickly demonstrated. By the most skillful arts. That he'd always be the patron. Demon of thieves and jesters. And all seekers of profit. From the sea god he quickly stole his trident, and from Ares himself. Slyly, his sword from its scabbard. Bow and arrows from Phoebus too. And tongs from Hephaestus. He even stole Father Zeus. Lightning bolts, not scared of fire. Then he tripped poor Eros up. In the toils of a wrestling match. As Venus kissed him, too, stole away the ribbons from her breasts. A pure melodious and exquisite music echoes from the cave. All listen and appear deeply moved. There is a full musical accompaniment from this point to the designated pause. Phorkyias. Hear the loveliest of music. Free from old mythology. All your gods and all their antics. Let them go, their history. None can understand you more. We demand a higher art. From the heart itself must pour. What will influence the heart? She retires towards the rocks. Be you stirred, you awesome being. By the sweet and flattering sound. We, renewed to life, are feeling. Moved to tears of joy, around. Let the sun be lost from heaven. So its daylight in the soul. We'll discover in the heart, then. What the earth fails to hold. Helen. Faust. Euphorion, in costume as previously described. Euphorion. Hear the song of childhood sung now. Its delight belongs to you. See me leap about in time, now. Let my parents' hearts leap too. Helen. It requires two noble hearts. For love to bless humanity. But to be a thing apart. They must make a precious three. Faust. All we sought is now discovered. I am yours, and you are mine. And we two are bound together. There's no better fate to find. Chorus. They'll delight for many years. In this child's tender glow. Ah, this partnership of peers. How its beauty moves me, so. Euphorion. Now let me leap, oh. Now let me spring. High in the air, go. Circling all things. That's the desire. That's driving me on. Faust. Yet, gently. Gently. Not into danger. Lest a chance downfall awaits the ranger. Straight away grounds you. Our darling son. Euphorion. I can't stick fast to the ground any more. Let go my hands and let go my hair. Let go my clothes. They are all mine. Helen. Oh think. Please think. Whom you belong to. How it would grieve us. How you'd destroy too. That sweet achievement. Yours, his and mine. Chorus. I fear this unity soon will unwind. Helen and Faust. Calm yourself. Calm excess. To please your parents. Too great a liveliness. Impulsive violence. In rural peacefulness. Brighten the plain. Euphorion. If that's what you wish, yes. I'll stop, I'll restrain. He wins, dancing, through the chorus and draws them along with him. I'll hover here, lightly. Lively the crew. Is this the melody? And measure too? Helen. Yes, that is neatly done. Lead all the fairest on. Through intricacy. Faust. Would it were over then. Such entertainment won't delight me. Chorus, with Euphorion, dancing nimbly and singing, in interlinking ranks. When your arms equally are charmingly lifted. Your curling hairs brightly loosened and shifted. When with a foot so light over the earth in flight. Thither and back again. Step upon step, you reign. Then your goal is in sight. Loveliest child. All of our hearts, beguiled. With yours unite. Pause. Euphorion. You're like so many light-footed fawns. Now to new games we are quickly reborn. I'll be the hunter. You be the prey. Chorus. If you would catch us. Don't be so eager. We too are anxious. When all is over. To clasp the form. You so sweetly display. Euphorion. Now through the veil. Up hill and down dale. What I gain easily. Is tedious to see. Only what's forcibly. One delights me. Helen and Faust. How wild he is now. And how stubborn. There's little hope of moderation. That's the sound of blowing horns. Through the woods and valley ringing. What noise, and what confusion. Chorus, entering one by one, in haste. He is running from us swiftly. Scorning us and always mocking. Now he drags one from the crowd, she. The wildest of us all. Euphorion, dragging along a young girl. Here I'll drag the little quarry. To enforce my wish entirely. For my joy, and my desire. Press her wilful heart, on fire. Kiss her stubborn mouth at length. And proclaim my will and strength. The girl. Let me go. Since there's a strong, resistant spirit in this body. My will, like yours, if I'm not wrong. Says I'm not taken easily. You think I'm in any danger? Force of arms is it, you claim. Hold me fast, you foolish ranger. And I'll scotch your little game. She turns to flame and flashes into the air. Follow me through flowing air. Follow me through caverns bare. Catch your fleeing prey again. Euphorion, shaking off the flames. Rocks all around me here. Deep in the forest view. Make me a prisoner. Though I'm still young and new. Breezes are blowing fair. Waves now are breaking there. I hear both far away. I'd gladly be there today. He leaps further up the rocks. Helen, Faust and the chorus. A chamois you'd imitate? We're fearful of your fate. Euphorion. Ever higher I must climb. Ever further I must see. Now I know where I stand. Amidst this semi-island. Amidst Pelops' country. Earth, kindred to the sea. Chorus. Why not live here, in peace? Among hills and groves. Vines then for you will seek. Vines in their rows. Vines on high ridges stand. Figs, there, and apples gold. Stay in this lovely land. Stay, and grow old. Euphorion. Do you dream of peaceful days? Dream, then as dreamers may. War is the watchword though. Victory. It rings out so. Chorus. He who in time of peace wishes for war, soon witnesses the decease of hope and fortune. Euphorion. Those who made this land with danger on every hand, free and courageously, gave their blood lavishly. Bring holy meaning to that sacrifice. See us still conquering all whom we fight. Chorus. Look up there, how high he climbs. Yet he seems to us no smaller. In his armor, as in triumph. How he gleams in steel and silver. Euphorion. Each one's no longer conscious of the high wall, or the rest. Since the one enduring fortress is the soldier's iron breast. If you'd live unconquered, quickly arm, and fight the real foe. Every wife an Amazon bred. And every child a hero. Chorus. Sacred poetry. Climbing, and heavenly. Shines there, the fairest star. Far there, and still so far. And yet it reaches here. Always, and still we hear. Joy, where we are. Euphorion. No, not as a child do I appear. This youth comes armed, you see. In spirit he's already appear. Of the strong, the bold, and free. Now I go. Now, and lo. The path to glory shines for me. Helen and Faust. You've scarcely been called to being. Scarcely come to daylight's gleam. And from the heights you're yearning. For the place of pain, it seems. Are we two? Not to you. Is the sweetest bond a dream? Euphorian. Don't you hear the thundering wave? Through veil on veil the echoes call. Host on host, in sand and spray. Shock on shock, in anguished fall. Understand. The command is death, now and for all. Helen, Faust and the chorus. What horror! What disaster! Is then death ordained for you? Euphorian. Should I watch it from afar? No. I'll share their trouble too. Helen, Faust and the chorus. Exuberance, danger. Deadliest fate. Euphorian. Yes. I am winged here. I will not wait. Onward. I must. I must. Let me but fly. He hurls himself into the air, his clothes bear him a moment, his head is illuminated and a streak of light follows. Chorus. Icarus. Icarus. No more. We sigh. A beautiful youth falls at the parents' feet. We imagine we see a well-known form in the dead body, but the physical part vanishes at once, while an aureole rises like a comet to heaven. The clothes, cloak and lyre remain on the ground. Helen and Faust. At once, joy is followed by bitterest pain. Euphorian, from the depths. Mother, don't leave me alone. In the shadow's domain. Pause. Chorus, dirge. Not alone. No matter where you are. For we believe in following you. Oh. Though from the day you part. Not one heart will part from you. We scarcely wish to mourn you, even. We sing in envy of your fate. To you the clearest light of heaven gave song and courage, true and great. Ah! You were born for earthly fate. High descent and supreme power. Youth, sadly, while you went astray, was torn from you in its first hour. You saw the world, with clearer vision. You understood the yearning heart. The glow of lovely woman's passion. And all singing's rarest art. Yet, irresistibly, you ran free. In nets of indiscipline, you divorced yourself violently. From custom, and from rule. Until at last, through thinking deeper, you gave courage greater weight. And wished to win to splendor. But that could not be your fate. Whose then? The gloomy question. That destiny itself conceals. While in days unblessed by fortune, our people's silent blood congeals. But new songs will refresh them. No longer bow them to the floor. The earth shall see them once again. As it saw them once before. A complete pause. The music ends. Helen, to Faust. Alas, the ancient word proves true for me, as well. That joy and beauty never lastingly unite. The thread of life, as the thread of love, is torn. Painfully, lamenting both, I must say, farewell. And enter your embrace, once, and then no more. Persephone, receive me, and this child of ours. She embraces Faust, her body vanishes, her dress and veil remain in his hands. Phorcys, to Faust. Hold tight to what alone remains to you. Don't let the garment go. Already, demons pull at its hem, and wish to drag it down into the underworld. Hold tight to it, now. It no longer veils the divinity you've lost. But it is divine. Employ then the priceless, noble gift for yourself, and soar on high. It will carry you quickly from the lowest to the highest ether, while you can endure. We'll meet once more, far away from here. Helen's garments dissolve in mist, surround Faust, life him into the air, and drift away with him. Phorcys takes Euphorion's tunic, cloak and lyre from the ground, steps forward to the proscenium, holds them aloft and speaks. As always, I've discovered something good. The flame itself has gone, that's understood. Yet, for the world, I can't be truly sad. Here's enough to fuel the poet's regiment. Stir their guild to envy, make them mad. And if I still can't lend them any talent, at least I'll have a costume for the lad. She seats herself on a low column in the proscenium. Panthalis. Quick now, girls. We're all free of the magic now. That old Thessalian woman's enthralling spell. That jangling dizziness of confusing sound. Troubling the ear, and more the inner sense. Down to Hades. Since with solemn step the queen descended swiftly. Let her faithful servants' footsteps follow her downward path without delay. We'll find her beside the unfathomable throne. Chorus. Of course, queens are happy anywhere. Even in Hades they're on top. Associating proudly with their peers. Persephone's intimate company. But for us, then, in the background of the asphodel meadowed depths, with their long rows of poplars, their fruitless crowds of willows, what fun is there for us? Piping like bats at twilight, in cheerless, ghostly whispers. Panthalis, who wins no name, and wills no noble work, belongs to the elements, so away with you. My own intense desires to be with my queen. The individual's loyalty and not just service. Exits. All. We're returned to the light of day. No longer individual, it's true. We feel it, and we know it. But we'll never go back to Hades. Ever-living nature makes the most valid claim on our spirits, and we on her. A section of the chorus. We in all the thousand branches whispering tremors, swaying murmurs. Sweetly rocked, will lightly draw the root-born founts of being upwards. To the twigs, and now with leaves, and now with the exuberant blossom. We'll adorn their floating tresses, freely thriving in the breezes. Straight away, now, as the fruit falls, happy crowds and flocks will gather. For the picking and the tasting, swift arriving, busy thronging. Bending down, now, all around us, as before the early gods. A second section of the chorus. We, against the rocky cliff face, by the smooth far-gleaming mirror. We will nestle, softly moving, in the gentle waves that flatter. Listening, hearing every echo, birdsong, now. Or reedy fluting. To the fearful voice of Pan, too, will provide a ready answer. To the murmuring, send a murmur, to the thunder roll our thunder. In earth-shaking repetition, in threefold, or tenfold echo. A third section of the chorus. Sisters. We, of nimbler senses, hurry onwards with the waters. For the richly covered, far off, mountain ranges each entice us. Ever deeper, ever downward, in meandering curves we'll water. First the meadows, then the pastures, then the house and the garden. Where the slender tips of cypress, over banks and watery mirror. Over all the landscape, mark it. Soaring skywards in the air. A fourth section of the chorus. Wander where you please, you others, we will circle, we will rustle. Round the densely planted hillside, where the vine stalks growing green. There, each day. We'll pay attention to the cultivator's passion. Watch his diligence and care, there, watch for its uncertain outcome. How he hoes, how he digs there, how he heaps, and prunes, and ties. Praise to all the gods above him, most of all praise to the sun god. The effeminate one, Bacchus, gives scant thought to faithful servants. Rests in arbors, lolls in caverns, flirting with the youngest fawn. Whatsoever he might need there, for his half-befuddled dreaming, is left for him in wineskins, stored around in jars and vessels. Right and left, in cool recesses, gathered through the endless ages. But when the gods, that's Helios, we mean before all others, cooling, wetting, warming, heating, fill the vineyard's horn of plenty. Where the silent grower labored, suddenly it's all enlivened. And in every leaf there's rustling. Rustling now from vine to vine. Baskets creaking, buckets rattling, the tubs are carried groaning. All towards enormous vats there, to the lusty treader's dance. So, then, all the sacred bounty, of the pure-bred juicy harvest, fiercely trodden, spurting, foaming, mingled there, is crudely squashed. Now the cymbal's brazen clamors ringing boldly in our ears. As Dionysus from his mysteries is unveiled, and is revealed. Here with his goat-foot satyrs, whirling goat-foot satyresses. And Silenus's, unruly, long-eared ass. That brays amongst them. Nothing spared. The cloven feet now, trample on all decency. All the senses whirl, bewildered, hideously, ears are stunned, there. Drunkards fumble for their wine-cups, head and bellies overfull. Here and there one has misgivings, but can only swell the riot. Since to hold the latest vintage, one must drain the oldest skin. The curtain falls. Phorkys in the proscenium rises to full height, steps down from her tragic buskins, removes her mask and veil, and reveals herself as Mephistopheles, to point the last lines, by way of epilogue. Act 4. Scene I, high mountains. Fierce, jagged rocky peaks. A cloud approaches, pauses and settles on a projecting ledge. It parts. Faust steps out. Gazing at those deep solitudes beneath my feet, I tread the mountain brink with deliberation. Leaving the cloud vehicle that carried me softly, through bright day, over land and ocean. Slowly, not dispersing, now, it moves away. With a rolling movement, traveling eastward. And the eye follows in wondering admiration. Moving it divides, wave-like and changeable. Yet it shapes itself, my eyes can't deceive me. I see, reclining there, nobly, on sunlit pillows, a godlike female form, though it's immense. An image of Juno, Leda, or Helen herself. Royally lovely, floating before my eyes. Ah! It's already melting. Formlessly huge. And towering it hangs in far icy eastern hills. Reflecting deep meaning from fine fleeting days. Yet a soft, delicate band of mist still clings to head and body, coolly caressing, and cheers me. Now it lifts lightly, soars higher and higher, there. Condensing. Does its enticing shape deceive me? Like some long-forgotten joy of earliest youth? The first riches of the heart's depths flow again. I'd liken it to Aurora's love, light-winged. The first, swiftly felt, scarcely understood glance. That outshines every treasure when it's held fast. The lovely form rises, now, like spiritual beauty. Not melting further, but lifting through the air. And carries, far off, the best of what I am. A 7-league boot strides forward, another follows immediately. Mephistopheles steps out of them. The boots stride off quickly. Now that I call real onward striding. But tell me why you're all alone. Climbing here among the horrors. In these horrendous gulfs of stone. I know them well, but with another face. In truth, the floor of hell's a similar place. Faust. You're never short of a foolish fantasy. You've dusted that one off again, I see. Mephistopheles, seriously. When the Lord God, and I know why as well, banished us from the air to deepest deeps. There, where round and round the glow of hell, an eternal inward self-fueled fire leaps. We found we were too brightly illuminated. Quite crowded, and uncomfortably situated. All the devils fell to fits of coughing. The vents above them and beneath them puffing. Hell swollen with the sulphur's stench and acid, gave out its gas. The bubble was so massive that soon the level surface of the earth, thick as it was forced to crack and burst. So we all gained another mountain from it. And what was ground, before, now is summit. From this they deduced the truest law. Turn lowest into highest, to be sure. Since we escaped from fiery prison there, to excessive power in the freer air. An open mystery, yet well concealed, and only lately publicly revealed. Ephesians 6 verse 12. Faust. To me the mountain masses are nobly dumb. I don't ask why they are, or where they're from. When nature in herself was grounded, the ball of earth she neatly rounded, delighting in the mountains and the deep, setting rock on rock, and peak on peak, sloping the hills conveniently downward, softening them to valleys, gently bounded. They grow green, and joyfully she ranges, without the need for any violent changes. Mephistopheles. Yes, so you say. It's clear as day to you. But he knows otherwise who saw it too. I was there, while the void seethed below, enduring all that swollen, fiery tide. When Moloch's hammer forged cliffs, at a blow, and flung the ruined mountains, far and wide. Those foreign boulders scattered through the land. Who knows what forces left them high and dry? Philosophers all have failed to understand. The rocks are there, and we must let them stand. We've damaged them, already, where they lie. Only the true believers, the people, know. And nothing will shake their fond opinion. They, since their wisdom ripened long ago, say it's due to Satan's wonderful dominion. The traveler climbs, with faith's crutch, over ridges, across the devil's rocks, and devil's bridges. Faust. Yet it's still worth noting, since every feature reveals what it is the devil sees in nature. Mephistopheles. What's that to me? Let nature be what she is. The devil was there, that's what I'd have you notice. We're the folk, you see, who achieve great things. The signs are tumult, force, and what nonsense brings. But shall I make myself understood at last? It's best. Did nothing at all of ours please you in the slightest? You've looked down, from immeasurable heights, on the riches of the world, and its splendid sights. Matthew 4. Yet, hard as you may be to fire, didn't you feel some deep desire? Faust. I did. I saw a mighty plan. Guess. Mephistopheles. Oh, that's easily done. I'd find myself some capital city. Its core the citizens' greedy plenty. Crooked alleys and pointed gables. Cabbage, turnips, onions. Market tables. Butchers' stalls where flies all cluster. Round the fattened joints, pass muster. Wherever you move, there you'll find stench and activity, intertwined. Then wide streets, and wider squares. Measured, elegant thoroughfares. And, at their end, no gates to bar you. Just boundless far-flung suburbs too. There I love to see all the carriages go by. The noisy rushing about from side to side. The endless running to and fro of scattered ants in ceaseless flow. And when I walk, and when I ride, I'd be the central point implied. 100,000 honoring me. Faust. That could never content me though. A swelling crowd is fine to see. All well fed in their way, agreed. Well bred, well taught, all the three. Yet you've only made more rebels grow. Mephistopheles. For myself, I deliberately create a pleasure house in a pleasant place. Woods, hills, fields, meadows, open ground, with splendid gardens all around. Between green walls of velvet leaves. Straight walks, where artful shadows please. Waterfalls, spanning the rocks, in pairs. And all those kinds of water-jet affairs. Rising nobly. While all round the dish 1,000 little fountains hiss and piss. Then I'd have a hut, snug and convenient, where beautiful women might be content, and pass the boundless time away, in the sweetest solitude, and play. Women, I say, since, one and all, I think of their loveliness in the plural. Faust. Sardanapalus. Modern and rural. Mephistopheles. Then might one ask to know your yearning? It's something daring, I've no doubt. Since the moon was near you in your journeying. Might it be moon madness you're about? Faust. Not at all. This earthly round grants space for some mighty thing. We'll attempt what's astonishing. New strength for daring work I've found. Mephistopheles. And shall you earn more glory by it too? One sees the heroines have been with you. Faust. I'll win power, and property. The deed is all, and not the glory. Mephistopheles. Yet future poets' verse will stress the splendor of your bright success, and inspire fools to foolishness. Faust. All that's far from you, indeed. What do you know of what men need? Your contrary being, bitter, dire. What does it know of man's desire? Mephistopheles. Let it all be as you wish it then. Trust fancy's flight to me again. Faust. My eyes were drawn towards the deepest ocean. It swelled, and heaped itself, upon itself. Then ebbed, and shook its waves again in motion, storming towards the wide shore's level shelf. And that annoyed me, as the exuberance of a free spirit, that values all its rights, will transmit uneasy feelings to the dance of the passionate blood that it excites. I thought it chance, I gazed more intensely. The waves paused, rolled away from me, far from what they'd reached in their pride. Time passes, and then once more comes the tide. Mephistopheles, to the audience. There's nothing new in that to greet my ears. I've known it for 100,000 years. Faust, continuing passionately. It sweeps along, to whatever thousand ends. Fruitless itself, it fruitlessly extends. It swells and rolls and breaks and overwhelms the empty stretches of its barren realms. Their wave rules power-inspired wave, again draws back, and yet still there's nothing gained. If anything makes me despair of my intent, it's the aimless force of that wild element. Then my spirit dared to soar high above. Here I must fight, and this I must remove. And it's possible. However tides may flow, at last they nestle round the hills below. So they are tamed in their exuberance. A modest height tops their proud advance. A modest depth draws them forcefully on. Quick, through my mind, leapt plan after plan. Let rich enjoyment be mine for evermore. To keep the noble ocean from the shore. To channel all the wide and watery waste, and urge it backwards to its own deep place. Step by step I know how to design it. That's my desire, so be brave and promote it. On the right, from the distance, behind the audience, the sound of drums and military music. Mephistopheles. That's trivial. Can you hear the distant drums? Faust. War again. The wise man hates it when it comes. Mephistopheles. War or peace, it's wise to seize the chance, and gain advantage from the circumstance. One waits, one notes each favorable moment. Opportunities about, so Faust, be ardent. Faust. Spare me all your riddles, if you please. Once and for all, say, what am I to seize? Mephistopheles. Nothing was hidden from me on my journey. The noble emperor's consumed by worry. You know him. While we both supplied him. Those illusory riches in his hand, beside him. The whole world then was open to him. Young, the throne was granted to him. And it pleased him to assume, wrongly, that he could easily combine the two. Enjoy the essential and the lovely too. Both government and pleasure. Jointly. Faust. A fatal error. He who wishes to command must make command his joy, and though his mind is full of all the noblest plans, what he intends, must let no other know. What he whispers then in some faithful ear is done, and the world will be amazed to hear. So he'll remain supreme, above them all. And noblest, pleasure comes before a fall. Mephistopheles. That's not the man. He enjoyed himself, and how. Meanwhile anarchy brought the empire down. While great fought little, and orders crossed. And brothers fought with brothers, and were lost. Castle with castle, city against city. The guilds at war with the nobility. The bishops with their congregation. No friends, and only a hostile nation. In churches death and slaughter, through the gate. Every merchant and trader swift to his fate. Now, everywhere, man's audacity shows. The word is, defend your life. And so it goes. Faust. So it goes, it stumbles, falls, and stands again. Then tumbles headlong, and lies there in pain. Mephistopheles. None dared to criticize the situation. Each could, and would improve his station. Even the smallest wished to be great enough. But for the best it proved a step too much. The capable declared, with energy. He who brings peace can have the mastery. The emperor can't, and will not, let us choose a new emperor, who'll inspire the realm anew. While each man achieves security. In a world that's recreated freshly. Let peace and justice there be wedded, too. Faust. That smacks of priesthood. Mephistopheles. The priests were there, yes. Defending their well-fed stomachs with the rest. And they were more involved than all the others. The rebels swarmed, and were blessed as brothers. Then the emperor, whom we had made happy, advanced, for his last battle, that's as maybe. Faust. I'm sorry for him, he was so frank and open. Mephistopheles. We'll watch. While there's life there's hope again. Let's set him free, from this narrow valley. He's 1,000 times saved, if they would rally. Who knows how the dice might fall, if so. Good luck, and he'll have treasures to bestow. They cross over the middle range of hills, and view the army in the valley. Drums and military music sound from below. The position they've taken, there, looks fine. We'll join them, victory, in the nick of time. Faust. And what should I expect to see? A hollow show. Blind magic. Trickery. Mephistopheles. Strategy, and how to win a battle. Think hard, and be on your mettle. Keep dreaming of your mighty aim. If we return the emperor his land, you can kneel, and make a claim. In payment, for the boundless strand. Faust. You've managed all the other things. So win the battle, and what it brings. Mephistopheles. No, you'll win it. There, beneath. You'll be their commander-in-chief. Faust. That's a somewhat glorified position. Knowing nothing, to command the mission. Mephistopheles. Leave it to the general staff to care. And see a field marshal newborn there. I know all about uncouncils of war. Form your war council, quickly, therefore. From ancient hills ancient human power. Bless those who can pile peaks in a tower. Faust. What do I see, what warriors approach? Have you truly roused the mountain folk? Mephistopheles. No. But like Shakespeare's Peter Quince, I've picked the very best of what there is. The three mighty warriors appear. Here are my lads arriving now. You see they're all of different ages. And clothes and armor too, allow. That you'll be fine when battle rages. To the audience. Every child today loves to see knights in armor take the floor. Allegorical though they may be, they'll delight them all the more. Bully boy, young, lightly armed, plainly clothed. If someone meets me face to face, I'll shake a fist right there in his ugly mug. And when the yellow belly runs away, I'll grasp his hair, and give a nasty tug. Grab quick, mature, well-armed, richly dressed. Such idle brawling's foolishness. That's how to ruin the day. Don't be slow first to possess. Then afterwards you'll get your way. Hold tight, older, heavily armed, without a cloak. But that's the path where little's won. Great possessions quickly gone. Vanishing in the stream of life. It's fine to take, but best to hold. Let grey hairs command the bold. And you'll lose nothing in the strife. Scene 2, on the headland. Drums and military music from below. The emperor's tent is pitched. The emperor, commander-in-chief, guardsmen. The commander-in-chief. It still seems the most likely strategy. To have made our whole army wait. Here below, in this convenient valley. I hope the choice is truly fortunate. The emperor. Whatever will happen now, we'll soon see. But I don't like this half-retreat, it's weak. The commander-in-chief. Look here, my prince, on our right flank. This terrain is one that generals like to thank. The hills aren't steep, but there's no ready access. So it protects us, while denying them success. We're half concealed. On undulating ground. Their cavalry won't dare to circle round. The emperor. There's nothing left for me to do, but praise. Here strength and bravery may have their day. The commander-in-chief. There, in the center of the level space. See the phalanx, eagerly in place. The lances shine and glitter in the air. Through the sunlit mist of morning, there. And all the mighty square is swaying darkly. Thousands inspired to fierce activity. There you can see our power en masse. I trusted to split the enemy in half. The emperor. This is the first time I've ever gazed on such a sight. Forces like these are worth double when they fight. The commander-in-chief. I've nothing to report about our left. Valiant heroes hold the rocky cleft. Weapons gleam across the rocky dale. A vital pass protects the narrow vale. Here the enemy power, I think, will shatter. Taken unawares in this bloody matter. The emperor. There they advance, my faithless kith and kin. Even as they call me brother, uncle, cousin. Ever more widely. Allowing men's respect. For throne and scepter to fall into neglect. Ruining the empire with their fighting. And now, against me, rebelliously uniting. The mob is swayed, uncertain in its mind. Then, wherever the stream flows, flows behind. The commander-in-chief. A faithful soldier hastens towards us, look. One sent for news, perhaps he's had some luck. First scout. Luckily we met success. Brave and cunning in our skill. Probing, out to east and west. Yet bring you bad news, still. Many swear their loyalty. Many a faithful company. Yet all idly apologetic. Quailing inwardly, apathetic. The emperor. From selfishness they learn self-preservation. Not honor, affection, gratitude, dedication. No one thinks that when time brings the reckoning, the neighbor's house ignites theirs while it's burning. The commander-in-chief. The second scout's approaching, slowly. On stumbling legs, a man full weary. Second scout. At first we easily detected the nature of their wild plan. Then, suddenly, and unexpected, a second emperor was at hand. And in a calm, and orderly manner, withdrew the army from the deep, unfurling his deceitful banner. They all followed him, like sheep. The emperor. A second emperor's fortunate for me. Since I'm the emperor, plain as plain can be. Now as a soldier I'll dress myself, again, in armor, dedicated to this higher aim. My entertainments, fine as they all were, lacking in nothing, never brought me danger. While you suggested something innocent, my heart longed to fight the tournament. And had you not dissuaded me from war, I'd have shone in glorious deeds before. But when I was mirrored in that realm of fire, I felt my heart was mine, and made entire. The fierce element entered in my fate. Only a dream, and yet the dream was great. I've thought confusedly of fame and glory. Yet all was my own neglect, an evil story. The heralds are sent to challenge the rival emperor to single combat. Faust enters, in armor, with half-closed visor. The three mighty warriors appear armed and dressed as previously described. Faust. We're here, and hope our presence is accepted. Though needless, caution's often well respected. You know how hillfolk consider and explore. They study nature and the mountain's lore. The spirits drawn from out the level valley are happier than ever in the wide hill country. They still work the labyrinthine masses among metallic fumes of noble gases, intent on separating, proving, blending their only aim some innovative finding. With gentle touch and spiritual power, they build transparent forms, by the hour. Then in eternal silence, in the crystal, they watch the destiny of all things mortal. The Emperor. I've heard it said, and I believe it's true. But, gallant soldier, what's all that to you? Faust. Your true and honorable servant there. Is that Sabine, the Nortian necromancer? What fearful fate once hung above his head? Crackling wood, the stinging fire ahead. Dry timber packed already round his feet, with rolls of pitch and brimstone all complete. No warrior, god, or devil to the rescue. The emperor saved his life, and that was you. In Rome, he was obliged, and none the less. Anxiously, he contemplates your progress. Wholly forgotten, every hour, just for you. He studies the stars and the abyss too. He sent us on, by the swiftest path, to help you. Great is the mountain craft. Their nature works omnipotent, and free, though foolish clerics call it wizardry. The Emperor. On joyful days, when we greet our guests, who gather pleasantly, with happy jests, it gives us pleasure, when they pull and push, and fill the halls and chambers with their crush. Yet the brave man meets with noblest welcome, when in fierce support he deigns to come, at the dawning of some perilous day, when fate's balance holds us in its sway. Yet while some time this moment can afford, hold back your strong hand from the eager sword. Honor the instant, when thousands march, for or against me, taking up the torch. Self's the man who claims the crown and throne, must be worthy of the honor, on his own. May the phantom now that stands against me, who calls himself the emperor of my country, the army's leader, and the Lord's crowned head, be hurled by my own fist among the dead. Faust. Whatever the need to finish what you've started, it would go ill if you and your head were parted. Isn't your helmet decked with plume and crest? It shields the head that fills our hearts with zest. Without a head what can the members do? If it should sleep, they sink in silence too. If it's injured, they're all hurt alike. And if it's healed they quickly stir to life. Swiftly the arm will assert its right. And shield the head then from the fight. The sword at once perceives its duty. Strikes again, and parries strongly. The brave foot, owning its luck again, plants itself on the necks of the slain. The Emperor. Such is my wrath, that's how I'd use the fool. And set his head in front of me, for a stool. Heralds, returning. Our advances they reject. With little honor, or respect. Our strong, and noble ultimatum. They treat it as an empty statement. Your emperor is wholly lost. An echo of some ancient rhyme. When we think about the past. His tale will be, once upon a time. Faust. It's come to pass as the best of men demand. Those firm and true, at your right hand. There is the foe, your men stand by us. Order the advance, the time's propitious. The Emperor. I hereby relinquish the command. To the Commander-in-Chief. Prince, I entrust the duty to your hand. The Commander-in-Chief. Then let the right wing start its assault. The enemy left's ascending, even now. And in a moment will be forced to halt. To our young faithfuls they will have to bow. Faust. Let this brave hero, straight away, join your ranks, without delay. So that in your ranks he might make a brave show in the fight. He points to the mighty warrior on the right. Bully boy, coming forward. He who shows his face to me, won't turn. Before his front and back teeth shatter. He who shows his back to me will earn a blow to make his head much flatter. And if your soldiers then advance, with sword and mace, together, man after man, the foe will dance. And in their own blood quickly smother. He exits. The Commander-in-Chief. Let the central phalanx follow slowly. Engage the enemy with force and cunning. They're on the right, they're almost ready to surrender, you can see them running. Faust, pointing to the central warrior. Let this man follow at your command. He's quick, and grabs with either hand. Grab quick, comes forward. The thirst for plunder now will greet the Emperor's troops' advancing feet. And all will gather, with intent, at the rival Emperor's tent. He won't linger on his throne. I'll lead the phalanx on my own. Swift plunder, a camp follower, fawning on him. Although he and I aren't wed. He's my sweetheart. Here instead. Autumn ripens for the bold. Woman's fierce when she takes hold. Merciless, in a plundering crowd. Forward to victory. All's allowed. They exit together. The Commander-in-Chief. As I anticipated on our left flank. They hurl their right, in force, at last. We'll resist their furious ranks. And keep them from the narrow pass. Faust, beckoning to the warrior on the left. Prince, take note of this man too. No shame if the strong are stronger than you. Hold tight, coming forward. Let the flanks forget their fear. I seize the ground where I appear. In me are born the powers of old. No lightning splits what I shall hold. Mephistopheles, descending from above. Now see how from the hinterland of this rocky jagged land an armed host bursts forth. On narrow pathways from the north. With sword and helmet, shield and spear. Forming a rampart in our rear. They wait for the signal to charge on. Aside, to the knowing ones. You mustn't ask me where they're from. I've gathered them from everywhere. The armories all around are bare. They stood on foot, and sat astride. Like lords of earth on every side. They were emperors, knights, and kings. Now they're the empty shells of things. I've dressed so many spirits for the strife. It's like the Middle Ages come to life. Whichever little devils are inside. They'll have enough effect to turn the tide. Aloud. Listen how they show their anger. Jostling, in metallic clangor. The ragged banners flutter free. That waited restless for the breeze. Think, here's an ancient race that's ready to mingle in our new dispute, and gladly. A tremendous peal of trumpets from above, a perceptible tremor in the hostile army. Faust. The far horizon darkens swiftly. Yet, here and there, and meaningfully, there's an incipient crimson glow. Already the battlefield gleams there. The rocks, the woods, the atmosphere. The very heavens join the show. Mephistopheles. The right flank holds in strength. There's Bully Boy the nimble giant. Towering over all, defiant. And charging them at length. The Emperor. First I saw an arm uplifted. Then at least a dozen shifted. The thing's unnatural. Faust. Don't you know the bands of mist that drift round the Sicilian cliffs? There, in the daylight, clear. In mid-air, hovering about. Mirrored in peculiar cloud. Marvelous images appear. Cities wander to and fro. Gardens rise above, below. As form on form fills the air. The Emperor. Yet it's suspicious. All about. The tips of spears are shining out. On our phalanx gleaming lances. I see a crowd of flamelets dances. It looks quite ghostly there, to me. Faust. Forgive me, Lord, those are the traces of natural spirits, vanished races. A glimmer of the Dioscuri. Sailors invoke in tempest's fury. They show their last strength there. The Emperor. But tell me, who then might command nature's assistance for our land? This gathering of the rare. Mephistopheles. Who else than that noble master? Who takes your destiny to heart? The thought of military disaster moves him deeply, stirs his art. In gratitude, he wants to save you, though he himself should suffer too. The Emperor. They cheered me, when I was invested. So I was keen to see my power tested. I found it useful, without much thought, as ruler, to send that wise man where the air was cooler. I robbed the clergy of a fond desire, and hardly won their favor from the fire. Now that so many years have gone, is this the reward of what I'd done? Faust. Good deeds from the heart reap riches. Let your glance stray upwards now. I think he'll send a sign, a show. Attend, straight away it's as he wishes. The Emperor. An eagle soars in the upper air. A griffin attacks him there. Faust. Attend, it's an auspicious feature. The griffin's a fabulous creature. How could he forget who's regal? Entangle with a real eagle? The Emperor. And now, they fly in wider gyres. They will together, swiftly now. Then dash against each other's bow. So neck and chest are ripped entire. Faust. Now note the miserable griffin. Ripped and rumpled, hurt quite badly. Now, with his lion's tail all torn, he falls, and vanishes in a tree. The Emperor. As it's prophesied, so let it be. This whole thing's astounding me. Mephistopheles, towards the right. Driven by blows, 10 times repeated. The enemy force has retreated. And in the uncertain fight, drifts away towards the right. So diffusing all the force of their army's sinister course. Our phalanx with its spears tightening, moves to the right, and like lightning, strikes them in the weakest place. Now like the storm-driven waves, they roar, with opposing force, wildly on their dual course. Gloriously all sound dies away, and victory is ours, I'd say. The Emperor, on the left, to Faust. See. Something looks suspicious. Our position's inauspicious. Not a stone's hurled in the air. The cliffs below are taken there. Bear the narrows, to the pass. Now. The enemy en masse. Are ever nearer to the sun. Perhaps we're already overrun. An end to this unholy strife. Your arts won't save my life. Pause. Mephistopheles. See, my 2 ravens come winging. What news might they be bringing? I fear we're in trouble here. Act 5. Scene I, open country. The wanderer. Yes. Here are the dusky lindens. Standing round, in mighty age. And here am I, returning to them. After so long a pilgrimage. It still appears the same old place. Here's the hut that sheltered me. When the storm uplifted wave hurled me shorewards from the sea. My hosts are those I would bless. A brave, a hospitable pair. Who if I meet them, I confess, must already be white-haired. Ah! They were pious people. Shall I call, or knock? Greetings. If, as open-hearted, you still enjoy good luck, in meetings. Baucis, a little woman, very aged. Gentle stranger. Quietly, quietly. Peace. Let my husband rest. Long sleep lends the elderly. Little time to work, at best. The wanderer. Tell me, mother, are you that wife? To whom thanks should be given? Who brought a young man back to life? When wife and husband worked as one. Are you that Baucis who tirelessly restored my almost vanished breath? Her husband appears. Are you that Philemon, who bravely saved my wealth from watery death? Your swiftly burning fire. Your silvery sounding bell. In chance, dread and dire. Was the outcome that befell. And now let me walk about. And view the boundless ocean. Let me kneel, and be devout. Mind troubled with emotion. He walks on, over the downs. Philemon, to Baucis. Hurry now, and lay the table. Underneath the garden trees. Let him go, as in the fable. He'll not credit what he sees. He follows, and stands beside the wanderer. Where wave on wave, foaming wildly, savagely mistreated you. See a garden planted, widely. See the paradisial view. I was too old to seize the day. Unfit to work as long ago. And while my powers ebbed away, the tide extended its wide flow. Clever lords set their bold servants, digging ditches, building dikes, to gain the mastery of ocean, diminishing its natural rights. See green meadow bordering meadow, field and garden, wood and town. But it's time to eat, so follow. Sunset is approaching now. See the sails, far away there, seeking port before the night. The birds fly homeward through the air. Their harbor too heaves in sight. So gaze then, at the whole horizon, where the blue sea used to flow. Right and left there, to your vision. Densely peopled space below. Scene 2, in the little garden. The 3 of them at table. Baucis, to the stranger. Are you dumb? And will you lift not a morsel to your mouth? Philemon. He wants to comprehend the gift. Tell him, freely then, speak out. Baucis. Well. It was a marvel, really. It troubles me to this day. Then its whole nature, surely, was peculiar, in its way. Philemon. Is the emperor, then, at fault? Who granted him the land? Didn't a herald make his halt, crying out what was planned? Not far away there, on the dunes, the first bold step was made. Tents, huts. And on the downs, A palace, quickly raised. Bosses. For days, work rumbled on in vain. Pick and shovel, blow on blow. Where the night's fires flamed. Next day a dam would follow. Human blood was forced to flow. At night, rose the sound of pain. The seaward floating fiery glow. Was a canal, come dawn again. He's a godless man, he'd steal our hut, and our few acres. But like subjects we must kneel when we boast such neighbors. Philemon. Yet he's offered us another, holding, on his new won land. Bosses. Never trust what's built on water. On the heights maintain your stand. Philemon. Let's make our way to the chapel, to watch the last glow of light. Kneel, pray, and sound the bell. And trust in God's ancient might. Scene 3, the palace. Spacious pleasure gardens, a broad straight canal. Faust in extreme old age, walking about, thoughtfully. Lynceus, the warder, through a speaking trumpet. The sun is fading, the last boats sail swiftly to the harbor here. One large vessel gently floats down the canal, and draws near. The bright flags flutter merrily. The masts are trimmed, in time. The boatmen all praise you gladly. Fortune celebrates your prime. The little bell on the dunes rings out. Faust, startled. Accursed ringing. Wounding me. With shame, a treacherous blow. My realm's laid out there, endlessly. But, at my back, this vexes so. Proclaiming, with its jealous sound. My great estate is less than fine. The old hut, all the trees around. The crumbling chapel, are not mine. And even if I wish to rest there, a strange shadow makes me shudder. It's a thorn in my eye, and deeper. Oh! Would I were somewhere other. The warder, from above. The boat is sailing, brightly dressed. Towards us, on the evening breeze. Heaped, with boxes, sacks and chests. From its journey on the seas. A splendid boat, richly and brightly loaded with foreign goods. Mephistopheles. The three mighty warriors. Chorus. Here we land. Already, here. Hail to our Lord. Our patron dear. They disembark, the goods are unloaded. Mephistopheles. We've proven ourselves in every way. Pleased, if we win our patron's praise. We took 2 ships when we sailed before. With 20 ships we dock, once more. What we've achieved, each fine thing. You'll see from the cargo that we bring. The ocean's freedom frees the mind. There all thought is left behind. You only need a handy grip. You catch a fish, or take a ship. And once you're lord of all 3. The 4th one's tackled easily. The 5th one's in an evil plight. You have the might, and so the right. You wonder what, and never how. I know a little of navigation. War, trade, and piracy, allow. As 3 in 1, no separation. The 3 mighty warriors. No thanks for us. No thanks at all. As if we've brought a stench, that's all. He pulls a nasty face again. These royal goods don't please him then. Mephistopheles. Don't expect more. Pay for it. What you've had is what you get. The warriors. That was only to pass the time. We want an equal share in crime. Mephistopheles. Then first set out in haul on haul. The costly treasures. One and all. And coming to the splendid show. He'll think it all the more, you know. He won't be mean. With you, at least. He'll give the fleet feast on feast. Tomorrow motley birds attend. I want to take good care of them. The cargo is removed. To Faust. This splendid fortune you embrace. With wrinkled brow, and gloomy face. Your noble wisdom has been crowned. Seas reconciled with solid ground. From the shore, on swifter track. The sea wills out the ship, and back. So speak, that here, from your spire, your arms might grip the world entire. From this place the trench was cut. Here stood the first wooden hut. A little ditch was traced from here, where now vessels' wakes appear. Your servants toil, your thought so wise, have won the earth and ocean's prize. From here on, Faust, that accursed here, that always brings me wretched fear. To you who are so clever, I say it. It gives my heart sting on sting. It's impossible for me to bear it. I'm ashamed to even speak the thing. The old ones up there should yield. I want the limes as my retreat. The least tree in another's field detracts from my whole estate. There, to stand and look around, I'll build a frame from bough to bough, my gaze revealing, under the sun, a view of everything I've done. Overseeing, as the eye falls on it, a masterpiece of the human spirit, forging with intelligence a wider human residence. That's the worst suffering can bring. Being rich, to feel we lack something. The bells chime, the lindens breeze, like tombs in churchyards stifle me. The exercise of my all-conquering will is shattered in the sand, here, and lies still. How can I drive it from my nature? The bell peals, and I'm an angry creature. Mephistopheles. It's natural. Intense frustration drives a man to desperation. Who doubts it? That clang I fear falls cruelly on a noble ear. And that wretched bing bang bong, through the clear evening sky, that gong, is joined to every chance event, from first bath to last interment. As if between its bing and bong, life's a dream, and then is gone. Faust. Such obstinacy and opposition diminishes the noblest position, until in endless pain, one must grow deeply weary of being just. Mephistopheles. Why bother yourself so much about them? Shouldn't you long ago have colonized them? Faust. Then go and push them aside for me. You know the land, with my approval, set aside for the old folks' removal. Mephistopheles. We'll take them up, and set them down. They'll stand, once more, I'll be bound. When they've survived a little force, they'll be reconciled to it, of course. He whistles shrilly. Come, perform your lord's command. And tomorrow let the feast be planned. The three warriors. This old lord received us badly. A feast now is our right, believe me. Mephistopheles, to the audience. And here we see, as long ago, Naboth's vineyard still on show. King's Eye, 21. Scene 4, Dead of Night. Lynceus, the warder, singing on the watchtower of the palace. For seeing, I'm born. For watching, employed. To the tower, I'm sworn. While the world, I enjoy. I gaze at the far. I stare at the near. The moon and the star. The forest and deer. The eternally lovely adornment, I view. And as it delights me, I delight myself too. You, fortunate eyes. All you've seen, there. Let it be as it may. Yet it was so fair. Pause. I'm not positioned here, on high, just for my own enjoyment. What horror, meant to terrify, threatens from the firmament? I see sparks of fire gushing through the linden's double night, fanned by the winds rushing. Ever stronger grows the light. Ah! Within, the hut is burning. Damp and mossy though it stand. Swift help, in this direction turning, is needed, yet no aids to hand. Ah! The pious old couple, so careful ever of the fire, made a prey to smoke, to stifle. On this dreadful pyre, the flame burns on, glowing red. It's now a black and mossy pile. If only those good folk are rescued from those fires of hell, run wild. A bright tongue of lightning heaves through the branches, through the leaves, breaking, snapping, catching swiftly. Withered branches flicker, glow. Why have I such powers to see? Why are mine the eyes that know? The little chapel now collapses with the falling branches' weight. Already with bright snake-like flashes, the treetops, gripped, meet their fate. Glowing crimson, to their hollow roots, the trunks now burn with ease. A long pause. Chant. What used to please my eyes, below, has vanished with the centuries. Faust, on the balcony, towards the downs. What whining song is that, above? Too late its word and tone reach me. The watchman wails, yes, I'm moved. Annoyed by this impatient deed. But let the lime trees be erased. A horror now of half-burnt timber. A watchtower can soon be raised, to gaze around at boundless splendor. From there I'll see my new creation. One set aside for that old pair, at least. They'll feel benign consideration, enjoying their last days in peace. Mephistopheles and the three warriors, below. Here we come, and at the double. Pardon us. We've caused you trouble. We knocked, and knocked on the door. But it seemed locked for evermore. We rattled it, and shook it too, until the planks broke in two. We called aloud, and threatened, then. But there was no reply, again. And as happens in such cases, they heard nothing, hid their faces. But we commenced without delay to drive the stubborn folk away. That pair knew scant anxiety. They died of terror, peacefully. A stranger, who was hiding there, and wished to fight, we tried to scare. But in the fast and furious bout, from the coals that lay about, the straw took fire. Now all three, in that one pyre, burn merrily. Faust. Were you deaf to what I said? I wanted them moved, not dead. This mindless, and savage blow earns my curse, share it, and go. Chorus. The ancient proverb says of course, yield willingly to a greater force. While if you're bold and opt for strife, you'll stake your house, and home, and life. They exit. Faust, on the balcony. Stars hide their faces, and their glow. The fire sinks, and flickers low. A moist breeze fans the dying ember, bringing smoke and vapor closer. Quickly said, too quickly done, I fear. Now, what hovers like a shadow, here? Scene V, midnight. 4 grey women enter. The first. I am called want. The second. I am called guilt. The third. I am called care. The fourth. Necessity, I. 3 together, want, guilt and necessity. The door is shut tight, and we cannot get in. The owner is rich, he won't have us within. Want. I shrink to a shadow. Guilt. To emptiest space. Need. The wealthy from me turn their pampered face. Care. Sisters, you can't enter, daren't enter there. But, through the keyhole now, always slips, care. Care disappears. Want. You, my grey sisters, take your flight too. Guilt. Close by your side, I come following you. Necessity. Close at your heels is necessity's breath. The 3. The clouds there are moving, and cover the stars. Behind us, behind us. From far, oh, from far. He's coming, our brother, he's coming, he's, death. Faust, in the palace. I saw 4, but only 3 went away. I caught no meaning from the words they say. It sounded as if I heard, necessity's breath. And then a gloomy rhyming word, like, death. It rang hollow, ghostly, subdued, to me. Even now I've not won my liberty. If I could banish sorcery from my track. Unlearn the magic spells that draw me back. And stand before you, nature, as mere man. It would be worth the pain of being human. So was I, a seeker in the darkness. Cursing both self and world, in wickedness. Now the air is filled with phantom shapes. It's hard to see how anyone escapes. Though day may smile on us with rational gleams. The night entwines us in a web of dreams. We come happily from the fields of youth. A bird croaks, what? Misfortune, is our truth. Cloaked with superstitions, soon and late. It's wedded to us, warns us, shows our fate. And so, alone, intimidated, we stand. The door creaks, yet no one is at hand. Anxiously. Is anyone there? Care. The answer must be, yes. Faust. And you, who then are you? Care. I am your guest. Faust. Be gone. Care. I am here, in my proper place. Faust, first angered, then composed, addressing himself. Take care, of magic spells show not a trace. Care. Though the ear choose not to hear. In the heart I echo, clear. Savage power I exercise. Transformed I am, to mortal eyes. On the land, and on the ocean. Evermore the dread companion. Always found, and never sought. Praised, as well as cursed, in thought. Have you yourself not known care? Faust. I sped through the world that's there. Gripped by the hair every appetite. And let go those that failed to delight. Let those fly that quite escaped me. I've desired, achieved my course. Desired again, and so, with force. Stormed through life, first powerfully. But wisely now, and thoughtfully. Earth's sphere's familiar enough to me. The view beyond is barred eternally. The fool who sets his sights up there. Creates his own likeness in the air. Let him stand, and look around him well. This world means something to the capable. Why does he need to roam eternity? Let him grasp what is firm reality. So let him wander down his earthly day. And if ghosts haunt him, go on his way. Find joy and suffering in striding on. Dissatisfied with every hour that's gone. Care. When of man I take possession. Then his whole world is lessened. Endless gloom meets his eyes. No more suns will set or rise. Though intact, to outer sense. He lives in the dark, intense. Never knowing how to measure any portion of his treasure. Good and ill are merely chance. He starves, food in his hands. Be it joy or be it sorrow. He delays it till tomorrow. Waiting for the future, ever. Finding his fulfillment, never. Faust. Be gone. And don't come near me. Such nonsense I'll not understand. Away, with your evil litany. Sent to confuse the cleverest man. Care. Shall he come, or shall he go? All decision is denied him. In the middle of the road. He staggers, feeling round him. He's ever more deeply lost. Seeing everything star-crossed. Wearies himself and all the rest. Stifles as he holds his breath. Lifeless, but not yet gone under. Resists despair or surrender. So, with an incessant rolling. A painful end, and hard going. Now free, and now constrained. In half sleep, poorly entertained. Confine him in a little space. Prepare him for hell's other place. Faust. Unholy spectre. So you hand our race to the ravages of 1,000 devils. Even transform our worthless days to a wretched knot of entangling evils. It's hard, I know, to free oneself from demons. The strong spirit bonds are not lightly broken. And yet, care, I'll not recognize you, nor even that creeping power of yours, by any token. Care. Feel it now, as on the wind. I, and my curse, depart, again. Lifelong, all you men are blind. Now, Faust, be so to the end. She breathes in his face, and departs. Faust, now blind. The night seems deeper all around me. Only within me is there gleaming light. I must finish what I've done, and hurry. The master's word alone declares what's right. Up from your beds, you slaves. Man on man. Reveal the daring of my favored plan. Seize the tools, on with pick and spade. Let the end result be now displayed. Strict order, and swift industry. Then the finest prize we'll see. And so the greatest work may stand. One mind equal to 1,000 hands. Scene 6, the great outer court of the palace. Torches. Mephistopheles, in advance, as overseer. Come on. Come on. In here, in here. Quivering spirits of the dead. All you patchwork semi-natures. Sinew, bone, and tendon wed. The spirits of the dead, lemurs, in chorus. Swiftly now we are on hand. With half an impression. That it concerns a tract of land. Of which we'll gain possession. Pointed stakes with us appear. Chains to measure ground on. But why you've called us here is something we've forgotten. Mephistopheles. Artistic effort's not the prize. Carry it out in your own manner. Lay the longest one of you lengthwise. Then pile the turf on him, you others. Do as they once did for our fathers there. Dig out a somewhat lengthened square. Gone from a palace to a narrow place. It's still as stupid an end for man to face. The spirits of the dead, digging with mocking gestures. When I was young and lived and loved, I thought it was very sweet. To happy sounds, and cheerful steps, I lifted up my feet. Now treacherous old age has clawed me with his crutch, since when I stumble at the grave's wide door. Why do they leave it open? Faust comes from the palace, groping his way past the doorposts. How the clattering of shovels cheers me! It's the crews still laboring on, till earth is reconciled to man. The waves accept their boundaries, and oceans bound with iron bands. Mephistopheles, aside. And yet with all your walls and dams, you're merely dancing to our tune. Since you prepare for our Neptune, the water demon, one vast feast. You'll be lost in every way. The elements are ours, today. And ruin comes on running feet. Faust. Overseer. Mephistopheles. Here. Faust. Any way you can. Bring crowds of laborers together. Spurred by force or hope of pleasure. By pay, enticement or press gang. Report to me on progress every day. The depth of earth and gravel dug away. Mephistopheles, half aloud. Reporting it to me, the word they gave was not quite gravel, it was more like grave. Faust. A swamp lies there below the hill, infecting everything I've done. My last and greatest act of will succeeds when that foul pool is gone. Let me make room for many a million. Not wholly secure, but free to work on. Green fertile fields, where men and herds may gain swift comfort from the new-made earth. Quickly settled in those hills' embrace. Piled high by a brave, industrious race. And in the center here, a paradise, whose boundaries hold back the raging tide. And though it gnaws to enter in by force, the common urge unites to halt its course. Yes, I've surrendered to this thought's insistence. The last word wisdom ever has to say. He only earns his freedom and existence. Who's forced to win them freshly every day. Childhood, manhood, age's vigorous years. Surrounded by dangers, they'll spend here. I wish to gaze again on such a land. Free earth, where a free race, in freedom, stand. Then, to the moment I dare say, stay a while. You are so lovely. Through eons, then, never to fade away. This path of mine through all that's earthly. Anticipating, here, its deep enjoyment. Now I savor it, that highest moment. Faust sinks back, the spirits of the dead take him and lay him on the ground. Mephistopheles. No bliss satisfied him, no enjoyment. And so he tried to catch its shifting forms. The last, the worst, the emptiest of moments. He wished to hold at last in his arms. Though against me he tried to stand. Time is master, age lies on the sand. The clock stands still. Chorus. Stands still. As midnight, silent. The hand moves. Mephistopheles. It falls, and all is spent. Chorus. It's past. Mephistopheles. Past. A stupid word. Then, why? Past, and pure nothing, complete monotony. What use is this eternal creation? Creating, to achieve annihilation. There, it's past. What's to read in it? It's just the same as if it never lived. Yet chases round in circles, as if it did. I'd prefer to have the everlasting void. Burial. A spirit of the dead, solo. Who's built the house so badly? With shovel and with spade. Spirits of the dead, chorus. For you dull guest, in hempen dress. It was all too carefully made. A spirit of the dead, solo. Who's decked the hall so badly? Where now the table and chairs? Spirits of the dead, chorus. Borrowed for a little while. There are many creditors. Mephistopheles. The body's here, if the spirit tries to fly. I'll show it my blood-signed title swiftly. Yet men have found so many methods, sadly, to cheat the devil of their souls, or try. We carry on the same old way. New ones aren't recommended. I used to work alone, today I have to use the help extended. And everything goes badly too. Ancient rite, traditional use. One can't rely on those much longer. At the last breath, once, the soul was out. I slipped by, and like the swiftest mouse, caught her. Held her fast, my claws were stronger. Now she lingers, won't leave the gloomy place. The foul corpse's hideous house, until the elements force her, in hatred still. And drive her out at last, in disgrace. And though the hour and minute plague me, when, how, and where, still the tiresome query. Old death has lost his ancient power. Whether, is doubtful, never mind the hour. Often, with lust, I saw the rigid frame. It was a sham, it stirred, and rose again. He makes fantastic, whirling conjuring gestures. Now quick! Redouble your paces, too. You gentlemen, straight or twisted horned. The old devil's grain and kernel born. And bring hell's jaws along with you. True hell has many jaws. Yes, many. To swallow according to standing and worth. However, in this last game of all were ready to be a little less considerate, henceforth. The fearful jaws of hell open on the left. The tusks yawn wide, the jaws of the abyss flow with raging flames, in fury. And in the boiling background hiss, I see the eternal glow of the fiery city. The crimson tide breaks against the teeth. The damned in hope of help swim through. But the vast hyena mangles them beneath, and sends them to new anguish in the brew. There are many corners to discover. So many horrors in such little room. You've done quite well at frightening sinners. But still they think it dream, deceit, untrue. To the fat devils with short straight horns. Now, you fat-bellied rascals with fiery cheeks. You've grown that way eating hellish sulphur. Stumpy, short, with thick immovable necks. Watch below, for any glow of phosphor. That's the soul, Psyche with the wings. Pluck them off and she's a nasty worm. I'll stamp her with my signature, first thing. Then off with her to the whirling fiery storm. Pass on towards the nether regions. You barrels, since all that's your duty. Whether she lives there, that's the notion. None know with any accuracy. She'll gladly lodge in the navel. Lest she slip away from there, be careful. To the lean devils with long crooked horns. You, clowns, you giant flying creatures. Grasp at the air, grant yourselves no rest. Your strong arms and sharp-clawed features are sure to hold the fluttering fugitive fast. She's stuck there inside her ancient house. And spirit will always look for a way out. Glory from above, on the right. The heavenly host. Messengers follow. Heavenly kin, oh. In leisurely flight. Sin they forgive. Dust they make live. The friendship they show. To nature below. Floating they'll give. As they slowly alight. Mephistopheles. I hear discords, all that nasty jingling. Coming from up there, with unwelcome day. It's always that childish, girlish bungling. That pious taste loves to hear and play. You know how we in despicable moments considered the ruin of the human race. But the most shameful of compliments is that their prayers are a worse disgrace. These dandies come, the hypocrites. They've snatched a heap of souls away. Use our own weapons too to do it. They're devils in disguise, I'd say. To lose this one is everlasting shame. On to the grave, and renew your claim. The choir of angels, scattering roses. Roses, you dazzling ones. Balsam you're sending us. Floating and trembling. Secretly quickening. Branches inspiring us. Buds sweetly firing us. Hasten to bloom. Crimson and green, here. Springtime assume. Carry the sleeper to paradise room. Mephistopheles, to the devils. Why duck and dive? Is that hell's custom? Stand still, and let them do their scattering. Every gawk in place, and face them. They think with such a flowery smattering to cool the heat of devils chattering. At your breath it melts and shrinks, again. Now blow, you blowers. Enough, enough. Your bubbling's faded all that stuff. Not so fiercely. Close your mouths and noses. Ah, now you've been too violent with the roses. Where's the moderation you should have learnt? They're not just shriveling, they're burning, burnt. They float about in flames, poisonous, bright. Avoid them, close together, huddle tight. Your power's waning. And your courage too. The devils sniff the strange, seductive brew. The choir of angels. Blossoms, of joyfulness. Flames, of true happiness. Love, they radiate. Bliss, they now create. As the heart may. Words that are truest. Air of the clearest. Gathering round us. Eternal day. Mephistopheles. Oh, curses. Oh, shower of shame that's shed. Each Satan standing on his head. The fatties spin like tops, in curves. And plunge ours upwards into hell. Go find the hot baths you deserve. While at my post I'll stand here still. He beats at the hovering roses. Will-o'-the-wisps, be gone. Though you burn bright. Snatched at, in the end, you're disgusting shite. Why'd you keep fluttering here? Buzz off. They stick like tar and sulfur, filthy stuff. The choir of angels. What is not part of you? You need not share it. What inwardly troubles you? You need not bear it. Should it close in, with force, we will deflect its course. Only the loving, love, guides to its source. Mephistopheles. My head and heart are burnt, my liver's burnt. By a devilish element. Sharper than the fires of hell. That's what makes you cry, so, as well. You, the unlucky in love. Disdained. Heads turned to the beloved, strained. Mine, too. What's twisted it to one side? Are they and I not sworn to eternal strife? I, once fiercely hostile to their very sight. Has an alien force pierced me through and through? I gladly gaze at them, loveliest of youths. What holds me back from cursing at the light? And if I let myself be seduced, who'll play the fool in future? These airy fellows that I hate, too. How lovely to me now they all appear. You sweet children, tell me then. Aren't you part of Lucifer's race? You're so nice I'd like to kiss you, and again. It feels as if this is your proper place. It feels as comfortable, as natural to me. As if we'd met 1,000 times before. So surreptitiously cat-like, so lustfully. The loveliness with each glance quickens more. Oh, come nearer, oh, only glance at me. The angels. We're here already, why so cautiously? We are close, and, if you can, then stay. The angels come forward and occupy the whole space. Mephistopheles, crowded into the proscenium. You scorn us, the spirits of the damned. Yet you're of the true sorcerer's brand. You lead both man and wife astray. What wretched luck, and dire. Is this love's own element? My whole body's bathed in fire. I scarcely feel, my head so burnt. You float to and fro, sink down a while. Move your sweet limbs with earthly guile. True, a grave expression suits you well. But I'd still like to see you smile a little. That would be an eternal delight to me. Like the lover's mutual glance, you see. A simper round the mouth, is how it's done. You, the tall lad, you could make me love you. The priest's pose doesn't really suit you. So show a little lust, and look hereon. You could be more modestly naked too. That robe's long hem, so demure in its rising. They turn away, and seen from the rear view. Those rascals now are really appetizing. The choir of angels. You, loving fires. Brighter, now, fanned. Heal the damned. With truth, the higher. Let them be freed. From evil indeed. Blissfully grace. The eternal embrace. Mephistopheles, collecting himself. What's happening to me? Like Job, in fact. All boils, so I scare myself, and yet I've won. As well, since now my inspection's done. And my trust in self and tribes well placed. The devil's noble bits appear intact. This love bewitchment's only on the surface. The wretched flames already smother. And, as is right, I curse you all together. The choir of angels. Pure incandescence. Whom its flames bless. Blissful with goodness. Is their existence. Gathered together. Rise now, and praise. Spirit can breathe here. In purer waves. They rise, carrying away the immortal part of Faust. Mephistopheles, looking round him. How then? Where did they vanish to? You took me by surprise, you adolescents. Now with what they've salvaged from the tomb. As their own prize, they've flown off to heaven. They've stolen a great, a unique treasure. That noble soul, mortgaged to my pleasure. They've snatched it away, with cunning even. But whom could I complain to, anyway? Who'd grant me my well-earned right? You've been swindled in your old age. You've deserved it, this wretched slight. At great expense, shameful. And it's gone. I've mishandled it all disgracefully. A common lust, an absurd passion. Swayed the hardened devil foolishly. And if experience was in a mess. With all these childish, stupid things. It was, in truth, no trivial foolishness. That took possession of him in the end. Scene 7, mountain gorges, forest, rock, desert. Holy hermits, divided in ascending plains, posted among the ravines. Chorus and echo. Forests, they wave around. Over them, cliffs bear down. Roots cling to rocky ground. Trunk upon trunk is bound. Wave after wave sprays up. Deep caves protecting us. Lions prowl silently. Round us, still friendly. Honoring sacred space. Love's holy hiding place. Pater ecstaticus, hovering up and down. Eternal, fire of bliss. Glow of love's bond this is. Pain in the heart, seething. Rapture divine, foaming. Arrows, come, piercing me. Spears, compelling me. Clubs, you may shatter me. Lightning may flash through me. So passes the nullity of all unreality. And from the lasting star shines love's eternal core. Pater profundus, at a lower level. As this rocky abyss at my feet rests on a deeper abyss. As 1,000 glittering streams meet in the foaming flood's downward hiss. As with its own strong impulse, above the tree lifts skywards in the air. Even so all-powerful love creates all things, in its care. Around me there's a savage roar. As if the rocks and forests sway. Yet full of love the waters pour. Rushing bountifully away. Sent to irrigate the valley here. The lightning that flashed down must purify the atmosphere. With poisonous vapors bound. They are love's messengers. They tell of what creates eternally around us. May it inflame me inwardly, as well. Since my spirit, cold and confounded, torments itself, bound in the dull senses. As sharp-toothed fetters agonizing art. O, God! Calm my thoughts, pacify us. And bring light to my needy heart. Pater Seraphicus, in the middle regions. What a mist of morning hovers through the pine trees' swaying hair. Can I guess what it might cover? A crowd of spirits live there. Choir of sacred young boys. Tell us, Father, where we wander. Tell us, kind one, who we are. We are happy, beings tender. To all who are, all who are. Pater Seraphicus. Young boys. Born at midnight's hour. Mind and spirit half unveiled. For your parents, a lost dower. For the angels, profit gained. You can feel that one who loves is near to you, so come to me. Yet of earthly ways and moves you bear no traces, happily. Rise into my eyes, those known organs of the earthly life. You can use them as your own. Gaze at all the spaces wide. He absorbs them into himself. Those are trees, those are cliffs. A stream of water, rushing round. With gigantic leaps it lifts, shortening its journey down. The young boys, from within him. That's indeed a mighty vision. But it's gloomy here, you know. With fear and dread we're all shaken. Father, kind one, let us go. Pater Seraphicus. Rise upwards to the highest sphere. Grow unnoticed there forever. While in pure eternal manner. God's presence makes you stronger. Such is the Spirit's libation. Blending with the freest air. Love's eternal revelation. Bliss is unfolded there. The choir of young boys, circling round the highest summit. Hands now entwining. Joyfully circling round. Soaring and singing. With sacred feeling sound. In the divinely taught. Now you should trust. He whom your worship sought. You'll see at last. The angels, soaring in the highest atmosphere, carrying the immortal part of Faust. He's escaped, this noble member. Of the spirit world, from evil. Whoever strives, in his endeavor. We can rescue from the devil. And if he has love within. Granted from above. The sacred crowd will meet him. With welcome, and with love. The younger angels. Every rose from the hands. Of those penitents, loving, holy. Helped us win the victory. The highest work, completed, stands. The treasure of this soul we've won. Evil bowed to petals thrown. Devils fled the blows we threw. Instead of hell's hurts anew. They felt spirit's loving pain. Pierced with agony again. The old devil-master too was gone. Shout with joy. All is done. The more perfect angels. Carrying earthly remains. Is hard to endure. Though they survive the flames. They are still the impure. Once a great spirit strength. So tightly fits. All the four elements. No angel splits. That double nature wed. The inwardly binding. To eternal love instead. Is left the unwinding. The younger angels. Misted on rocky heights. Now we are feeling. Nearing our clearer sight. Spiritual being. These clouds are vanishing. A crowd I see, moving. Of sacred young men. Freed from their earthly gloom. Circling together. Delighting again. In the spring's brighter bloom. In higher air. Let them together then. Lead him on, risen. Perfect, and there. The young boys. Joyfully we receive. Him as a chrysalis. So that we now achieve. A pledge of our bliss. Let all the threads be lost. That now surround him. He is already blessed. Divine love has found him. Dr. Marianus, the transformed Faust, in the highest purest cell. Here is the freest view. Of spirit borne skywards. Their women moving too. Drifting on upwards. The splendor I see within. Garlands of stars. There, all the heavens queen. Shines from afar. Enraptured. Highest queen of all the world. Let me, in the blue. With all heaven's web unfurled. Know your mystery too. Approve the tender, serious. Stir of the human heart. And in love's sacred bliss. Raise it higher, through your art. Our courage is unconquerable. When you command on high. But our glow is gentler, still. When you are satisfied. Virgin, pure, of loveliest mind. Mother, in all nobility. Peer to everything divine. Queen of our reality. Such light cloud fragments. Wind all around her. They are the penitents. Women so tender. All around her knees. Breathing the air, free. Desiring her mercy. You are the virginal mother. It's not surprising. those seduced by another. Towards you are rising. Taken in weakness now. They are all harder to save. Who can resist the power of desires that enslave? How quickly the feet may slip on smooth, sloping ground. Who's untempted by glance and lip, or by flattering sounds? The Mater Gloriosa soars into space. Choir of female penitents. You soar, on high, now. Towards the eternal realm. Hear our pleading, though. You, the peerless one. Oh, merciful one. Magna Peccatrix, the sinful woman who anointed Christ's feet, see Luke 7:36. By the love that at the feet there of your Son, divine, transfigured. Let the tears like balsam flow there. Despite the Pharisees' derision. By the vessel, that so richly spread its fragrance on the ground. By the locks of hair that softly dried the holy feet. Shed round. The woman of Samaria, the woman at the well, see John 4. By the well, where once before Abraham's flocks were driven. By the jar, that cooled the Saviour. That to sacred lips was given. By the pure and flowing fountain. That poured out its clear water. Overflowing, bright and certain. Through all the worlds, forever. Mary of Egypt, Acta Sanctorum. By the consecrated place. Where the Lord's body lay. By the warning arm, against my face. That thrust me far from the doorway. By my 40 years' repentance. Faithful, in that desert land. By the blissful final sentence. That I wrote there on the sand. All three. Since you offer your presence. To the worst sinner. The prize of penitence. Soars upwards forever. Begrudge not this true soul. Who, this once, transgressed. Not knowing she might fall. Commensurate forgiveness. A penitent, formerly named Gretchen, stealing closer. Oh, bow down. You peerless one. You radiant one. Your face, in mercy, towards my bane. My true beloved. No longer clouded. Returns to me again. The sacred young boys, nearing, hovering in circles. With mighty limbs, already. He is beyond us there. Returning to us, so richly. The rewards of our care. We were taken early. Out of life's chorus. Yet he's learned, so he will gently teach us. The penitent, formerly named Gretchen. Changed to himself, he's scarce aware. Of the Spirit's noble choir all around. He hardly knows his new life, there. Already he's so like the sacred crowd. See, how he's thrown off every bond of his old earthbound integument. And his first youth now's refound. It shines through his ethereal garment. Allow me to teach him, here. The new light still blinds him so. The Mater Gloriosa. Come. Rise towards the higher spheres. Gaining awareness of you, he will follow. Dr. Marianus, bowing, in adoration. Gaze towards that saving gaze. All you, the penitent intender. To all those blissful ways. Give thanks, and follow after. Let every finer sense, unseen, be offered to her service. Virgin, Mother now, and Queen. Goddess, grant your mercies. The mystic choir. All of the transient. Is parable, only. The insufficient. Here, grows to reality. The indescribable. Here, is done. Woman, eternal. Beckons us on.